Oh, hey, I can change this. Hello, everyone. Because I don't need to be at the board because Joe is here today. Hey.
Hi, everybody.
Joe Brazil in the building today and tomorrow.
Happy to be back as always, man.
You in tomorrow too?
Yep, I'm in tomorrow as well, guys.
Oh, yeah. Everybody
Yes,
say hi to
sir.
Joe.
Back to back.
Rust Dog got the belt. Congratulations, Rust Dog. That's big time.
Rust Dog got the belt and then took off.
It just bounced. You know what? Hey, so Rust Dog doesn't get the belt. Wheezy gets the belt. Nice job, Wheezy. Congratulations. You don't get to hop in and get the belt and bounce. That's not
right.
how this works.
That's not.
That's not how this works at all. What up, Warren? We are, in fact, up in here. What's up, Brian?
I'm in here.
Hi, Zabo. Some a-hole saying hi to you, James.
Oh, hello.
What's up, Mrs. Matt? Good morning, David.
Sing it loudly.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. That's how it goes, though. Facts. What's up, Johnny G? What up, Marcus? Hello, Dominic. Yeah. I'm not putting those related messages up, but that's peak. What's up, Drew? Spencer? Tyler Jennings?
Hi, Spencer.
Father of the world's greatest fisherman.
That's right.
What's up, Kyron? RJP. Rjip. What's up, Steven?
Steven Castaneda.
Skr. Hey.
Why I need to tweet out our join us.
Join us. 1 minute.
1 minute.
How many do we think the Kings are favored by tonight?
Oh.
On the road at Utah. That's a good number.
My guess would be 8.5.
Oh, close. 9.5.
Oh, I've seen their injury report. I should have guessed higher.
Yeah.
What a joke. How is that okay?
I don't know, man. We should talk about it on the radio. Holy crap. What a ridiculous. Oh, my God. I hate the blogging space so much.
I just heard Jackie on the promo. She sounded great.
Oh, yeah. Salute to Jackie.
Oh, she's doing promos now?
Love to hear it. Yeah, it sure is. That's James. I'm Kyle. Good morning, everybody. A happy Wednesday to you. February 26th. The month of January took 9 years. February went by in 4 days.
Yeah, that's so weird. Like, I felt like this
Very
entire,
strange.
like, almost every day, like, you wake up, you look at the clock, it's like, you know, for me, it's like 7:15.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look again, it's like 8:05. And I'm like, wait, where did that 50 minutes just go?
Yeah, every minute is 45 seconds long in February. Unless you live on the East Coast, when apparently February is just the worst month ever in existence.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, this month has gone by really fast.
I'm sorry, my headphone jack is so far under the table now.
Oh.
Because there was one right by the edge of the table. You aren't even going to be able to see it on the stream, so I'll just describe this for everybody. I have a table in front of me. And that's where your headphones typically plug in. And usually the headphone jack is right in the front. But it got fixed, I guess. And it is now so far under here. And I don't think I've really noticed because typically I'm sitting differently today because our buddy Joe Brazil is in the building.
Yep.
Salute to Joe. So Joe is running the board, so I can sit in a different place where I can look more directly at you than having to sit kind of off to the side. And I've never noticed just how far underneath the table the damn headphone jack is now.
Oh.
And I'm trying to adjust the volume and I can't find it because it is so far under the table. Ah, we're back.
Call engineering.
I'm going to. And say, can we move this up a little? I got to reach 3 feet under the table to adjust my headphone volume. We're hanging out with you till noon. Appreciate everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch. Appreciate everybody listening on 1320 AM. Appreciate everybody on the free Odyssey app. And if you're a podcast listener, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, which if you're watching this right now, you should be subscribed. If you're listening right now, you should be subscribed wherever you get your podcast. It's called the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. It's this show, just in podcast form. And we couldn't call it the Insiders for legal reasons, I guess. Kings play tonight, and we'll have plenty on that coming up. But I saw something yesterday on the internet that really grinded my gears a lot.
Well, it must be true then.
Facts.
You saw it on the internet.
I saw it on the internet. It's true. Diana Rossini does a podcast for The Athletic called Scoop City. And for the most part, I think Diana Rossini does a good job. She had Chase Daniel on this episode of the podcast. An all-time Ski Mask Hall of Famer, Chase Daniel. And here's the discussion they had, and we'll go kind of through this piece by piece about the 49ers. This is the promoted clip from The Athletic.
I never ask you to do this. I want you to do this. Can you play GM? Can you be John Lynch for me? Where are you cutting?
Well, CMC's getting older. I'm not saying cut him. Can you redo his deal?
All right, we're going to stop there.
Oh, okay.
The Niners have more than like $45 million in salary cap room. They're not in a spot where they need to start cutting salary significantly. And this Brock Purdy contract that's coming in is not going to cost them a lot of money, very likely, this year. And if it does, they've budgeted for that on purpose.
Okay.
They're not in some cap hell like, oh my God, what are they going to do? They might get there eventually.
Yeah.
Over the next 2-3 seasons. But they're not there right now. I don't know what they're saying where it's like, you got to cut something. What are you going to do? So Chase Daniel, putting his GM hat on, says, well, I mean, Christian McCaffrey's getting older. Can you redo his deal? They just redid his deal.
It kind of feels like you put on like a flat bill hat, but sideways, like one of those things.
Yeah, he's got the TI hat.
Yeah, like it's not quite like, hey, you're not wearing the GM hat right. You know, like bend the bill or
it's
do
the wrong
something.
Size.
Do something. Wrong logo.
Just really bad. Okay. So Chase Daniel has no idea. That's fine. It's not his job to follow the 49ers. So why don't you just redo Christian McCaffrey's deal? Yeah, I guess.
Why do we ask him these questions? But go ahead.
I don't know.
Oh, can you move some money? You got to get the $19.5 million off of Deebo Samuel's books, right? Like,
what? The 19 maybe, and this could be where I'm wrong. I don't think I am.
Okay.
But we're $19.5 million. I don't know where that number came from. It's like $30+ million that they're trying to figure out with Deebo Samuel. And you're going to have to eat that money, which is why I'm an advocate for, like, that's on your books.
Mm-hmm.
If you cut him and eat the $30 million dead cap hit this year, it's gone. And it's already, like, you're already accounting for that money because that's money he's going to make anyway. Or money he's going to count for against your cap anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where he's getting the 19.5 unless that's like the number. If you do a post June 1, that's the number that they'd eat this year. And then because you spread out the $30+ million over the next couple of years.
But there's no way to get that off your books. Like, it's on your books. It's over. It's
right.
done.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're not figuring out a way to. Now, he does have a bonus coming in March, on March 22nd, where his dead cap number becomes like 47 million, I think it is.
Oh. That's
so yeah,
not
you got to
good.
get that move done before then, but I don't know where he got the $19.5 million from. Anyways, moving on.
Okay.
Look, they're going
It's Diana Rossini time.
to try to trade him. They're going to try, but I don't know what they're going to get for him. I don't see teams pounding on the door for Deebo right now.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
It would be so silly for a team to be like, yeah, here's a draft pick for this player you're going to cut anyway, and then we also have to extend him.
Yeah, the only reason you do that is so you have like exclusive rights to him.
Right.
Right. And so you already have him locked up and then you can go and negotiate a deal and you beat the market to him.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's why you would. So there's a possibility that someone would give up a fourth or a fifth or a sixth round pick or
Mhm.
a fifth and a seventh or something. I don't know what it would be like, what the slide scale is, but I think that there is a possibility that someone would, just so they have like rights of first refusal.
Yeah, if there's a massive market for him, but he's coming off his worst season of his career.
Uh-huh.
He's going to turn 29. He's going into his age 29 season. He's on the last year of his deal. You're going to have to pay him. He's not a guy who I think his game is going to age particularly well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think he's going to get cut. So yeah, I agree with Diana there.
There's some teams poking around now to see if the 49ers would be willing to deal Brandon Ayuk.
Okay, that's kind of interesting.
Okay.
He's coming off a major knee injury, so maybe teams are seeing if the Niners will just sell low.
We don't even know when he'll be back, though.
Correct.
Right? Like,
so there might be teams calling him in like, "Hey, would you take a 6 for him right now?"
Oof.
But still, the subject here is they're operating under this idea that the 49ers have this cap crunch, that the 49ers are trying to cut money from their books. Why would you then trade Brandon Ayuk? That does not save you any money.
Nope.
At all. In fact, if I have this correct, I believe it would cost them more to trade him this year than to keep him.
Yeah, that's not good business, Kyle.
I don't know. So okay, but again, I'm not. That's just a separate thing. It is interesting that teams are calling about Brandon Ayuk. I don't think unless some team is like, "Hey, do you want a second round pick for Brandon Ayuk?" Then they'll probably do that.
Yeah.
Just because you don't know what he's going to look like post knee injury.
Well, then they need to make sure that, like, financially that they're stable and like that you can't actually pull the trade off, like financially. I mean, again, if you're going to trade him and it's going to cost you so much, then the answer is no.
Right.
Like it would cost more than the second round pick because it's going to impact our books more than, just paying the guy.
Yeah. And I'm also not under the impression that, at least for me, I don't think Brandon Ayuk stinks.
No.
I don't think he's bad at football now.
No.
He got off to a rough start last year and then got hurt.
And there have been at this point like thousands of ACL tears, and I know his was more extensive, and like there's a lot of work that needs to be done. The rehab process is big time, but he's also a player who worked his way into the league, who worked his way into being a high draft pick, who had to play at Sierra College and stuff down.
Yeah,
like this isn't a silver spoon kid who isn't going to do the work.
Let's continue moving forward.
Okay.
Let me just take off the GM hat.
Oh, this is gold. This is my favorite part of the whole thing. Chase Daniel's going to take off his GM hat and put on his quarterback hat. Here we go.
Does he know though when he takes off his GM hat, his hair is going to be messed up? I just
no. Look at how finely coiffed.
Let me just
here we go.
Take off the GM hat and put on my quarterback hat. If I'm Brock Purdy and I even get a whiff of you trying to trade my number one receiver, I am not signing with you. I am going to pull the leverage card and I'm going to play out another deal.
What? What are you talking about? If I even get a whiff that you're trying to trade my number one wide receiver, I'm not signing that deal. What are you talking about?
This is wild.
So, you're telling me Chase Daniel, career backup, is taking off his GM hat and putting on his career backup quarterback hat.
Started 5 games this entire career.
Started 5 games and carved out a really nice career for himself. And now he's doing media stuff. Salute to Chase Daniel. This is insane.
Yes.
So Brock Purdy, who's going to make between $50 and $60 million annually on this contract, is going to hear that the 49ers took some calls on Brandon Ayuk, and he's going to go, hey, you know what? Pass on that contract. Don't want it. I'm going to go risk my health in the final year of my rookie deal, making $14 an hour, and then I'll go try and get a different deal elsewhere next year. Get out of here.
I mean,
that is insane.
If he put his GM hat back on, he would know that, like, can't they just franchise tag him? Can't they just like keep him around for a couple of years? Like there is like what you're talking about, like short-term versus long-term stability. You're talking about a kid who's had 2 elbow issues. Like you're taking the money no matter what. And would you want to go and like get better wide receivers and say, hey, don't trade Ayuk and hey, I'm gonna need more? Sure, that's fine. But like those are conversations that you have after you're in the job.
Yeah.
And, you're not sitting there like making like, oh, I'm not signing if you're going to trade Brandon Ayuk. If you're not gonna, if you're gonna trade the guy who literally has a trash knee and is gonna take a while. I mean, we just talked about it like in the glowing part, but like you're not gonna make those demands on your own, like what life means to you on somebody else.
This is his first huge contract.
Yeah, nope. No, I'll take the Brinks truck. Go ahead and back it up.
Yeah. Hey, and if you need to trade Brandon Ayuk, cool. Like if that, I'm just gonna go count my money.
Yeah, I don't care if you drive on my lawn when you back up the Brinks truck. If you hit like the little statue out front, it's okay.
Fine.
I don't care. I'll just buy a new one. Just go ahead. Don't run over my dog or something. But outside of that, go ahead and back up the Brinks truck.
I do think if the 49ers want to be good again, I do think there's going to have to be some pretty dramatic changes here, especially over the next couple of years if they want to extend whatever Super Bowl window they had.
Yeah.
But man, I was because Diana Rossini, when she has something to say, I'm like, oh, okay. Like this is because she talks to a lot of people in the league. And I was floored by how insane a lot of that was. Especially specifically the Chase Daniel aspect of it.
Yeah, he needs to just wear like a media beanie, not put on different hats. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Yeah. Man.
We try not to lead you astray when we talk about contracts and numbers. And if we don't understand them, we can go get you somebody who will and have them actually answer the questions for you.
Sure.
What we're not going to do is like just spout crazy misinformation.
Yeah. Deebo Samuel's definitely going to be gone. Again, never say never. Deebo Samuel is 99.999% going to be gone. Brandon Ayuk is a massive question mark. And if the 49ers can get a first or second round pick for him, I don't think they can, but I think they probably would take that deal right now. They need to do whatever they can to stack as many pieces as they can, where you're getting cost controlled talent over the next few years because your roster is still going to be pretty expensive. Anyways, that really, I know we're going to do a ton of basketball. And we're going to do a ton of Kings today, but I saw that yesterday and was floored. So I wanted to bring it all to you guys. The NFL Combine continues. We'll talk about whatever news comes out of there. Watched a lot of basketball last night.
Okay.
I decided the Lakers are scary. They're flying around right now, dude. And maybe it's the post Luka trade. He's finally rolling. And they're gonna be hot for a couple of weeks, and then things will calm down. But they are hauling ass defensively. They appear to be figuring out how to manage the Luka Doncic, LeBron James offense.
Okay.
And they've made it very, like yesterday it was a lot of Luka, and maybe that was just because it was the Mavs, but or his first game against the Mavs. But I think that's what it's going to look like moving forward. And if the Lakers are going to play well defensively, they're going to be really, really tough. I'm back in on them.
I'm not fully in 100% just because they have built their house on sand. They got a bunch of injury prone players. They're banking a lot of what they're doing on a guy who's over 40 in his 22nd season. And another guy who is totally out of shape and injured all the time. And Luka. But I think that there is a way in which if they get healthy, they get a little bit of chemistry built here that they could be a problem in the playoffs.
If you get a pissed off Luka.
Yeah, pissed off Luka, but I think we understand pissed off Luka is one thing, but there's also Luka.
I don't care.
There's also like all the other versions.
Okay, great. So Luka was drinking so much and smoking so much hookah that they think there's going to be a catastrophe in 5 years. That's what Sam Amick reported in The Athletic. Those are his words. He went to the finals last year still.
Yep.
And now he's on LeBron James's team.
It's very possible
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills,
that this is going to be like a spectacular marriage. I just need to see more.
Okay, that's fine. We'll talk plenty of more hoops coming up, including a look at another important Kings game tonight and the easiest game left on their schedule. Maybe. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's rocking with us. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah, you
are. That's funny. You said Jiffy Lube like the candle. Like Jiffy Lube.
That's what I'm calling it.
That's what I'm calling it. What was that movie?
Love Hard.
Love Hard. Yeah.
It's a mix between Love Actually and Die Hard.
What's going on at Chatty House?
Hi, friends.
Yeah, we'll get into this, but Jim, Keon is questionable still this morning. Unlike the Utah Jazz, who are 87% out.
Oh my God, he had a beer one time. Whoa. Maybe we get to a world where Nico Harrison is proven right, but man.
Spelling his name wrong.
Who?
Laurie.
Lauri.
It's 2 Ks, 1 N.
2 Ks, 1 N. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well. The thing, like, they looked good last night. They looked awesome in Denver. And then looked really good again last night. I'm not picking them to win the West or anything, but I was also of the mind that they might, like, fall backwards in the standings, and I don't think they're going to do that. Oh my God, the scores. Man, what an insane era of Kings basketball.
That was very short-lived.
That was great, man. What a fun time. Yeah. It's kind of baked in, Johnny. Yeah, I think it's just I think they're playing really good team defense right now. Like, they're pretty small, so they just all kind of haul ass on a string or whatever. Yeah, Jimmy Butler has been way more impactful than I thought he was going to be for Golden State.
Yeah, me too. I mean, we'll have to see what that contract looks like and everything else over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I didn't think he would be impactful this year, much less over the next couple. So
yeah. And it could just be like, again, a trade high. And once you settle in, it's going to be a little.
For sure. Are we just collectively rooting for the Cavs in the playoffs?
I think
assuming
so.
Assuming the Kings either don't make it or get eliminated early, are we just collectively all pulling for the Cavs except for Jesse Tapia?
I would think so. Like, it's a good story,
mm-hmm.
You know, and they're a team who's sort of built the right way, taken the necessary steps. They've, been able to retain a star. I do think that that's a team that I would root for.
Yeah, I think so. I think same, because I don't like anyone out of the West. I'm assuming the conference final is going to be OKC and Denver.
Yeah.
Maybe Memphis.
We're going to write it right now. I'd say we're going to see OKC and Denver versus Boston and Cleveland. but a lot can happen between now and then.
Yeah, Cleveland, they're in the East. They're not Boston.
They
I don't
just
know.
keep winning, and they keep winning convincingly,
they're just
man.
fun.
Yeah, 48-10.
All right. We'll find out come playoff time, but the Cavs might become the official team of the insiders.
They've won
They
8
got-
in a row right now,
Yeah, they're cooking, man.
and 12 of 13.
We got a few months to go before we get there. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube's omnipresent. They sponsor the show. Joe Brazil behind the glass. Love getting to say that. Salute. Appreciate you helping out, Joe. Did the Kings get any help yesterday? That's going to be something we talk about a lot moving forward because of 25-ish games left. What other teams are doing is going to matter.
Mhm.
Of course, the Kings need to win tonight, and we'll dive into their game against Utah. But what else is going on the NBA scoreboard is going to matter quite a bit for the Sacramento Kings, starting with the Phoenix Suns, who are one spot behind Sacramento right now. They lost in overtime to the Grizzlies last night, 151-48.
Yeah, that's a heck of a score. I mean, it was overtime, right?
Yes, it went to overtime.
Yep.
Lot of takeaways from this game. One, I keep coming back to we were talking a couple weeks ago, last week, about if there was a team in the West that could make a Dallas type of run, just a team we're not really thinking about.
Mhm.
And I'd circled Memphis. Last night didn't do anything to harm that notion. Memphis is just really tough, dude.
That's the thing. It's that they're tough. I don't even think that they're like they're talented, but they're not like over the moon talented.
No, that's what.
Yeah.
That's part of why they're scary. Like Desmond Bane, really good player, but has Desmond Bane ever been an All-Star?
No.
Jalen Wells, rookie, but awesome young player.
Yep.
John Morant's really good, of course. Jaren Jackson, good player. Zach Edey, playing 20 minutes a night. But then it's like Santi Aldama, good player. Brandon Clark, good player. Luke Kennard, good player. Gigi Jackson, good player. Vince Williams, good. Like just all these just rock solid rotation guys, spearheaded by John Morant and Jaren Jackson. They just have a ton of ways they can put the ball in the hoop.
Yeah, they do.
And they're really good defensively.
They didn't even play our guy Jay Huff or John Conchar last night. Even Scottie Pippen Jr. has played really, really solid minutes for them when they need him to. Yeah, this is it's a very, very interesting team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they have again, they've kind of had such a huge detour in their build. So we don't really know what they're going to be in the playoffs because, they literally spent last year just not winning at all.
Yeah.
But like, who are they? And I think it's going to be like a really good question that has to be answered in the playoffs this season. But for right now, at least they're holding their own. They're interesting.
The box score for the Suns. Bradley Beal has 24 points, 11 assists, and 5 boards. Kevin Durant adds 26, 8, and 7. Devin Booker has 28, 3, and 10. Bol, who's starting for the Phoenix Suns right now, has 23 and 8. And then you get 21 from Grayson Allen off the bench.
Five guys with 20.
And they lost.
I know.
Like that's why we keep coming back to the Suns, right? Because we keep going, hey, if the Kings can finish like 500, they'll probably get in to the play-in.
Yeah.
Can you get to just 41 is probably good?
41, 42, 43.
And the pushback is like, well, Phoenix has enough. But it's like Phoenix played about as good of a game as they can play last night, and they still lost.
Yes. It's not good.
It's tough, dude.
Yeah.
But the Kings will take it.
I can't believe they lost that game.
Me neither. Just the entire fourth quarter, I'm watching. It's like, okay, they've got this. Like it's Devin Booker. Okay, Kevin Durant's checking in with like 8.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. They're gonna put this game away. And then the Grizzlies just kept chipping away. John Morant getting to the free throw line. Jalen Wells making a shot. Jaren Jackson getting to the bucket. That's tough.
I like Jalen Wells. He's really
Jalen Wells is awesome.
He's a Sacramento kid, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
6'7", by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
His second round pick, right? I think he did fall to the second round. Yeah, he's good. And look, Memphis
39th
somehow,
overall.
they're how are they number 2 in the Western Conference? It's just crazy.
Because they just have a bunch of dudes. They just have a bunch of guys who are really good and they fit together.
Yep.
Like they are the end. Like the Kings top to bottom might have more talent than the Grizzlies do. That might not be true anymore. It's close.
Yeah.
But the Grizzlies pieces just fit together better.
Yeah, and even like when you watch Jake LaRavia play,
Mhm.
there's just a different speed that he plays at than everyone else.
Yep.
And it's something that he's learned over the last couple of years playing for Memphis. Like, this is how you play.
Mhm.
And like, it's very few teams in the league that make you play an entire 48.
Yep.
And it's the Taylor Jenkins way. And I think that they, as a franchise, as a group of players, they did lose their way for a full year.
Yeah.
For like, sure, they had injuries, they had suspensions, they had all that stuff, but they just lost their way. And here they are. And, again, they're a team that traded Marcus Smart to get lower under the cap.
Mhm.
They made moves
Mhm.
that everyone thought like, oh, that's a strange move for a team that's that high in the Western Conference to do. But here they are, just plugging along, just winning games, and it's like
Cruising.
it doesn't matter.
The Suns now 2.5 games back of the number 10 seed.
Yeah.
Kings just keep pulling away. That's another reason tonight's game's a big one.
Mhm.
Kings in Utah taking on the Jazz, and we'll get to that one, of course. Talked a little bit about this one earlier. Lakers 107, Mavs 99. That helps the Kings because they are now tied with the Mavs in the loss column and only a game back. And I don't know if the Mavs are ever going to get right.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, we were thinking it might be the Warriors and Kings battling it out for 9-10.
Mhm.
Now it's like the Mavs are just in a death spiral as well.
Mhm.
And again, I wouldn't be fully shocked to see the Mavs completely fall out and Phoenix move up and take over their spot.
Mhm.
They both have really tough strength of schedules. The Phoenix has the most difficult strength of schedule left in the NBA. They're just above the Kings in strength of schedule. The Kings and Phoenix are going to have, like, throughout the next couple of weeks, we'll keep talking about it, but the most difficult strength of schedules. And, so it doesn't look good for Phoenix. But also, like, Dallas is just, they're sinking. The injuries have hit them, and mix that with trading your franchise player, and you're going to have some rough moments.
Yeah, man, that they get the Hornets next, the Mavs do. But then it's Bucks, Kings, at Bucks, Grizzlies, Suns, 2 at the Spurs, 1 at the Rockets. That game on March 3rd with the Kings is going to be a big one. That might be one where you can leap up and get out of 9 or 10.
Yep.
Depending on how the next couple of days shake out. Pelicans 109, Spurs 103. Again, the Kings just gaining separation from the Spurs. When Wemby went down, they were done.
Oh yeah.
Like, when Wemby was in there, it was like, this is the type of group that could rattle off like 10 of 12 and become a problem.
I think we're going to have a moment here. They have to decide what they're going to do with Fox, because Fox needs hand surgery.
Mm-hmm.
His left pinky is just completely demolished.
I can't believe they haven't had him take care of that yet.
Well, I mean, we're going to see. I think they wanted to make it at least look like they're going to fight for a playoff spot. But at this point, like, what are you doing?
I have no idea.
He's shooting 27.5% from 3 since he went to San Antonio. Another bad shooting night again last night. Another big turnover night. He had 6 turnovers. These are things that we saw in Sacramento, the inconsistency with shooting and everything else. And a lot of it was because his hand is just completely messed up. So I would be surprised if we didn't see him at least consider shutting him down.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll wait and see.
Yeah, they might have no plan of that, but it's like,
what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know how much he's gaining or they're gaining by him being on the court right now. Yeah, 15 points, 9 assists, 6 steals, and 6 turnovers.
Yeah,
in the loss.
1 of 9 from 3
against the Pelicans. Oof.
Yeah, not a good look. I think that's twice in the last week they've lost to the Pelicans.
Man, that's rough. Golden State, they continued winning. They gained a half game on the Kings. They're a game and a half up on them. They blew out the Hornets 128-92. So the Hornets have now lost, if my math is right. They've lost their last 3 games by 131 points.
Oh.
Because it's 95.
Yeah.
And then 36 last night. Yeah. 131 across 3 games.
That's crazy.
That's so bad.
Yeah, they didn't even play ball last night.
No.
Like, LaMelo just didn't play.
Yeah, he sat. Mark Williams played.
Oh, okay. And
it was just you could see, remember in their spirit really broke against the Kings with that low run at the end of the third quarter.
Yep.
where they got it to 9, and then the Kings just immediately made it 16 and was like, all right, game over. That happened in the first quarter where they're battling, and then all of a sudden it was just 15-2 runs, done. I feel so bad for those dudes. Kenny asked us yesterday, would you rather be the Kings or the Hornets right now? Because in relation to people saying the Kings should blow it up and just start from scratch, do whatever you can to get to square one. It's like, I don't ever want to be where the Hornets are. And I know sometimes you got to go there.
Uh-huh.
The Kings aren't there yet for me. In fact, they are a ways off from being where the Hornets look miserable, man.
Okay, so
can you imagine having to get on the radio and talk about the Hornets right now?
No, it would be god awful.
Oh,
like there's nowhere to go with the conversation. I get that, especially when you have three players who are out for the season.
Yeah.
Brandon
Miller.
Yeah,
who might be your best player?
Yeah, Grant Williams and Trey Mann are all out for the season. When I'm watching, like when we have these discussions, I know Kenny wanted that question answered yesterday, but my answer is like, look, it doesn't matter what I want. That's not what they're going to do. Like the Kings aren't going to blow it up, and at least not that I see. They're just not going to take the necessary steps to go backwards so far.
But it's a hypothetical to fan that's saying they should do this.
Yeah. I get that.
Okay, what would that look like? And I would way rather the Kings try and tinker with what they have and figure this out and stay competitive than, I mean, obviously I don't want them to roll forward with this roster. They're going to have to do some different stuff. But I would so much rather try and tinker and find like the right pieces and maybe hit on a second round pick. Maybe it's Isaac Jones. Maybe it's Isaiah Crawford. Maybe it's I don't know.
Maybe Devin Carter just becomes a ball player.
Yep. And you just find that one thing that, okay, hey, all of a sudden this is a playoff team. I'd way rather try that than be where the Hornets are, losing by 131 points in 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like to cover that stuff is just horrible. Like I've covered really, really bad seasons in Sacramento. I missed the 17 win season. That was the 09 draft when they should have had the top pick with Blake Griffin, and they fell to number 4. 3 teams jumped them to move into the top 3 spots, and they ended up with the 4th pick. The next year, they were the second worst team. 3 teams jumped them again, and they jumped them and the worst place team. So they drafted 5th where they got Cousins. So like there's all of these points where being bad doesn't like it's really tough to be so bad that you're gonna guarantee like a top 4 pick. You can't. Like there's always somebody who moves up, and some drafts at the number 4 pick or number 3 pick can help you. Other drafts they can't. Like again, like the Keegan Murray draft is another. Like the Kings moved up to get to number 4 to get Keegan. Like that, sure, that's great. You moved up and all that stuff, but you can't bank on being bad and getting the picks that you need. And to be that bad, you have to be horrible. You have to be this bad. You have to be 14 win bad. And even still, the Kings play the Pelicans a couple of times. They're a 13, 14 win team. This is a 14 win team. Washington's a 10 win team or 9 win team. Like there are a bunch of teams that are just like, oh no, we don't want to be good at all.
The Raptors are 18-40 and are very likely not going to finish as one of the worst 4 teams in the league.
Nope. But you hope that.
Okay, 18. Did the Hornets get to 18 wins?
No. Oh, okay.
They're 14-43,
no.
so they got 25 games left.
Well, they might have to play the Wizards a couple more times, so maybe that's a possibility. But it just depends on who they play down the stretch.
Take a peek. Oh, they got Washington coming up March 1st. They've got New Orleans. They've got the Raptors.
Okay.
In Toronto, Atlanta.
So we're saying there's a chance. Atlanta is bad as well, but they of course got off to a late start, and they can't tank. I mean, they can tank, but it doesn't matter if they tank because they don't have their pick.
They have the Bulls on their schedule. They finished with 2 games against Boston.
Oof.
The Hornets do.
I haven't even looked to see how bad the Bulls have been since their trades.
Probably not great. I haven't looked either.
Yeah, I'm guessing not great. Let's see, where are we at?
Since February 5th, they're 1-7. 1-6 since February 5th.
Yeah. So bad.
And they're just getting smoked. It's been a little better since the All-Star
break. Then they just punked Philadelphia 142-110.
Yeah. Oof. Philly stinks too. Oof.
Yeah, there are a lot of bad teams in the NBA right now.
So many. And the Kings, Don't play any of them down the stretch.
Yeah.
That's not true. They play Utah tonight. They've got a few other quote unquote easy games on the schedule. And we'll talk about those coming up in a few minutes as we start to dive into the Kings Jazz game tonight. He's James Hammond, Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil's hanging out with us. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The 49ers announced some coaching staff changes yesterday. Clay Kubiak officially hired as the OC.
Oh,
It's big time for Clay.
does it mean anything?
No,
Probably not.
not for the 49ers. Like it's not, he's not going to have play calling duties. This is a title change that comes with a raise and may put him on teams' radar for head coaching positions. But Kyle Shanahan literally said his job's not going to change.
Okay.
So it's for our purposes, it's a title change.
Yep.
If their offense struggles, I'm not going to be like, the Clay Kubiak offense
It's all
stinks.
Clay Kubiak's
Yeah,
fault.
no, they're trying to pay him some more money. Brian Greasy very quietly stepped away from football. It sounds like.
Okay.
They just announced yesterday. Yeah, Mick Lombardi, former Raiders OC, is the quarterback's coach now. All right.
All right.
Interested to see how that goes. That might actually matter. Brian Greasy's been the only quarterback's coach Brock Purdy's had. So that'll be a little bit of an adjustment. I'm not going to go through all the coaching staff changes because most of them don't matter. John Lynch's kid, Jake, is a defensive quality control guy now.
Oh.
As the 49ers continue to not beat the nepotism allegations. And then Leonard Hankerson, just a name to watch, just a name to keep an eye on. Started in 2021 as an offensive quality control coach, immediately got bumped up to wide receivers coach. He was, of course, an NFL wide receiver for a long time. He became the wide receivers coach in 2022, and then he was promoted to wide receivers and passing game coordinator yesterday.
Okay.
So just a name to keep an eye on as the 49ers start losing coaches here. It wouldn't shock me at all if over the next couple of years he's an OC or a head coach somewhere.
In all honesty, the one area that they've done a really nice job is developing wide receivers.
Yeah.
Whether it's Jennings, Ayuk,
Sure.
Debo. Yeah.
Not Ronnie Bell.
True that. Not Danny Gray.
No. Tough scene for our guys. Salute to Danny Gray, Super Bowl champion. But yeah, so I don't, nothing earth shattering yesterday. One of the things Kyle Shanahan has done a really good job of in his tenure is hiring coaches, though. They've had a lot of coaches leave and they've maintained a really good coaching staff. So aside from a couple of missteps at defensive coordinator over the last couple of years, or specifically last year,
Special teams.
Yeah, I guess. And a special teams coordinator.
Yeah.
They've done a nice job and hired a bunch of new coaches yesterday. So, that's all I got on the Niners today.
Okay.
We got free agency coming up in a couple of weeks in the draft. We'll hit all that when the real stuff starts to happen. All right. Speaking of real stuff happening, the Kings for real play the Utah Jazz tonight in Utah. We'll dive into that game. It is an easy game from a record standpoint, but one of very few left on the schedule. We'll tell you why it's important next. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Joe Brazil's here as well. Joe, hit the button.
You don't have a read, right?
Nope, not till next.
I'll be right back. I gotta blow my nose.
That's a great question. Hey, Joe, tell Mike we'll get to his call for sure. What up, gang? What happened? Oh, not me, Kyle.
Okay, would you trade Lyles and DeMar for Embiid?
No.
No.
I want nothing to do with Joel Embiid.
I like Joel Embiid. I always have.
Bro, no, it's fine. I know it's not what's up, Michigan? Yeah, no, that's par for the course. Sorry, bro. No, it's not anything against him. He's obviously an awesome player, but he's making $1 bajillion.
Yeah, he makes a lot of money.
And he's going to play 20 games a year. Like, I just don't want to take that risk. I don't want to
You're
take
right.
that gamble.
You're not wrong. I agree. I mean, I don't know though. I saw someone say Isaac Jones, who they wouldn't even do that. I mean, I get it. He makes a ton of money, but I'm on Embiid's side. I think he's a great player
He
if
is.
he can get out on the court, obviously.
Yeah, but he can't.
He can't though. I can't
he's getting
argue
old.
with that.
He's getting older.
It is true.
The fact that they didn't just use this year to reset, get him surgery or whatever he needed on his knee, and then fired up again next year is just insane to me. He has played since the start of last season 58 games. Joel Embiid. And he's probably done for this year, which means over 2 years he did not reach the 65 game threshold.
Combined.
He's reached that threshold. By the way, if Joel Embiid in his entire career if they had the 65 game threshold that entire time, he would have an MVP and 2 All-NBA teams. And that's it.
Oh.
I'm a little biased. I'm not gonna lie. The 1 year I drafted him in fantasy, he did amazing, and I got a lot of pushback for that when I drafted him, and it paid off. But
yeah, man, 31 and 12 and 4 with a block and a half a game, and then 33 10 and 4 with almost 2 blocks a game. Yeah, man, he's awesome. I want no parts of a guy making that much money who's going to play 50 games for me. Maybe, if I'm lucky. Nothing against Joel, the player, though. Really good player. I love Mitch so much. Why would Minnesota want DeMar DeRozan?
I think DeMar is movable.
I'd rather have Embiid, honestly, lazy.
Then who?
Zion.
Ooh.
It's a good question.
Which one?
Would you rather have Zion or Embiid? I think I'd probably take Zion just because he's younger.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense.
Joel Embiid turns 31 in 3 weeks.
That's okay. I get it. And he also has a ton of problems off the court, like getting on the court, but that's not that old. I mean, that's still pretty young, honestly.
Not in his body.
It's true. For him, that's probably getting up there.
He's 31 going on 80. They've also tried to, I still can't get over, they tried to make him big fella. I still need to hit my guy from Stathead to figure out.
After converting Jalen Clark, the Minnesota Timberwolves plan to sign free agent guard Bones Highland to a 2-way deal.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Kings Jazz tonight. I almost said Golden One Center. That's not the case. They're in Utah at the Utah Arena.
Is it Vivint?
Sure.
I think it is.
You can tell me anything about the city of Utah or the state of Utah, and I'll believe you.
I've told you, like, that is the worst flight to go in. Like, if you're going into major cities, like Utah is it's really high in elevation, and the plane,
The Delta Center.
it has a super quick like descent, so you feel like you're like on a sled, like flying down a hill.
That.
It's a little sketch.
Hate that a lot. No, look, man, this is another, and I know that, I mean, this is going to be the theme of the year. Every game's going to be big for the Kings down the stretch, but the Jazz are 14-43. This is one of the 5 easiest games left on your schedule. And they're all NBA games. You got to play hard. I get it. We'll have keys to victory and stuff. But they have Utah, a 14-win team. You also have Chicago, which is what are they at? 23 wins, I think?
They're 23, but since the trade deadline, they've lost 6 out of 7, right?
They're 23 and going the wrong direction. Sounds like me. The Portland Trailblazers,
Okay.
who've been playing better of late, but
You still have, they beat the Kings.
they're 25-33. You play them in a couple of weeks. Maybe they'll pull the plug by then. Who knows?
You have
But I'm
one
gonna
more
call-
game against Charlotte, too.
You have one more game against Charlotte and one more game against Washington.
Okay.
Those are both later in the year. If you win those 5 games, Utah and then the 4 we just named, you need to go, and 45 wins is kind of the number we circled. You would need to go 11-9 in your other 20. You need to go 2 games over 500 in your other 20 games to get to the 45 win mark.
Okay.
Which is, again, not easy. Not saying I would put my life savings on it, but that's doable. That's not something insane where you got to go 15-5 during the hardest stretch of your schedule.
Yeah, I would say like 500 during that stretch, maybe even a game or two under 500 is more realistic.
Mm-hmm.
So, you hope that they could get 5, 6, 7 games over 500 by the end of the season, but it's not simple.
Sure.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to wait and see what this team looks like, how they respond. But these are games like tonight. I look at the game against Utah as more of a practice than anything else. Like the Kings need to look at these games as opportunities to get a rhythm, to build chemistry, to get the guys on the court that are going to be on the court, to not worry about who is out there for the other team, because most of their guys aren't going to be out there, and just play the game the right way, play with the same energy that you played with when you beat up on Charlotte. Like these are things that they've got to figure out like right now, because you're not going to have a bunch of days off from here on out. You've got to take advantage of like almost practice time when you get it. And that's, again, if you look at the way they handled their business against Charlotte, that's what we saw. We saw a team that figured out how to like put the hammer down on somebody and run. And that's, again, what the Jazz, they're a team that is not looking to win at all.
Yeah, and that shows up on the injury report. The injury report not brought to you by anybody right now, but the Kings, Keon Ellis is still questionable.
Yep, questionable with the right ankle sprain.
Yeah, that he suffered in their last game. The Jazz, here's who's not playing. Well, Walker Kessler is questionable.
He is going to play now. We know that Andy Larson just tweeted out that he is going to play tonight.
All right, well, that changes everything.
Okay.
John Collins.
Yep.
Out. Lauri Markkanen. Out. Colin Sexton. Out. And then Taylor Hendricks, of course, busted up his leg. He's been out.
He's done for the year.
So that's what, 3 of the Jazz 4 best players all out?
It certainly is like all of their scoring. It's their top 3 scorers. John Collins, well, I mean, it goes Markkanen at 19.3, John Collins at 18.4, Colin Sexton 18.3 points per game. Keontae George is going to play, and he's developing very quickly, and so that's good. He's at 16.9 points per game. You got Jordan Clarkson, who
is he going to play?
He can still bust you up. Yeah, he's averaging 17 points a game. Jordan Clarkson is one of those dudes who will score forever.
Yep, he can play until he's 50.
Yep,
he's going to get buckets. Just the new Jamal Crawford. Yeah, man. Look, you say that the Jazz are trying to not win, and I think the organizationally that's true. And I think that's why you see the injury report look the way it does. On the other hand, the guys who are playing are going to try and win, and that's why this is a game where you say you hope you treat it like a practice. Well, you can't quite do that. You have to go try and win the damn game.
Oh no! First and foremost, you gotta win the game. But
yes.
But I also think that the resistance that you're going to get from this team is not going to be great.
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite Charlotte-ish, but I think it's going to be similar. Because I just think the Jazz have overall better players than Charlotte does, even with all the guys they have out. But in this spot, I think you could treat it like a practice once you're up 20. But you need to go in and you need to do whatever you have to do to reach that point first. Because the win against Charlotte was great, but I'm not at the point yet where I'm just fully on board. Like, oh yeah, the Kings are going to go in and take care of business. I don't know that.
Oh no, I'm with you.
I don't know that they're not going to go in and be in a dogfight in the fourth quarter here.
I think we don't have the trust in this team yet.
Correct.
That they're going to go in there.
I have no reason to. I have 52 games. No, more than that.
Yeah.
55 games.
I will say this though, they are
7?
16-2 under Doug Christie. I mean 16-10 under Doug Christie.
Mm-hmm.
They have shown an ability to take care of business, except for the game right before the All-Star break with New Orleans. They did not play well at all against Golden State, but I think overall the vibe of this team is trending upwards,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a good thing. Like like we've talked about their talent, they have talent. It's just whether or not they have enough time to piece all of it together, build continuity, build chemistry, and sort of get enough time in the pot to simmer. And I just don't know that they have that time, especially with the way their schedule lays out.
Imagining it's going to be the usual suspects in the starting five for the Kings: Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis. You want to take a crack at the Jazz starting lineup?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
We got Isaiah Collier.
Good player. I like Isaiah Collier.
Yep. Johnny Juzang started last time. Bryce Sensabaugh.
Utah likes him.
And then they have KJ Martin and Kyle Filipowski, who are basically one of those guys I think will start alongside Walker Kessler.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go Filipowski starts,
Okay.
but I think KJ Martin plays plenty. They also, they're coming off the bench with a lot of firepower,
Mm-hmm.
and that's going to be an issue that the Kings have to deal with. If we look at this lineup,
Especially if Keon's out.
Yeah. So, and I would say, like, look, if you're going to sit Keon a game,
Mm-hmm.
it would probably be this game with more difficult matchups
Sure.
coming up. But Keontae George averages 16.7 and 16.9, and Jordan Clarkson is 17. They're both coming off the bench.
Yeah.
I mean, the Kings don't have, 34 points a game coming off the bench.
Can I accept, well, two things. One, KJ Martin is a player he's 24 years old. He has done nothing in the NBA to warrant how high I am on him.
Yeah.
And I'm just he's forever. As long as KJ Martin is in the league, I'm gonna be like, hey man, team should go get KJ Martin.
Yeah.
I like KJ Martin. He'll be 30, averaging 6 points a game for his career. And I'm gonna be like, hey, I think there's something there.
Still a ball player. You know what, though? There are players out there that like KJ Martin, like Jake LaRavia, that can go out on the court and have a huge impact on a game without actually, scoring a bunch of points and doing things that like show up on the box score.
Yeah. Averaged 13, 5.5, and 1.5 for the Rockets in 22-23.
Okay.
Shout out to KJ Martin. Shot 31.5% from three. Look, man, if the Kings lose this game, you know what? I'm going to put a pin in that. We'll put a pin in that. Matchup of the game, real quick.
I have the Kings versus the Tank.
Sure. Why not?
Because playing a team that you, like, half the players are just not playing, it isn't always easy. Because you're like, oh, man, we know how to gear up for John Collins. We know how to gear up for Lauri Markkanen. Colin Sexton, we know what he brings.
Mm-hmm.
When all those guys are gone and you're playing against the Tank, like, it's very difficult. Like, what exactly do I expect from Bryce Sensabaugh tonight? And that's what as a team, you've got to walk in, like, expecting the unexpected.
Yep. Can't throw your jersey on the court and necessarily expect to win. We'll have keys to the game coming up in a bit. I'm Kyle. He's James. Should be another proverbial layup for tonight for the Kings. At least you hope. We'll have your keys to victory coming up in a bit here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, I have a read here. I got it. Hey, big news. I won on Underdog last night. I got a W. I'd lost 6 lineups in a row on Underdog Daily Fantasy, but I was back in the saddle last night. Luka Doncic got that triple-double for me. Underdog helped your boy out and gave me basically a free lineup or a free stat. Kyrie Irving to score more than 0 points.
Oh,
If Kyrie Irving scored 1 point, that was going to be a winner for me. Luka got that triple double. I got 2 out of 3. I did a flex play, so I can get 2 out of 3 and still win some money. The Max Christie, higher than 17.5 points, rebounds, assists, finished with 17. Had 2 good looks at the end of the game. Didn't hit either of them. So 2 out of 3, not a 3 out of 3, but I'm still a winner. And you can be too. Underdogs pick'em game, super easy. Higher or lower on at least 2 player stats, points, assists, rebounds, triple doubles, double doubles. They have first quarter stats, first half stats. It is a smorgasbord of potential lineups on Underdog, and there's no better time to do it than basketball season. But of course, with baseball season coming up, the hockey playoffs coming up, you can create entries with like 5 different sports. That's what I'm going to be doing. That's my favorite part about Underdog, and I would love for you to join me. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using the promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-8778-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. My man. Sorry about that. Scoop. You know? Thank you. Thank you, man.
my oldest came
It's
down
not,
with me
it's
today.
not bets, it's daily fantasy. Is he here?
Yeah.
Oh. He's
He's-
sitting in the car?
He had to go to Sierra, and then
Oh, I
he's back here now. He is. He just texted me, "Hey, is there a restroom?" I'm
I
like,
can let him in.
Yeah, tell him there's a restroom first floor. Don't come to the second floor.
yeah. Let me see if he wants to come in yet. See if he wants to come in.
Is he at the door?
Let me call him. How much time do we have?
30 seconds. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon, and then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC. That's James. I'm Kyle. The Kings and Jazz play tonight. Look, here's the deal, man. I'm obviously in the start Keon Ellis camp.
Of course.
And I'm still here despite a recent win. I'm very much still here. If Keon Ellis doesn't play tonight and the Kings lose, I'm going to be on here for 2 hours tomorrow on this show, on this station, talking about how Keon Ellis needs to start. And there would be no better evidence of that than if the Kings lose tonight and Keon Ellis is out.
I mean, I get it, and
confirming my priors, bro.
I am super pro Keon, and I just like look at the reality of the situation, and I know people like I was the guy who was saying coming out of training camp, I'm starting Keon, right, the whole time.
Yeah,
like, I definitely believe in Keon Ellis as an NBA player and as a guy that I would start, right? But at the same time, you're always it's more complex than that. It always is.
Sure.
And so I agree with you. I hope he does play. And that I hope that he gets right back out there and looks,
1,000%.
like the player that he is.
Yep.
But at the same time, like, I just don't know how you press the button to start him at this point. And I think they're doing the best they can, subbing in 4 minutes into the game and stuff like that. But but also, if he doesn't play tonight, I expect to see a lot more Markelle Fultz, who, like, shockingly has been a ball player.
Yeah, he's a hooper.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he can hold his own on the defensive end, and he's active. He's turning the ball over too much, clearly.
Yeah.
But that's just like trying to get used to his teammates and trying to get comfortable after missing 9 months of basketball.
I'm really surprised after watching Markelle Fultz play whatever it's been, 20 minutes. It's more than 20, but less than a game's worth of minutes. How many total minutes has he played?
I'm gonna guess it's in the 30s. 28 total minutes.
Okay, so obviously small sample.
Uh-huh.
But he couldn't get a call. He couldn't be on a roster to start the year.
No, he's said repeatedly that he didn't want to go play for a team until he was 100% healthy and 100% ready to return.
Huh. Interesting.
So I think he would have been able to play before this point, but this was the moment where it just, like, everything made sense for him. This guy's had massive shoulder problems. He had an ACL tear. Like, there are a lot of things that have happened to him as a player over the last couple of years. Well, since he came in the league in 2017. Hasn't been easy.
Let's get to keys to a Kings victory tonight. Should be an easy one. James Ham, your first key. Oh, nope, my buttons don't work. Joe, do you have the ding pause in there? Do you have that button?
No.
It might. Hang on. I might be able to do this. Hang on. Hey, there it is. That'll play. All right. That's the first. James, you do
this. Do it again.
Oh, I know why. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're good now.
Show that you're learning to smack around bad teams. Just straight up. This isn't a good team. It's not a team that you have, like, if you were to lose this game, what it would mean for the rest of your schedule is just so hideous.
Yep.
And, sure, you can still make the play in if you lose this game, but you're just making life so difficult on yourself. So I think that the Kings need to show that they've learned that games against teams with 13 or 14 wins, they're easy wins. You need to go and take care of business and demoralize them and win by 40.
Yep.
That's what good teams do.
That's it, man. And like you said, if they lose tonight, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, they're not going to make the play. It's not that. But it would be just such a massive step back from a momentum standpoint and from they're building something standpoint. I would, I'm with you, man. You got to go, turn their last win into some consistency. Number one for me, arrive safely to the arena. Make sure everybody get there on time, hydrate, get a good warm up in, get a little lather going before the game starts. So as long as everybody pulls up to the arena, that's a big one for me. Number two.
I same thing I said earlier. Use this game as practice. Like, honestly, this is a game where, when you're trying to get practices in, it's very difficult, but you need to run your play sets, and then you need to add in a couple of ingredients to your play sets. And you should be able to do that against a team like this. You should be able to, again, they're just like moving targets on the court. You need to use this game as an opportunity to work on your zone defense, as your opportunity to work on switching, to work on some of the nuances of the game that you just haven't got down with a new group of players yet. And I think the Kings can do that in this game.
Yeah, just putting more good stuff on tape.
Mhm.
I think that's big, and doing it like you said in a game setting and not just a practice setting. For me, number 2, find the hot hand. Whether it's Zach LaVine, whether it's DeMar DeRozan or Malik Monk or otherwise, whoever's hot, just continue to get them the basketball. Don't go, oh, that player's hot, now I need to get hot today. Nope, just run your offense, get it to Domas, let him run around, find the hot hand. And whoever it is that's going to score 30 plus, let him go be that guy.
Yeah, I really like the way that they allowed Zach to be that guy in the last game. I liked how they allowed Keon to be that guy a couple of games ago when he went, 10 of 14 from the field or whatever. The same thing with DeMar. DeMar got hot, 42 points. Like, keep feeding him.
Yep.
Like, figure out who it is. And then the rest of the guys, like, play to your strengths. Like, try to be a good teammate and try to support the guys.
Yep, that's it. Number 3.
I think we need to see Sabonis eat. This is for me,
like pregame,
in game. Over his last 10 games, actually, is over his last 11 games. Sabonis is averaging 16 points. He's at 14.3 rebounds. He's at 5.6 assists. But he's only shooting 54.8 from the field. He's only shooting 29.2 from 3. I just feel like he's been left out a little bit, and this is a game where you should be able to attack a guy like Walker Kessler. Sabonis has beat him up quite a few times. Like, let Sabonis get rolling as well, because if you want him to be your offensive hub, he also should have a seat at the table. He needs to be a guy who gets 20, 24 points in a game like this and sort of, kind of gets his momentum back as a player. And it's something that I don't think we've seen for a couple of weeks with him.
I think the best version of the Kings right now is one where he has the ball in his hands a lot.
Yes.
Number 3 for me. Hold on to the basketball. Stop giving the basketball away.
Yeah.
You won by 42 the other night with 18 turnovers. I would like to see that number down around like 10, 11, something like that.
Yeah.
That's going to be such a huge step. If you're going to go in and you can get away with beating the Hornets with 18 turnovers. You can do that against the Jazz. You can probably get away with 18 turnovers. It'd probably make the game a little more tough, because I think, like I said, Utah's overall more talented than Charlotte. But you're not going to beat Houston with 18 turnovers. You're not going to beat some of these tougher teams down the stretch with that many giveaways. So I'd like to see that problem become less of a problem, and let it start tonight in Utah.
Yeah, I think that's such a good point, Kyle, because when you look at this team, like, they don't take it serious enough.
It doesn't seem like it.
They don't
very
respect
low urgency.
Yeah, they don't respect the ball. And it's something that I know infuriates Doug, that they act this way. But we talked about the one game that they've had over the last 2 weeks where they barely turned the ball over. They had 11 turnovers. They had 10 in the first half, and Doug Christie had called multiple timeouts and just ripped them in the first half because they just kept turning the ball over. They stopped. They showed you they could do it. They had one turnover in the second half. Now this is a point where to say, look, let's be adults.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Like, be the adult in the room, take care of business, handle, make good passes, and just play the game the right way, and good things will happen.
Yep. 1,000%. I don't think I need to see the Kings blow out the Jazz tonight. It'd be nice. But I think, what do we say the spread was? 9.5 points?
Yep, 9.5.
Can you just cover? Win by 10 and just control the game? That's going to matter more to me than the final score. Just whether you win by 40 or you win by 9, can you just control the game? Keep the worst team at arm's length, and maybe they try really hard, and maybe they knock down a bunch of shots, and you know what? You let him shoot 43% from three. But I just want to see the Kings overall control the game more than I want to see them win by 40.
Yeah, and I would say this is a team that, of all the bad teams that are left on your schedule, this is a team that actually has snuck up and beat some people. They beat Orlando. They beat Golden State.
Beat the Lakers.
They beat the Lakers. They beat the Houston Rockets. These are all in the last, 10, 15 games.
Yeah.
Like, they can beat somebody. And if you let them hang around, they can shock you. Now, I'd have to look and see how many of those games Lauri Markkanen, John Collins, Colin Sexton's played in.
Yeah.
But like at the end of the day, this is not a good team, and you should go in there and beat them by 18 or by 20. And that, to me, would be the minimum, like 18, 20-point win, not like a smackdown 30-something point win. Because when we expect that, then that doesn't happen.
Sure.
But certainly
it doesn't happen a lot in the NBA in general.
Yeah, certainly maybe even like 16 to 20-point win, a win that's super comfortable, and that we get to see Markelle Fultz play a whole bunch of minutes down the stretch, just because, you need him to get on the court and play more basketball, just like you need some of these other guys to learn how to play together.
All right, that's James. I'm Kyle. We'll take a look at all the happenings from tonight's Kings Jazz game tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on the Insiders on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento's sports leader. Speaking of basketball, a legend is retiring. Diana Taurasi, at age 42, is finally hanging up her sneakers. 6-time Olympic gold medalist.
That's wild.
Insane. 3-time WNBA champ. She was an NCAA champion 3 times. The all-time leading scorer in women's basketball. She is the person that, and I'm sure that there are people who follow women's basketball and have followed women's basketball for a lot longer and a lot deeper than I have, who would disagree with this, and I will defer to those people. But Diana Taurasi, for me personally, is the person who is just synonymous with women's basketball.
Oh, yeah.
Like, she is just, for as long as women's hoops has been something that I cognizantly remember, Diana Taurasi has just been it.
See, I think it's in your lifetime for sure, like in your sports watching lifetime. Before that, it was like Cheryl Miller and Nancy Lieberman, right? Those were like the big names. And then we get to another era where like the Houston Comets were just so incredibly good with Cheryl Swoops. They had Cynthia Cooper, they had Tina Thompson, they had other stars as well. But Cheryl Swoops is one of those people. I think it was partially just because her name sounded cool.
It's a great name.
And yeah,
elite name.
Yeah. And so as basketball is taking off, these are some of the faces of like the women's game. But for me, you're probably right. Diana Taurasi is the one that's been so consistently incredible throughout her 20 plus years in the league. Yeah. And we're talking about someone who's done everything imaginable. And, I think she probably heard a little bit too much this year about her unwillingness to sort of like hand off the game to the next generation. But still, this is like just an unbelievable basketball player.
She was the rookie of the year and in top 3 in MVP voting in 2004. And for the next 8 seasons was top 10 in the MVP voting, including 1 win. Then she took a season where she only played 8 games. Top 6, top 2 MVP finish. Then she was paid by a Russian Premier League team to not play in the WNBA. That's according to Basketball Reference.
Okay.
Top 10 MVP finish, top 12 MVP finish, top 5 MVP finish.
She's a 5-time scoring champ, 14-time All-NBA player.
Good Lord, man.
2-time final MVP.
Icon. Absolute legend. Salute to Diana Taurasi, finally retiring at the age of 42, a 6-time gold medalist, 3-time WNBA champion, 3-time NCAA champion, and the all-time scoring leader in the WNBA. All right. We're going to redefine now, or not redefine, but try and figure out where we're at with our expectations for the Kings and what is the new definition for success this year. Because we keep talking about playoffs or play-in. So where exactly are we going to be happy if they land? Like, what's the minimum?
Okay.
We'll find that out next. He's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center. Thanks.
King Voss, this doesn't hurt her legacy. WNBA players make nothing. They don't make a ton of money. And so a lot of them, like historically, have played all over in Europe, where they make just way more money than they do here. And so like having somebody get paid to not come back and play for a year, that's okay. I don't think it diminishes her legacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same.
Russ Dog is back. There we go. Yeah, I think Katie was a solid rotational player. Katie was like a dirty work, big, pointy elbows. I would not want to play basketball against Katie Christensen. Nope. And hey, reminder, her husband is on Survivor starting tonight.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Joe Hunter. Firefighter Joe on Survivor tonight. It's the first episode.
You're a big Survivor guy, right?
I am a big Survivor guy. I ran into Joe the other night and talked to him just for a sec. Yeah, Tony, good comp. Katie was like Scott Pollard. I don't know if she was Walker Kessler. Walker Kessler's a big-time shot blocker.
Yeah, he came back to find out that he didn't get the belt. That's tough. Tough for a guy, Russ Dog.
It's funny because I was literally thinking this exact same thing. I wanted to say that. That's funny.
I'm gonna
Today it would be Kenny, but
I have never seen Katie Christensen play basketball.
I've seen tape of her play basketball. You've never watched?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
My inclination is to always lean toward the professional athlete. But I genuinely have no idea.
Yeah. She was a bruiser. I mean, average 3.2 points, 2.6 rebounds for her career. I think she was really good at Santa Barbara, UCSB. And it's just really, really difficult to make the WNBA now.
Facts.
Okay. Right over there.
I meant to do this last break and then realized there was like 8 seconds left.
Yeah, I think I had like a slight allergic reaction to my coffee this morning. Like that's the only thing out of my routine that I did today. What's going on, everybody?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
So, what's the new... I shouldn't say new. Going into this year, everybody had their own expectations for what the Kings were going to do.
Uh-huh.
I circled 51 wins. I said that's the number. I think they're going to make the playoffs, and where they wind up is going to be matchup dependent. So I didn't put anything on playoff series, but I said I think they'll comfortably make the playoffs. It's obviously I don't think going to happen. Maybe they still make the top 6. It's not going to be comfortably though. So, what's your new definition of success for the Kings this year?
I mean, I think it's such a difficult question because what is that? What are we looking for here? Because if definition of success is that people keep their jobs, is a definition of success that someone did enough to earn a full-time job, as opposed to interim and Doug Christie. I don't know. I mean, like, look, I think the expectations from ownership is still like first round of the playoffs, at least at a minimum. I don't know if that's realistic, but that's what I expect that their idea would be, that they went out and there was talent added to this roster and that talent should equate to more wins and all that stuff. But that's not the way the game of basketball typically works. And sometimes you find some sort of, like chemistry, like automatically. And I know like the instant idea here is that they make the playoffs, right? I think the Kings would love to make the 6th seed so they're in the playoffs. They'd love to be the 7th seed so they only need to win one play-in game in order to make the playoffs. But like that is so far away from who they are today. And so we need to see like what team shows up for the next 25 games before we start. Like, I just don't know. Like I've always said this, like in the past, like when.
All right, let me pause you.
Okay.
Let me try and frame this differently. What would the Kings need to do for you, James Ham, at the end of the year to be like, hey, you know what? Good year.
They would have to make the playoffs.
As a top 6 team, or
they'd have to just make the playoffs.
Just
not the play-in. The play-in
Just,
isn't the playoffs.
Right. Okay. So they'd have to be one of the final 8 teams playing in the West.
Yeah, I mean that's how I would define success because of where they started. But at the same time, I don't expect that. So I think the expectations versus like what is like the reason why I don't expect that is not because I think one player is horrible or this or that. I just think it's really, really difficult to fire a coach mid-season, to trade your best player mid-season, and then to just act like, oh, it's just basketball. Go out there and play. Go out there and play with a brand new head coach who's never coached in the league before as an NBA head coach. Go out there and play with 3 or 4 new rotational at this point, rotational players that have never played with this group before. And in a super small window with very little practice time and like, hey, roll the ball out there. We expect this. I don't have expectations in that situation. I think when you blow up a team at the All-Star break or at the trade deadline or in the last week of December, when you blow up a team, your expectations for that season should be gone. Like this season should never be an expectation that I'm going to fire Coach A and Coach B is going to step in and win the room and we're going to win all the rest of our games.
Yeah. So the way I guess I kind of view this, and that's I phrased this incorrectly when I wrote it down, but the expectation once you fire your coach and you trade your best player, like the season's a disaster. It's going to be really difficult to come out of this year where we're going, hey, feeling great about where the Kings are at. Even if they make the playoffs, let's say they're the 8th seed and they just get housed in the first round by OKC. It's going to be really difficult to be like, yeah, hey, but made the playoffs. Here we go. Because it just kind of is what it is now. If they make the postseason, it's going to be because of maybe they get up to the 7 or 8 seed and they got a home play-in game and they beat Minnesota.
Okay.
And hey, look, they're the 7 seed and they got beat by Denver in the first round or Memphis or whoever. I don't think we're going to be sitting here going, wow, what a year. What a magical year. Like for that to happen, you got to go to the conference finals or better for us to be like, oh, wow.
Yeah. And I think like we keep changing the idea of what this, and that's why it's such a complex question, right? So if let's just say somehow the Kings do make the 7th spot, right?
Okay.
And they're the 7th spot in the playoffs, and they go up against Memphis in the first round, and they find a way to beat Memphis. Now I'm looking at them in a different way, and I'm saying, okay, you had 25 games, or you had 35 games together, 32 games, whatever it might be, to like figure out who you are as a team, to get better, to like make a move. And you made that move, and you started to grow, and you started to show me that, maybe this isn't doom and gloom. Maybe that next season you again tweak the roster some, and you find some more pieces, and you've got first round draft picks that you can go trade or whatever. Like there's a way out of the situation that you're in. But the way you get to that point is for, like, realistically, it's for Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine to develop into a duo that we all, have faith that they can go out and win 50 plus games in a season. That's not out of the realm of possibility. Now you're going to have to put the right pieces around those guys in order for that to happen. But that's where I think you can reset and show that, hey, there is a pathway forward. And so it becomes that, hey, though you have right now, I think everyone looks at this and goes, man, well, at least someone like me, and you have 2 years and $95 million owed to Zach Randolph. If I can get to a point where it's like,
wait, say that one more time.
You have 2 years and $95 million owed to Zach LaVine after this year.
Okay.
Not Randolph. My bad. Zach LaVine.
I thought
right?
maybe I missed something and you were talking about. Okay. Got it.
No, if we get to a point where it's like, hey, can you extend LaVine? Can you get LaVine? Now, if they just do something crazy, like walk into this summer and give Zach LaVine a 3-year extension, if it's based off of his 49 million and he's making 56 and 60 and 64, whatever, like I won't have any faith that this thing is going the right direction at all. You have to prove that this tandem of Sabonis and LaVine can be something that can be a playoff caliber, group that you can build around. That's where I think maybe even more than like the success or failure of this year, it would be that you could create a window in which something could happen that was good for this franchise moving forward, where they still have the building blocks. Because if we're going to say that last year, coming into this season, the building blocks are Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox, and we feel comfortable with those two that are a potential 50-win team, right? Now you got to put the pieces around them. I don't think that the franchise did the right things to put the pieces around these guys at all. Like I do not believe that this was a well-constructed roster from the opening tip of the season. It just wasn't, right? But if you can build that team around Domas and LaVine, there isn't just this massive like chasm in talent between De'Aaron Fox and Zach Randolph. Like, so show me that this is a group that you can build around, and then that whatever has happened in Zach LaVine's past, and just like whatever happened in Domantas Sabonis' past, that's something else, and this is something new and something different, and you can build around it. Then I would feel a lot better about next season, the season after that, season after that. But they have to show that first. This isn't just like, hey, Jimmy Butler gets traded to the Golden State Warriors and they give him a 3-year extension, and everyone in the league is like, what or 2 years or whatever it was. They gave him some ungodly money that everyone in the league is like, holy cow, you're paying that guy that much at 39 years old. Like, that was a random, like, the Kings aren't in that position, and they shouldn't feel like they're in a position where they have to extend Zach LaVine this summer or anything else, unless it's for, he opts out of the final year of his deal and you give him a contract that's like a 3-year, 120.
Sure.
Not a 3-year, $180 million, $200 million, like your franchise is basically wrapped up all into one player type deal.
Yeah. Okay.
I took it a different way, because that's where I'm looking at this and I'm like, there's a lot of different, like, what is success? Like, success is what do you look like moving forward? Did you just take like such a huge step back with your franchise build that you can't get out of it for the next 2 years? I mean,
so in that event, then there's basically nothing that can happen in your mind outside of winning a championship that would make this year one where you James come out of it like, hey, you know what? Really good year. That was a good year for the Kings.
No. I wouldn't say that at all, because I even more than the wins and losses, I need to see that they have something moving forward.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
And that something moving forward doesn't mean that it's a second round or a third round of the playoffs type deal. I need to know that all of a sudden we're seeing things on the court that you go, oh, I get the vision, and I can see how this team can succeed. Right?
Sure.
That's a lot different. It's
so
almost
okay. Let me phrase it. Let me frame it this way. They go to the first round against Oklahoma City, and they lose in 5 games, but Zach LaVine and Domas really clicked, and LaVine averaged 27, 5, and 7.
okay.
It's just picking numbers. And they run the offense through Domas, and it's looked like the Domas LaVine pick and roll looks really good, and okay, but they lost in the first round. You would take that over, and don't get caught up in my specifics. Just Zach LaVine looks like a player who can take them, carry them moving forward. You would take that over. Okay, they go to the first round against Memphis, and DeMar DeRozan just went crazy for a series, and they went to the second round and then got mollywopped in the second round. And Zach LaVine was just kind of and Domas was just kind of
Yeah, I probably would, because I would know that there was a pathway forward.
Sure.
And that's the biggest thing, because like, look, there are so many people out there that just want this thing to be torn down completely. And I would like to see a situation where Domantas Sabonis wants to be here long-term, where Zach LaVine fits, and that combination of players gives you some hope that they can be something over the next 5 years. Right. Like the window with DeMar DeRozan, it is what it is. I mean, he's been very clear. Like, he doesn't expect to play another 5 years. Like, this is a player that is in the last, 2-3 seasons of his career, whether that's in Sacramento or it's anywhere else. And so when you're looking at this, it's like, how do you move forward? How does this group look like? Because I don't think we had these questions coming into the season. We knew that they needed other pieces, but those pieces were like tertiary pieces, or they're like, whether you're going to get a Cam Johnson or, which realistically Cam Johnson is a perfectly fine player, but he's not a needle mover.
Going to be available again this summer.
Of course he will.
Can't wait to fire those talks back up.
That's right. But like the process here is that you should have a franchise that's moving forward and getting better every year. And if they take a major detour like they did this year, I need to see that they at least can get the thing back on track, where it's like, okay, I can see this team fighting for a playoff spot next year. As of right now, I don't know. Like, I would like to tell you that it'll all be fine and this thing's going to work out. But the final 25 games of the season are going to tell us a lot. I need to see continuity. I need to see chemistry. I need to see that there are pieces that fit together, even if some of the other pieces don't, that this thing actually has a chance to be successful at some point.
Yeah, you can't get anywhere without a core, right?
A core.
Can you reestablish a core over the next 25-ish games? 25 games and change if they make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you're looking for. Because right now, it's just kind of an amalgamation of players. Amalgamation is not the word I was looking for. Whatever it is. It's just a group of players.
Yeah, just a collection. Yeah, of individuals.
Because going into the year, you said it was Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, and then when Malik Monk signed, I think you added Malik Monk to the core, and then Keegan Murray was in that kind of like next tier, right? And that was a group. I think if you ask that question now, what's the core of this team? It's like, okay, it's Domas and Monk, and I guess it's Zach LaVine.
Well, it's gonna be Zach LaVine because you got to pay him,
right?
And because he's not going anywhere.
And is that okay? So if that's going to be your core, like, that for sure, then everything moving forward has to be about how do you supplement them? How do you surround that group of players with the right role players to maximize what they're doing? Because right now, I don't think that group has the right players around them to maximize what they're doing.
No, I would agree with you. I think, again, bringing in like guys like Keegan Murray can be part of that.
Sure.
A guy like Jake LaRavia can be a part of that.
Yep.
A guy like Valanciunas can be a part of that,
Agreed.
right? So
their bench, I have no problem with their bench.
No, it's just
Except that
that.
Keon Ellis is still on it.
Yeah, I get that. You have to have a team that makes sense, and it doesn't just make sense on paper.
Mhm.
It can't be a 2K trade, right? It's got to be something that's actual. Like you can look at the vision of the team and say this is going to work.
Mhm.
And right now, it's very difficult to see that vision.
Mhm.
But they've got 25 games to show that there is something there. That they're, even if you end up losing, but we start to see that this thing is moving the right direction. That would go a long way for me.
Yeah, man. I think I'm with you. And I'm trying to put a make the playoffs, round of the playoffs, like on it, but I think you bring up a good point in that, and I think this is so much of this is kind of the crux of the entire discussion we've been having about the Kings since they beat New Orleans in that first of what they played 3 times in 4 games.
Mhm.
And it was just kind of like, yeah, but what did it look like?
Yeah.
And that mattering. And I think the reason we both kind of focused on that is because we're trying to look at, okay, that might be nice if you can cobble together some wins this year and get to 44 wins and make the play-in and you're the 8th seed and you lose in the first round. Okay, yeah, you went back to the playoffs. You had a couple of games at Golden One Center. It was so fun. Listen to how loud everyone was. But this is about sustainability, and this is about how are you growing this moving forward, because at the end of the 2023 season, it was like arrow was pointed up.
Mhm.
They have a vision for this team. They got to make some tweaks, but it's going the right way. And then they didn't do it correctly. And the arrow is now pointing the wrong way.
Yeah, you're either busy building a winner or you're busy building a loser.
Right. And so we're going to find out, I guess, through the rest of this year and then in the offseason, is it, hey, do whatever you can, just make the playoffs. For God's sakes, make the playoffs. It doesn't matter what it looks like 2 years from now. You just got to, we're going to do everything we can to cobble together a playoff team year in and year out, whether it's the 8 seed or the 3 seed. There's no plan. It's just make the playoffs. Eventually that has to change. Eventually that can't continue to be how you're building a team, because eventually you're going to run into a wall.
Mhm.
And you're going to run out of moves.
When
And that's what I'm worried about with Sacramento right now.
Yeah, when DeMarcus Cousins can sum it all up, like very succinctly, that you were fighting to get to the playoffs, and then when you got there, it looked like you didn't have a plan for what was next. That's a problem. And that's what we're looking at right now. Like making the playoffs sometimes can be a major like mistake for a team.
Well,
and I think we all want to see them make the playoffs, but sometimes it's like you're rewarding something that isn't sustainable at all.
Sure.
And you just make life more difficult for yourself.
Now, if they make the playoffs, maybe they run into some wins and they make a little run, and it'd be a ton of fun. But, yeah, man, going to be an interesting final 25 games in offseason for sure.
Yep.
We'll have more of that coming up on the Handoff, plus some scoreboard watching for the Kings tonight. Again, if they're going to make the postseason, they're going to need some teams ahead of them to lose. So we'll tell you what games we're watching tonight. He's James. I'm Kyle. The Handoff with one of D'Lo or KC is next right here on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Joe Brazil's here as well on Sacramento Sports Center. Nip.
Actually, there are 2 things that people brought up in the chat I want to look at. This one here. If you swap tomorrow with Cam Johnson, do you feel better about the roster? Anthony, if I swapped Cam Johnson for DeMar DeRozan at the beginning of the season, I don't feel like this season would have gone the way it did. As of swapping him now, I don't really like. What are you doing at that point? Like again, Cam Johnson's like going to be 30. Do I feel better about his fit with the team? Sure, yes, I do. But does that mean anything? I don't know. And then the other one was this. Monty didn't think that half the team would regress from Bobby Hill. You know what? Like, if you want someone to grow, then, let's just say you're, again, I like to garden, right? I have a full vegetable garden every year. And every year
Sounds like a euphemism.
I get the I do a lot of work to get my soil ready before, right? Like I add nutrients to the soil, I add earthworms to the soil. I do a lot to make sure that the soil is rich. And then when I plant something, I plant it the right way, because you can plant something the wrong way. And then I water it at the right times. I give it nutrients. I make sure that I have as much sun as possible. I literally cut down trees to make sure I had more sun for my garden. That's how you make something grow. And what you don't do is overcrowd it. You don't put too many things in your flower beds. You learn what plants go next to each other. Like, it's really easy. You go look it up. You can figure out that when you plant a tomato plant, surround it with basil, because the basil will help keep the bugs off the tomato plant. And there are all kinds of vegetables that grow together and that are good matches, and all kinds that are bad matches. This is basic basketball 101. Like, if you didn't expect some of their players to regress, then what did you expect? What did you expect when you put DeMar DeRozan, a guy who averaged 24 points per game the season before and shot 20 times a game, next to De'Aaron Fox and Keegan Murray? Did you expect for them to grow? Did you expect them to regress? Like, it's not that difficult to understand how these things can go wrong. Kyle's looking at me like I'm crazy.
2 minutes. I did not realize that was going to turn into a Kings thing. I thought you were just talking gardening.
No, but you understand what I'm saying,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah, like it's very simple. Like, you put onions and garlic and carrots together. They're root vegetables. They go in a separate area of your garden. They support each other. There are other things that will just suck the life right out of the plants next to it. And that is exactly what the Kings have done here. And if you can't see that, it's because you're not paying attention to the game of basketball enough, or you're reading way too much into analytics and not actually watching the play on the court. Because I can guarantee you this, there's a player like Keegan Murray that played for the Chicago Bulls that never got his career going because he played next to Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. And that's not to say that DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine did anything wrong. But Patrick Williams never became Patrick Williams because he played next to these guys. And now Keegan Murray is in that same situation. And it's just like a very basic understanding of like what will make like players get better, what will give them the best opportunity to succeed. And I can easily tell you that I don't know that putting De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis was ever going to work. Like, again, you took two guys that didn't necessarily, their games didn't fit together in the beginning. I don't think it was horrible, and I think you were able to put some of the pieces around them, but it might have been too difficult of a tandem to ever build around properly.
Ham's cooking. I thought it was late. I was like, oh crap, sorry guys.
Yeah, we got philosophical about gardening.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's cool.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, it sure is. He's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil behind the glass is hanging out with us today and tomorrow, from what I understand. Salute.
Yep.
Love me some Joe Brazil.
Yeah. Producing, answering phones. We didn't. Do you want to be here for? Mitch has been on the line for an hour and a half.
Well, yeah. I'm always down for a good Mitch call.
Okay, cool. Hang on real quick before we get to Mitch.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's D'Lo, Damian Barling.
And now here's Mitch. Hi, Mitch.
Oh, hi, Kyle. I thought something's wrong with my phone. How you doing, James? Yeah, I know. It'd be the end of the world if I don't get on.
What's going on, Mitch? How are you?
Damian Barling's here as well,
okay.
Mitch.
It's okay. Drive, go to the stores, supermarket. Everybody hears me. It's okay. Not a problem. They understand my accent, and I'm sure I'm already getting roasted on the chat room. But anyway, I would love to see these first round picks that Utah's having, and they're going to have another 2 lottery picks this year, I believe. That's what I wish the Kings would be trotting out there now.
Ugh.
But they
All
better put to save face. They better put in Devin Carter. All right.
All right. Thanks, Mitch.
And one more thing with maybe a good trade would be Devo Carter for Michaels, the tight end for the Raiders. Raiders need a wide receiver and a running back, and Devo can run like he's mad at the grass. We'll take it.
Okay.
Thanks, Mitch.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call.
Wait, Debo for who?
Well, I believe he wanted to trade Debo Carter.
The Kings rookie to the Raiders.
Yeah, for
Not-
Michael
not
Mayer,
sure.
I believe, is who he wanted the 49ers
I
to
can't
acquire.
believe there are stations that don't allow that man on the air. That's insane. Like, he is just
He's a treasure.
gold.
The very best.
He's
Solid
just
Kings
story.
should
terrific
tank,
every time.
and the 49ers should trade Debo Samuel to the Raiders for Michael Mayer.
Good call.
We're solving problems. That's the thing. Like that's just. I mean, I don't know. We're talking about what. Let's bring you in here. Let's bring you into the conversation, which is the
Thank
whole
you.
reason you're here.
Oh, it's good.
That's good. Is there a way the Kings could have a year that you would define as successful this year?
Yeah, you go win a playoff series. Oh, Jesus.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Because I asked this question wanting to be like, okay, are people just wanting to see them in the playoffs?
Yeah.
And get a couple of playoff games here, a golden one, no matter what?
Yeah.
Or do they have to, is it still, hey, you have to win a playoff series? Or
no, it's not that. Like,
is it
the bar has been lowered? Let's like
right. That's what I want to know. How low.
kinda, it's been lowered a lot. Like, if this team makes the playoffs, this team with Mike Brown being fired, De'Aaron Fox being traded, if this team makes the playoffs, that's probably a successful season. Was it a successful season in October? That could be up for debate. Like I think the conversation would be, would a 50-win fourth seed losing in the first round, would that have been successful? Oh, maybe not. Would a 48-win 6th seed, losing in the first round, would that have been successful? Maybe, depending on who you ask.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the case anymore. Like, we're
Sure.
we're living in different times.
Yeah.
And if the Kings make the playoffs, you consider, again, we're not looking forward.
Mm-hmm.
We're not looking behind us.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at this singular season.
Mm-hmm.
If the Kings made the playoffs this year, it'd be a successful season.
And I think so
Even
right.
at 41 and 41 or whatever.
Right. But even then, we're just kind of, because success is a lot about just the vibe, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And if they make the playoffs, it's going to mean, because I think they're going to finish right about 42, 43 wins.
Mm-hmm.
That means you had to make it through the play-in. So you won 2 play-in games. And then you went to the first round. It's like, man, you know what? They lost to a really good Oklahoma City team. But hey, you know what? They dug themselves out of the mud and they made the playoffs. That was a good run. That was a fun run.
Yeah, six isn't outrageous, by the way.
Yeah, what are they, 2 out now?
Yeah, I think they're
Game and
2
a half?
out. I think the team I'm most like, I think the Warriors are tracking to the 6th spot, and that I'm not sure if the Kings can keep up with that. But now, like, you talk about setting small goals, like, give me one playing game. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
Really? That's it?
No. I want them to only have to play one playing game.
Got you.
Oh,
Not
be the 7.
2. Yeah, be 7. And you could be 8 too, right? Be 7 or 8.
Yeah.
And win that game, go to the playoffs. Give me one win that gets you, because if you're 8 or if you're one of those top seeds and you lose, you get another crack at it.
Right.
Give me one win. That's where I'm thinking, like, this is what I'm hoping for now. I think the 6 is absolutely reachable. I just think if someone's tracking that's in the play-in category, it's Golden State. Like, feels
like they're going the right direction.
They absolutely are.
Mhm.
And they were, prior to the All-Star break, I think they're at 4 straight wins. They're the latest team to take advantage of the Charlotte Hornets. So, like, I would be more likely to track them towards 6. But if you give me the Sacramento Kings and the, Los Angeles Clippers in a 7-8, I'll take it. I'll take it. Give me one play-in win.
The Hornets have lost their last 3 games by 131 points.
Is that right? Okay,
Yes.
because I think I did the last 4 and it was like 145. So I went 1 too far because 3 at 131 is way worse.
50 points a game.
It's crazy.
They're so bad.
That is absolutely.
Oh no, wait,
nuts.
that's not
Like,
right.
35.
More than
no,
40 points a game.
Yeah, 45 and a half.
I'm not here for the math, dude. So whatever you guys say
Yeah.
is fine with me.
Yeah, we were like, I think that making a play-in game, like the byproduct of anything that happens here would be like that. Hopefully, you make a play-in game, and you at least get to go through that, like 1 play-in game, maybe 2 play-in games. If you somehow make the playoffs, like I think we can gauge like success in that moment. But my success would be to pull back and say, okay, what would be successful? And that would be to find a combination of players that you know that you can move forward with.
Mhm.
And like the hope would be that somehow Domas and Zach LaVine look like a better combination on the court together than De'Aaron Fox and Zach LaVine, and that you can build around that where you couldn't build before. And I don't know if that's possible.
Am I alone in operating under the assumption that whoever's going to build the next version of the Kings is not going to be the current front office?
No, you're not. I just think it's a little trickier than that.
How so?
Well, you might be stuck with it. Like if this scenario plays out, you make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Through the, like, no matter how you do it, like you get there. I don't think you're getting guys like, I don't think anyone's going to the whoever and saying they don't want to be here. Like, I don't think Domas is asking out. I don't think DeMar is saying, yeah, this didn't work, man. Let me go somewhere. Like, this is whack. I don't think that that's happening. So you could be running it back with the same roster. Again, if this happens, you're probably happy with what Doug Christie did, which means you're signing Doug Christie to a real contract.
Mm-hmm.
If you do that, are you moving on from the front office? Are you putting yourself in that position? Look, don't shake your head at me. I
think you're right.
I was up for firing them after the. Hey, look, trade deadline's over. You guys can go.
My eye roll and head shake is that you're spot on.
And so like, do you see it through with this group? To me, I can't get over the Mike Brown thing. Like, I can't get over you signed him to a contract extension, I guess, with a gun to your head, and then you moved on from him, knowing the consequences would be trading De'Aaron Fox. They seemed ill prepared for that moment.
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm not like Kenny Caraway like Zach LaVine, but I'm also not James Ham and Trista Crick dislike Zach LaVine. I'm kind of like a happy medium between the two.
Okay.
But I still think I don't think the move was to go get him. I think you would have been in the same exact position if you had kind of worked with San Antonio alone, maybe push for some of the players, maybe push for a draft pick. Maybe I don't know, but maybe if you had just worked with them exclusively rather than having your eyes set on Zach LaVine, which again, in the moment I thought was a lateral move from a scoring perspective. I thought, okay, at worst, you're the same team. Now I kind of feel like, oh, you might be better off moving forward had you just done without that. And then you have Devin Carter. And until further notice, that is a massive black eye on this front office.
Yeah. Like,
you were in win now mode. You went and your free agent was a win now free agent. And you went and got a guy who couldn't play for 6 months. And if you didn't know that, and this man did, you need to be fired. If James has information that you don't, I'm sorry, you're ill-equipped to do your job. You're fired. Thanks. So the reasons for firing them they're stacking up.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, like, I don't know if you can pull it off.
I don't know. Okay, so like the journey here has been fireable.
Yep.
And I mean, whether the final outcome of this season, you set the franchise back.
Right.
Like,
yep.
and the journey of this season cost you $25 million in coaching salary, and $8.5 million next year, $8.5 the year after that.
Yeah.
It's tough. Like,
100%.
Taking on the salary that they took on, they're over the cap with 8 players on cap under, not over the luxury, but over the cap.
Oof.
with 8 players on a contract for next year.
D'Lo and KC coming up next. What do you guys got?
Yeah, this is some more of this. Also, unrelated to the Kings, it became glaringly obvious to me last night who the most underrated player in the league is, and maybe the most underappreciated too. It's not Domantas Sabonis.
Wow, a
He's
lot
in
of
the category.
GP2 talk coming up. Love to see it.
Man, he was on, not he, this guy was on full display last night, and he is incredible.
Can't wait. D'Lo and KC coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Matson. Joe Brazil behind the glass. Going to be back with us tomorrow, too. Right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Drink water. Be nice, people. See you.
Chatty House, have a great day. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Chatty House, what's good, baby? What's good?
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Hey, one more time for the good time. Come on now. Where y'all at? We welcome in here to the Wednesday, February 26th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
Worst slums of Sacramento.
Worst slums of Sacramento. And we appreciate you so much for being with us as the Sacramento Kings are in Utah tonight to take on the Utah Jazz. Keon Ellis is on the trip. Doug was a bit evasive yesterday in his discussion with the media about Keon Ellis, and I understand you don't want to put any unnecessary pressure on him. You don't want to make him look bad in any situation. Going, oh yeah, he was walking around here, everything was fine. Doug kind of stayed away from that, and we'll let the medical people determine Keon's availability. But the fact that he is on the road with the Sacramento Kings to start this road trip is certainly a good sign after rolling that ankle in the first half of the game against the Charlotte Hornets the other night. The question is, can the Sacramento Kings continue to build upon what they set out there against the Charlotte Hornets? The Hornets are a bad basketball team. We saw that again last night, this time at the hand of the Golden State Warriors. They are losing games by ridiculous numbers, absolutely absurd numbers. And spoiler alert, Utah's not very good either.
And anybody that is good for Utah seems to be out of the game tonight. They got a gang of people out.
Yes.
And that never makes me feel any good.
Well, rightfully so. But also, Utah they've got guys out of the game. That's going to be the case with them for the next 26 games. They're just going to have random out of the game guys as they've got all of these picks. They've got a team they're trying to build. They chose a specific direction to do it. And that will likely be on full display tonight and the rest of the season.
I mean, this is awful. Not like I said, I promise you, I'm not picking any sides. But I was thinking more about the questions that we asked yesterday about would you rather be the Hornets or the Kings? And you throw the Jazz in there. Just think about that. Like for the final 25 games, you wouldn't even see Sabonis. You'd be seeing Orlando Robinson, and it's just.
Would you rather be okay? So what if you just would you rather be the Philadelphia, a team that's putting guys out there and has won 20 games? Like they can't win basketball games. They're terrible. They're spending all of this money. They've got this situation with Embiid. You've got this situation with Paul George. Would you rather be them? Because to me, that's more comparable.
I mean, I don't know, but I don't know if that's comparable because I don't think the Kings as is. I don't think their floor is like you're winning 20 games.
Did you think that with Philadelphia?
No, but that's injury. That's an injury thing. That's not how they built. They didn't build it to be that way. They built it to be a contender.
Okay, so how'd they build Sacramento?
To be a contender.
And
they just haven't had the injury.
But it's failed.
Yeah, but you're still competitive. You're still competitive. You're playing meaningful basketball. And if you want to,
so I think what I'm saying is if you don't do the bottom out thing, and again, I don't know that you have the assets that that Utah did, but if you don't do the full bottom out thing, eventually you're going to wind up with you're going to be that 20-win team.
I mean that I don't subscribe to that. Like you could be a middling team for the next 5 years.
Middling, like where?
Like play in the 6th seed.
Oh, I don't think for the next 6 years.
For the next 4 or 5 years or something.
I don't think that's true at all. Like based on what?
Are you talking about the Kings or just
I'm talking about the Kings? You can see the Kings middling around the 6th seed for the next 4 years.
Why not?
They're not good enough. They're not around the 6th. They're barely around the 6th seed right now.
Yeah, 2 games out of 6.
Yeah,
they're middling.
They're two games, but they're not even the best team in the play-in picture.
I understand, but you don't. Okay, so what do you think they are? They're just a 10 seed. If they kept this team, They're just a 10 seed for
I just
5
told.
years.
I just
like if they kept it
one.
the
They
same,
can't keep
obviously.
this
Yeah,
team.
that's
They
what I'm
can't
saying.
keep this team for 10 years. But if they keep, yeah, they're an 8, 9, 10 team. Like my hope this year is they wind up in the 7 or 8 spot and only have to win one playing game. That's my hope.
Yeah,
that's what I'm hoping for them.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, I mean, I understand that. I just think that's like in the scenario that I present, like you could be the Jazz and you could get better. Like you could. There's an avenue to it. There's different things different circumstances that happen because of that, and can get you to a place where you're good or a place where you're just kind of like the Hornets have been for a long time. I don't think the Kings are just capped on being a 7-8 seed. If they kept Sabonis, kept Levine, like I don't think they're capped to that. But you do.
I mean, I'm just going off what I've seen. I'm not like going off hope.
Well,
going
I'm
off
just
what
saying,
I've
well,
seen. What I see right now.
What I
is
see
feel like
right now
they're
is
7.
Utah is never going to be good. That's what I see right now.
Okay, that's fine with Utah, and that's perfectly
So do you
fine.
want to be a Utah that's never good, or be this
with
team that's
Utah?
in the play-in?
Like you can with Utah, you can at least try to put together an argument that you have the ability to get better.
Mm-hmm.
You have cap space, you have assets, you have tradable quantities of draft picks that could help you get better.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Sacramento, what are you relying on to help you get better?
You're relying on the talent that you have and trying to add to that talent that you already have. Like
something that you have not done in 2 years.
Okay, you haven't done it in 2 years. The Jazz haven't won in 2 years. So why would I think they're going to get better? They haven't drafted right in 2 years. So why would I think they'd start?
And neither is Sacramento.
That's fine, but if we're going on like what you've done is who you're going to be, Utah ain't done nothing. So why would I think they would get any better if I don't think the Kings would get any better? I think the Jazz can get better with players. I think the Kings can get better with drafting players or signing free agents. But if you think they're both hopeless because of who they are right now, then who would you rather be? The Jazz right now or the Kings right now?
Yeah, I could just see a pathway for the Jazz. I don't know how the Sacramento Kings are going to get better. You keep saying sign free agent. They haven't done that. Like they did the one free agent. They went out and got DeMar DeRozan, which I guess has worked, but he wound up turning into a De'Aaron Fox replacement. So you traded De'Aaron Fox.
So you'd rather be the Jazz?
No, not yet. No, not yet.
But the Kings are hopeless. Why do you want to be them?
Yeah, I didn't say the Kings were hopeless. I said they're like, I don't know what the pathway is for them to get better. Like the only thing I can hope for is like this year, next year, like, yeah, can they middle around the 60? Like, sure. But do they have like a long-term future? This team does not have a future. And I don't know how you have a future without draft capital or cap space. The team has neither. So if you're telling me that this team can get better with Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, and Zach LaVine being on your roster for the next 6 years, so be it. I do not see that whatsoever.
Okay. That's hopeless to me. That's what I hear.
Okay, then fine. Yeah, the Sacramento Kings are hopeless.
So that's what I'm saying. Why would you want to be a team that's hopeless?
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Maybe I'm not understanding your question.
I'm not understanding the answer because I asked you, would you rather be the Kings or the Jazz? You say the Kings right now, and I said they're hopeless, and you're like, I don't think they're hopeless. Like,
well, yeah. So
why would you want to be a team that's
because
hopeless?
I still feel like they can make the playoffs this year.
Okay.
Yeah, but when we get into the offseason, this offseason, I feel like will be the most unique one because you do have a situation with your front office, and you might. Let's say you get in through the play-in. Let's see that for me, the now dream scenario of the 7-8, winning one, even if it's not the first one, just win the second one. You get in, just win one. And what do you do next year? Or what do you do this offseason, I should say? And it was the discussion we were just having. It was the same discussion we had yesterday. Zach LaVine is here. You're not trading him. You probably can. Does DeMar ask to leave? Maybe if you make the playoffs, he doesn't. I don't think Domas does. You still got Keegan. You got that extension you got to deal with. But what does this all look like? You might run it back again. It's after that I have questions because then DeMar's contract is different. DeMar goes into that non-guarantee where you're out. You've missed on the draft. We keep having questions about the front office. You might be able to get by next year in the similar position that you are this year without the Mike Brown drama, without the De'Aaron Fox drama. Maybe that serves to put you in a better spot. It's past next year that I can't see. That's where I'm struggling. I don't want the team to bottom out this offseason.
Well, at that point, you'd start to have assets, though. You'd
How
start
so?
if you make the playoffs this year in that scenario,
Mhm.
you lose the pick.
Mhm.
Now you start to have your picks back.
And the Kevin Huerter trade's finally done.
It's done.
Mhm.
So now you have 20 set. You have picks to trade in the future. DeMar DeRozan, after next year, he becomes a non-guaranteed. That's a trade. That's a trade asset. Keegan Murray may be signed to a longer-term deal.
It's probably
Maybe
more a cuttable asset than a trade asset. But I hear you. I hear you.
But it gets away from your cap.
Right.
Keegan Murray is a tradable asset. Malik Monk will have 2 years left on his deal. He's a tradable asset. So between the fact that you have Monk, Keegan Murray, you can do whatever you want with DeMar DeRozan. You get a little bit more cap space. You have your draft.
1 year
capital
left
back.
on Levine, I think.
1 year left on Levine. That becomes kind of expiring and maybe appealing. I don't know. But
No, it does. Like that's the D'Angelo Russell deal. It's the one who the Dennis Schroeder trade. D'Anthony Melton.
Melton. Yeah.
It becomes the Melton. I mean, it's less money, but still, it's like, oh no, this team's trying to look for space. Maybe we can get so and so.
So now
sounds crazy. You can trade for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But now in a year, all the things that you don't have today, or a lot of the things that you don't have today, you now have available to you.
Mm-hmm.
And either way, you're gonna need people to be able to make some shrewd moves and do some things that maybe we don't see right now. But I just, like I said, look, I'm not interested in seeing, and I'm not saying there's a right or wrong answer. I'm not interested in seeing the team that Utah's trotting out there tonight for 50 games at the Golden One Center. And I got to cover that team.
Yeah,
don't nobody want to watch that. Don't nobody want to, for the hopes that you get this 18-year-old kid that won't take you to the playoffs for another 4 years.
We'll come back. The most underrated player in the NBA was on TV in full display last night. I want to talk about that. We'll look around. Man, the Kings got some cards handed to them last night, too. Some good ones. We'll talk about it. Give you an update on the Western Conference standings as well. Matt George is going to join us today because he's off to spring training tomorrow.
All right.
So we'll talk to our man, Matt George, for a good amount of time, starting about 1:45. He'll be with us. James Ham, of course, will close out the show. We're just getting started. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Well, Keon is available to play. Just like that.
I thought that might be the case. Because just with him going out there, on the trip. But I guess that's not a given either. Mark, we talked about this yesterday. OKC had extenuating circumstances. Houston did as well, where they were able to get so much in draft capital and actual players back with OKC with Paul George and Houston with in the Harden trade. So I don't know if you have those situations. Cleveland did a really good job with what they did. But it's also not an exact science, is the way I see it. It's all good, man. They do whatever. I'm not sure why this is news today. This has been happening for like a year. So I don't know. Maybe it's the first time you guys have heard it to be. We've made jokes about it for about a year, but it's all good, man. It's all good. We do what we do.
First time says I've been on top of the charts for consecutive weeks. Luka tracking to hit number one. I don't think I would have guessed that.
Shut up, SZA.
The song that Not Like Us seems to have just buried is Die With a Smile. Die With a Smile was number one for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. But it just pales in comparison to some of these Luther songs or some of these Kendrick songs that came out. Like I legit thought Die With a Smile was going to win Song of the Year.
Well,
28 weeks on the charts, been the number one global Spotify record for 131 days. However, Not Like Us been on the charts for 42 weeks. That's ridiculous. We're approaching a year?
Yeah.
Is that right?
It was like it was around April.
Wow.
Because it was around the playoffs. The second round of the playoffs.
Wow.
Yeah, it was about April.
That's crazy. Nokia moving up. Let's talk to our man Leezy Scorsese here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. Leezy, what's happening, baby?
Yo, D-Lo and KC, what's good, guys?
What's up, Leezy?
Hey, what's up? Hey, guys, man, I had to call in today. I'm a little upset about, like, with the fan base. It feels like everyone is upset with DeRozan and LaVine. Their whole career, they've been known as scorers. I don't know why we're expecting them to play defense all of a sudden. I feel like a lot of people should be more upset with the front office and Monty McNair. If defense was a concern, they should have went out and got a guy like Alex Caruso. Or if they said, hey, this team isn't it, maybe they should have just made some moves at the deadline and got more picks with Sabonis and just started your tear down then. I felt like with Fox winning out was the perfect opportunity to be like, okay, we're going to tank and we're going to restart. That was their moment. I just feel like a lot of people are upset at the Kings. And just my last point was, as I mentioned, everyone's upset about the defense. While Fox was here and Mike Brown was here, the team was like 24-24. So I don't know why we're acting like all of a sudden we got worse. We was already bad. So that's just
I think
Appreciate
they
you,
were
Lisa.
worse
I
than
don't-
24-24. They were.
They were 6 games under, and I don't think Mike coached that many games.
Yeah.
I don't think Mike coached anywhere near 48 games.
No, he didn't. That wasn't 48
But
games.
he was 6 games under 500
Yeah.
when he left because Doug had to. No, he was 5. Was it 5 games under
They got-
500? Doug lost versus LA.
That's what it was.
Then they go on the 7-game
Because that
win streak.
Pelicans game, the in-season tournament game, got him to 500,
Okay.
I believe, and that was before the. That was the.
The
game
but
before.
that was the game that
That was-
that was the non-tournament game. Like that was the extra game.
Yeah, it was the extra game. But I say that I'm just trying to make sense.
If
of it,
only
'cause
there
that
was a way I could find out.
That was before the Nuggets game. That was the game before the Nuggets game. And they
Mike
lost
was fired
5 in a
around
row.
Christmas, so the Pistons game. So the Kings, when Mike Brown was fired, with 13-18. That was their record. 13-18. Doug takes over. They lose to the Los Angeles Lakers, go 13-19, and then beat Dallas, Philly, Memphis, Golden State, Miami, Boston, Chicago. And that pulls them all the way up to 20-19.
it's one of those things. Leezy talks about people being upset with DeRozan and Levine. People are going to be upset with whatever it is they see fit. You know what I mean? I think Katie dropped some gems on the broadcast the other day about like DeRozan. Like we spent the whole, I don't think spent the whole week, but there was a whole discussion about DeRozan having to go to the bench and that's what would be best and all this other stuff. And Katie, I wish I could probably pull it up, but like,
are we sure it was right, or was she talking about Diana and Chino Hills again? Which Diana's from Chino, California. She didn't go to Chino Hills. She's from Chino, California.
I feel like I would have heard that. I feel like I would have heard that.
The Ball brothers and Diana Taurasi.
I feel like I would have heard that. That's why I was so shocked. I was like, really? Oh man, I didn't know.
Chino, California.
But this one I think is right. She had talked about like DeMar DeRozan's like last 5 games or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It was something stupid. Like I'm a pull, but as far as like good, like it was like he's averaging like I'll say 25, shooting 50% from the field, 40% from 3.
I'm sure there's a 42 in there somewhere, and I think a 30 something.
Yeah, 42 obviously against, or 42
against Dallas.
And then he scored. Oh man,
it's fine. I got it. It's fine. This is why we plan the show. 18 versus Charlotte, 34 versus Golden State, 20 versus the Pelicans in the loss, 24 versus the Pelicans in the win, 42 against Dallas. You asked for the averages in those games. The average is 27.6, 53% from the field, 53% from 3, 97% from the free throw line.
Yeah, that's the guy they want to bench. So I say all that to say,
who's they?
A lot of people. James.
Okay.
James and Kyle think he should be the one to go to the bench, and not close out games and all, because
well, I mean, you go to the games before that, it's 11, 22, 19, 13. If we just did 5 game increments, 3, 3, 3, 3, the one before that is 20.4. Those are the 5 games before. So the last 5 games is 27.6.
Mm-hmm.
The 5 games prior to that are 20.4. Shooting numbers, 48% from the field. This is crazy. 48% from the field, 26% from 3, 81% from the free throw line. Those are the 5 games prior to the 5 that we just referenced. Those are drastically different numbers.
Yeah.
God, this is DeMar, a wild dude. What does the next 5 games look like? Because now I'm looking up. There's a 33, a 32, a 24 in there. 3, 3, 2. 5 games prior, 22 points per game. 53, 38. Okay, this is evens out a little bit more. 84. Man, you just start picking random 5 game increments of DeMar DeRozan. You don't know what the hell you're going to get.
It's a box of chocolates.
Man, you go before that, and this is 24, 32, 24, 33, 28, 21, 24, 30. This has to be the Mike Brown era. 2, 12, 10, 17. Oh, that's definitely the Mike. Wait, is it? Oh, yeah, that's that. Coincidentally, it's the end of the Mike Brown era.
2 is ridiculous. DeMar should be embarrassed for that one.
1 of 7 in a 27-point loss. Oh, well, it was that game.
The Indiana joint?
Yeah.
7 shot attempts.
We witnessed that trash live.
Yeah.
As many of you did.
So I answered Leezy's question just to say, people will have their thoughts about what the reasoning is as to why the team isn't where they think they should be.
It's just searching for answers. That's all.
Yeah, that's it. It's all it is, man. I don't think it's anything to get upset about, but it happens. You know what I mean? You lose a couple games. It's Zach LaVine's fault.
I don't know this for a fact, but there is almost no chance. Just doing like a quick, just super quick non-Will Z science grab here. There is no 5 game stretch this year other than right now where DeMar DeRozan is shooting 50+% from three.
He's going.
That's
ridiculous.
Crazy.
That is
DeMar on
There's
the
probably not another one in his career. Probably
DeMar on the season's 35.7. It might go as far as say, I don't know that there's another 5-game stretch of the season. Like I'm looking right here, 23. Like he's got some big point totals at the beginning of the year. 33% from three. There might not be a 40% 5-game stretch for DeMar DeRozan.
I wouldn't think so. That 50% is crazy from beyond the arc. Crazy. Yeah,
salute to DeMar.
And I look at him and he takes it down. No, don't take the three. And he's been cashing out as of late.
There's a lot of like 26%, 33%. This is the most fun exercise ever. 32%. Wow. It shows you how hot he is from three right now. Man, 2 for 3 last game, 4 of 7. I had a bad night at 1 of 4, 3 of 6, 4 of 6. Yeah, boy,
and that's and he's playing well. And this goes back to, I mean, you talk about who's saying it. You were on the show. You saw the chat. You saw the messages and the call in after the last game against New Orleans. He's selfish. Why does he have to take the last shots? He's bricking everything past the ball. The guy was shooting 50% from the field in that stretch. You know, like, yeah, he missed some shots. That happened. Like, nobody's taking that away. But, yeah, he missed some shots.
It's crazy he's shooting 50% from the field in this stretch because he's 5 of 16 in that game. He was 4 of 12 in the Charlotte game.
Yeah, he didn't shoot the ball well at all. I feel like he started that game relatively hot and then just started missing a bunch of shots.
I don't remember anything but Zach LaVine in that first quarter.
Yeah. But yeah, they you know, they have to find a way to hurry up and find some cohesion, and that'll settle some things down. You do the splits right there. I saw the Zach LaVine splits in the last 4 games are pretty good. And you just kind of hope, you don't know, it could just be a moment in time, but you kind of hope that it's them starting to feel better about themselves, starting to get a little more comfortable with each other. And hopefully that can go towards playing some winning basketball and as the schedule gets a little harder.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly you want guys to shoot well. You said the last 4 games for Zach LaVine, he's at 27.5 points in those 4 games, 55% from the field, 47% from 3.
And he was horrible against the Warriors.
94% from the free throw line. I think what concerns fans a little bit, maybe, is the Kings are 2-2 in those games. You stretch it out a bit further just to boost up the record a little bit. In fact, let's go back to let's just go to LaVine's time as a King. LaVine's time as a King, he's played 8 games. It looks like 4-4. Yeah, they're 4-4. Average comes down to 23 points per game because he has a 13. He's got a couple of 13s in there. Percentage comes down to 3-point percentage comes down to 33. Shooting percentage is at 48. But you start to drop some of these off and get a little further away, maybe get away from some of the nerves, get away from some of the uncomfortableness. And that's where you start to see particularly his 3-point percentage, because his 2-point percentage is good. That 3-point percentage starts to go up. And then really when you isolate it into those 4 games, it starts to look like the numbers all Kings fans want. But again, I think some of their anxiousness comes in the fact that the Kings are 2-2 in those games. One of them is that blowout loss against the Golden State Warriors. The other one is that frustrating loss against the New Orleans Pelicans right before the break.
Yeah, man. And you've got to find a way to convert those numbers or feeling better about yourself into W's. And that's the task at hand right now, you know, and we talked about it.
Well, habits. That's what we talked about at the beginning of the show, right? Habits versus performance. Zach LaVine had a great performance the other night. Can you again, you go back and you watch all of those shots. There's nothing crazy about him. He had open looks. They're guarding DeMar. They're guarding the guys on the floor. Like, he had open looks. He took them. Can that become a habit, not just for Zach LaVine in taking the shot, but can it become a habit for the way that the Sacramento Kings ran the offense against a bad basketball team? And can they up in a notch when they get through this Utah game, hopefully with a dub, and get to a more difficult stretch against the likes of the Rockets and the Denver Nuggets?
Yeah. Yeah. And And the thing that we keep talking about is they got to figure this out quick. They got to figure out on the fly because they got games to win. You got 25 left, and you've got an opportunity, man. Like as crazy as everything is, you are 2 games back of the 6th seed. You are, in a situation where you can move up into 7 or 8 or something like that. And yeah, you got some tough games, but all right, you got some talent on your squad too. Like it's not like you're going out there with just a bum team. You got talent on your squad. Can you guys band together and elevate your game enough to be able to beat a team like the Rockets or, Dallas when you play them next week or something like that and get some of these wins that people maybe don't expect you to get so you can take advantage of the opportunity you have in the standings?
Suns lose a wild one last night to the Grizzlies, 151 to 148. Weird stat Bobby Marks put out there. The Suns are 2-6 when KD, Brad, and Book combine for 75 plus points.
Brad's been hooping as of late too.
Yes, he's probably a little pissed off. But it's not amounting to anything. So you could be as mad as you want to. Like, it don't matter. Yeah, that was a lot of points between those two teams, man. Went to overtime. But point is, Suns lose again, and the Kings have an opportunity to make it a full 3-game lead against the Suns tonight. When they're playing the Jazz, but they have a chance to make it a 3-game lead over the Suns with a win tonight.
Yeah, you got to be able to do that, man.
Yeah.
You got to, especially with the opponent that you're facing. It's just such a golden opportunity that it's not over if you don't capitalize, but it will be something that just gnaws at you if you can't take advantage of this one, man. So Phoenix, like you said, a full 3 games out, and they're finding different ways to lose. They're getting blown out. They're, coming back in games that they're down by 15 and, tying the game or getting it to 1 and then going right back to a 10-point deficit. And they blew this lead or weren't able to get this one in overtime. So they're finding ways to lose right now. And that's got to be a team that morale-wise.
It's got to be bad.
Yeah, it's got to be all bad.
KD's doing Draymond's podcast. Like, that can't be good. That can't be good. Like, you hitting the podcast circuit. That can't be
Is he
good.
really on Draymond's podcast?
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's over. Vince Carter, it's over.
Yeah, I saw the
We know how that
clips.
ends.
I saw the clips go up today. I don't know. I don't know if he really said anything. I mean, I didn't watch it, but I saw the clips going around this morning. Yeah, he definitely did it. He definitely did it.
Do you still look at the Suns and wrap your brain around they're not going to make anything?
By the way, real quick, this is me. It was during commercial break. We said it on the stream, not on the radio. Keon Ellis is available to play tonight. That's right. That's an important note.
Yeah.
Sean Cunningham reported it almost immediately when we went to commercial. Keon Ellis is available to play for the Sacramento Kings tonight in Utah. I'm sorry, your question again?
I was saying, have you completely wrapped your brain around the Phoenix Suns aren't going to make anything this year? I haven't. I'm still looking at them like, got to watch out for them. Because at any moment they could reel off 4 out of 5 wins.
So talent-wise, I hear you. It's KD. It's Book. Bradley Beal. I think the thing where to answer your question, have I thought about I could see it because the mind is that's a powerful tool, man. And these dudes, they're either in their head, they don't like each other, they know that they know they're just, this whole thing is expiring. Like, they all know that. They know that this was a failure, like a massive failure. And the idea of them, not that they're not trying, nothing like that, but that they're not playing for anything.
Mhm.
They know that they're not playing for anything. It's just get through it.
Yeah. I mean, I see the same thing everybody else sees. They're just struggling. They can't get a win to save their lives. But I'm like, they just really gonna go out like that? They really
I
not
hear
gonna
you.
make
No, I hear
nothing.
you.
Durant not gonna make nothing. Book like and I still got my eye on them. I still got my eye on them. Even Kings win tonight, go 3 games up on them or whatever with 24 to play. I'm still looking out for the Suns. Just them. Because the other thing about it is, games like last night against Memphis, they're not just getting beat up every game with no chance to win. Like, and this is no shade. I'm just first team that can, like the Spurs are, right? Like the Spurs got beat up twice by the Pelicans. They just might flat out be no good. Phoenix is, losing these close games and, blowing leads and stuff like that. And all it takes is maybe one of those games to go differently and they start to feel a little better about themselves and they've won 4 out of 5 all of a sudden. That's what I'm afraid.
You could be right. I do think there is a talent deficiency on that team.
On Phoenix?
Yeah. Not at the top, but everywhere else. I do think Mike Budenholzer is a problem. Not because I think Mike Budenholzer is a bad coach. I absolutely do not think that. I think Mike Budenholzer is the wrong coach for this group. And I think the Bradley Beal situation is a perfect example of that. Now, that might not have all been him. That could have been, instruction from other people. And in that sense, you probably just kind of got to do your job, I guess. But, you brought up, I don't know which one of those situations is more difficult to deal with. Like you talk about, losing these close games. If you're Phoenix, one goes the other way. Maybe that turns things around. But the close losses might carry more. Like, I mean, you called it when it happened. I saw it the other way. I saw it a completely different way. The Kings had clawed their way back to 300. They lost the DeMar DeRozan fumble at the goal line play to Denver. And going into that game, I said, you did what you needed to do. You got back to 500. However this game goes, it goes. But you're going against a good Denver team. I think you'll be fine. And they lose the way that they did. And you said the next day, like they looked different. Like this hurt. And I think that was the beginning of the losing streak that sent Mike out of here. So you were right. And it's like, all right, those losses can carry just as much weight as the win could. Yeah. Like last night's loss to Memphis.
Yeah, that was tough.
You had a chance to turn it around. You had a chance to, do a little something there. Now, all of a sudden, we're in a world where you brought up San Antonio, where we might be able to stop talking about San Antonio and start talking about Portland. Seems a little crazy, but they're right there. I think Portland jumped San Antonio now. Yeah. And San Antonio, like looking at De'Aaron yesterday, I didn't watch 48, but I did try to catch up on what went on in that game because I saw De'Aaron's stat line. At some point, you like, dude can't shoot. And I'm not killing him for that. Like, I gotta believe that has to do with his hands or fingers or his extremities are in bad shape.
I think there's more of a chance that Portland.
Where the hell have you been?
We've been working. I got to record updates and all that other stuff.
Oh, yell at me. We're 40 minutes.
I haven't had it. There hasn't really been anything for me to jump in yet.
All of a sudden, the voice of God comes in out of nowhere.
No, I think it's more likely that the Trailblazers pass up the Suns and the Suns get to the Kings.
Wow.
The Suns have had problems all year. Like they had the stuff with like Nurkic is gone now in Charlotte, but Nurkic and Bud were feuding all year and all that. Like it's just been bad vibes all season.
Hey.
And then Brad, we wanted to trade you. That didn't work out, so you could stay here. Katie, we wanted to trade you. That didn't work out, so you could stay here.
I don't think he's wrong.
Like it's all just bad vibes.
I don't think that's crazy. Now the one thing that kind of gives me pause a little bit with that is like San Antonio got here because they had like a massive, I don't know if it was a 9-game win streak or it was like 9 of 10. It was they
Portland, you mean?
What I say? Yeah, Portland. Sorry. Yeah. San Antonio definitely like didn't do that.
10 of 11, I think.
Yeah, like so. How close to that are they? Because that's not what they are.
Portland to the Sun. Wait, what?
No, so they won 10 of 11 to get to this point. Like what percentage of that can they be moving forward? Right? How close to that can they be the rest of the way?
It's tough, man, because I'm looking at their schedule right now, and they've got a back-to-back at home against the Pelicans starting tomorrow. Or what's today? Wednesday. Yeah, starting tomorrow. After that, I'm looking. They play 2 teams for the rest of the season. 3 teams, excuse me, for the rest of the season that aren't in a playoff scenario. They play
The whole season?
The whole season. They've got Toronto, who they lost to the other day. They've got Chicago, both of them at home. And they've got San Antonio, the game before the last game of the year. Everything else is just quick. Minnesota, Clippers, Denver, Dallas, Memphis, Houston, Kings, Lakers, Cavs, Bucks, Boston. Like, the schedule's crazy.
You're looking at the Suns?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think when we were talking about the Kings having the toughest schedule coming out of the break or whatever, like the Suns were up there too.
I'm sorry. That was the Suns schedule you just read.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I thought that was Portland's. I was like, they got no shot.
No, but
That's terrible.
to your point of like, can Phoenix do what Portland did?
Yeah.
It seems like that's asking a lot. Like, once again, you'd be saying like, well, they got the talent, maybe those guys click, but schedule wise and the way they've been playing all year, like they ain't winning 9 out of 10.
I like Jesse's thought on Portland though. Like,
Could
they? You're welcome. Could they eclipse Phoenix in all of this? Like, it's possible.
They could.
It's possible.
Would you rather be the Suns or the Kings?
I don't want to be the Suns. I feel like the Suns. I mean,
I'd rather be the Suns.
But I don't know, like, what is KD? I mean, KD's gonna have KD's not fetching another 5 draft pick.
No, but Book might.
Oh man,
Book might. That's close though.
You trust that owner to? You trust that owner to handle all those draft picks?
I don't trust that owner to refinance my house right now.
I wouldn't trust that owner with. I wouldn't trust that owner with Donut Thursday. We'll come back. I don't want this to get lost. The most underrated player in the NBA was on full display last night. I had a great time watching basketball last night as well. We'll talk a little bit about that. A lot more with the Kings too. Matt George an hour from now. James Ham top of the 3 o'clock hour. D'Lo and KC right here. Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
NBA teams should never draft players under 6'4".
Heightest.
That's a take, Nick V. That is it's a take. Never draft a player under 6'4". That's all right. See how long you'd be a general manager. Let's see who are the best players in the league under 6'4".
That's a good call, Scooter. I'm slipping today, man. I'm a little off. I'm a little off today. That's me.
Hey, there's this cool prospect, John Morant, coming out of college. He's 6'2". Get him the hell out of here.
See, there would be no drafting of Tyrese Maxey, no drafting of Jalen Brunson. Don't think you could draft Dame Lillard, Kyrie Irving, De'Aaron Fox, Trae Young, Donovan Mitchell.
Dame is 6'2", so he stinks too.
Who is?
Dame is 6'2", so he can't play on this team.
He can't play. Don't draft him.
Maybe you could draft Stephen Brown.
Basically, if you're a point guard, you can't play for this team.
Draft Stephen Brown. You're trying to recreate Isaiah Thomas.
6'5".
Out there running it with Michael Carter Williams being your point guard.
They're trying to recreate Earl Boykins if you draft Stephen Brown.
Man.
You're trying to recreate Earl Boykins out here. That's the crazy thing too. Nick V said he just would never draft him, not even in the lottery, just wouldn't draft him.
Yeah.
Just never. Second
Well,
round,
that's like
never.
Monty not drafting a 20-year-old.
Yeah. Monty
Same thing.
refuses to draft anybody that's not a graduate student.
I need someone who can rent a car on my team.
Monty's little GM test is he sends you to the liquor store to buy him alcohol. If you can't do that, you can't play for his team.
Mm-hmm.
That's his Wonderlic. Earl Boykins probably would. He's nice. What are you talking about? Earl
I
Boykins.
wonder why Rebecca's got a California license plate behind her.
Good question. See, the difference, Stephen Brown, is Earl Boykins would cook me, right? He would post you up. He would
Stop
say,
it.
Mouse in the house.
Oh, man. Stephen Brown, pull up to an event, man. Come on. Stop playing. Man, Shanae look like Tina Turner up there with them arms out. God damn it.
He's probably still get on the roster. If she went to,
I don't think she retired, did she?
I thought she retired.
Did she?
I could be wrong.
I don't think so. I remember meeting her and her sister at Stanford, thinking, yeah, these young ladies are different. These young ladies are different. That's one thing I really liked about Tara. Tara was like, hey, we have guests here. Everyone go over and introduce yourself. The whole team walked over and said hello. They stayed, though.
You guys see Nick Stauskas talking crazy on Twitter?
Yeah, bro, shut the fuck up.
Kessler Edwards is like 10 times the player that you are.
He's been talking crazy.
Bro, keep your mouth shut, man. And how you going to go out there and diminish a dude out there working his ass off?
When you couldn't stay around.
Yeah, you couldn't do it.
Nick said he's happily retired, like it was his choice.
Your most famous moment is this franchise's most embarrassing. You're a hoe ass. Okay. Oh, God. I'm locked on the screen watching these Diana Taurasi highlights. My goodness. Look at this pass right here. Ah! Gosh, she's nasty. Goodness gracious. Oh, my God. What sort of standard definition television is that? Oh, my God.
That had to be
That's probably
2007.
No, they probably, bro, it says 2007 on the screen.
Oh, I didn't
Kenny.
even see that. I didn't see it. But no, because remember how we looked at Shaq highlights?
Oh, that was terrible.
02,
Miami, yeah.
02 is better than 07.
Oh, she is just nasty.
Mm.
Nasty. Let's get, who'd you say? eBiz 916-909-1320. eBiz, what's happening, baby?
What's cracking, man? I'm happy y'all got on with me right now. I got to go get these kids. But before I go out to the playground, check this out. All right. I don't care what y'all say.
Boy, that sounded wild. I just want to point that out.
He's a teacher.
I'm going to need you to just,
I'm a teacher.
Okay, I'm just saying, that was crazy. But go ahead.
I'm a teacher. But, yo, I think KD going back, man. I don't know if you guys can try to listen to the thing on.
Going back where?
Man, I think he's going back to the Warriors, yo.
He had a chance to do it a week ago, and he didn't go.
And he busy.
No, I mean, like in the Draymond interview, like yo, he sounded like it. You know,
he ain't going there.
They ain't got no money, bro.
Okay, E-Biz, go, get him off the phone. God, bless it.
Damn kid's not listening.
I'm trying to call D-Lo and KC. Get in line.
I love it. This is the greatest show of all
kept
time.
them on the line. Actually, I want to hear it again. What do you say?
No, because that stuff gonna wind up as evidence, man. He's off the phone. He's off the phone. Man.
He did talk on the podcast today, though. Like, it wasn't necessarily like, oh, I don't want to go back to Golden State. It's just kind of like none of this makes sense right now to do in the middle of the season.
They don't have no money. They don't have the money to sign unless he takes a vet minimum.
Yeah.
They got
well,
Kuminga they got to
he's
sign.
still tradable. Like he's not his contract isn't expiring.
I'm not talking about e-business. Like, I don't think KD's going now anymore. But the way Kevin Durant was talking about it wasn't like, oh, I don't want to go back to the war. Like, what he was talking about, it was just more so like the midseason.
Well, look, Draymond will be involved.
That's right. Because that's the only way it'll happen. They don't have those contracts left. Those, right. You got to move left to make, and the move was Jimmy.
Yeah, and I know that the trade, he'd be traded, but they gave Jimmy a considerable bag. Like he makes a lot more than what Wiggins was making. And that goes into effect next year. So I didn't see the interview, so I don't know the tone of the conversation, but
good news. I ain't gonna see it. But put the highlight out there if you want to. I ain't gonna see it.
He can want to be there if his little heart desired. I don't think they can.
I don't think he did. Like if he wanted to, he would have done it. He had the opportunity to do it. This was all explained to us in detail.
Do you think it was not wanting to be traded in the middle of the season though? And
that might have been part of it.
More so than
I don't think
to go to the Warriors.
One, that might have been part of it.
He talked about like wanting to see it through with the Suns too, and just more so like committing to that for the season at least.
And we also were told, and I'm sure you and Eddie discussed this, that unfortunate Friday afternoon I had to step out, but KD and Draymond don't have a problem. KD doesn't have a problem with Draymond.
Doesn't seem like
so being on the podcast, doing all that's no big deal. But the way he didn't want to go there.
No,
he didn't want to go to Golden State.
And I don't know if it's his own thoughts or people.
He's got 1 year at 54.7 left, by the way.
54.
Next year.
Wow.
54.7. That's the last.
Ooh. But it just would be a bad look. You don't want to go back to the Warriors. That's literally like the one place where you were in a no-win situation. Like they give you flack for winning 2 championships.
Yep.
Talked about that. So people are probably never going to forget that about him.
Being the best player on that team.
Yeah, well, you don't want to go there. That's another we talked about like the point guards being the best player on your team, and we gave Steph the kudos because he got it the 1 year, or 2 years actually, he was the best player. But he needed that KD there. He needed that Wiggins there to take it to a championship level. You know what I mean? I was listening to Rajah Bell. He was saying the same thing about point guards that we talk about often. And it's just difficult because they were talking about Jalen Brunson. And they're like, yeah, it's just a tough spot for a point guard. Like you think you're gonna be a championship guy with the point guard being the lead guy. It's not impossible. It's just very rare. So, but I say that to say KD was there to help out Steph.
Yeah.
For those 2 years and take them to a whole nother level. So, yeah, I wouldn't go back if I was KD. I'd go on to who knows where.
Come to Boston, KD.
Giannis and KD in Boston.
What do you mean Giannis? How did that work?
That's what the streets are saying. They on the radar. Boston on the radar.
See, the streets have been telling us. I've been seeing the streets say KD.
Have we defined where the streets are?
It's not. You don't really see the streets.
Oh,
you don't see the streets.
Yeah.
You just know when you're there.
Exactly.
That's it. You just know when you're there. Hey, shout out to, or not shout out, because this is stupid. Won't be watching it. You gonna watch your little
Whoa, I don't even like how you started this.
Well, yeah, you gonna watch your little
disrespected it before you even named it.
You watch your little stupid Celtics town thing.
Oh, that's not stupid. Winning is not stupid.
Yeah, nobody.
You wish you had a documentary to watch.
Wait, what is it?
Bill Simmons has an HBO documentary about the Celtics last season that they won.
Ain't it like 4 or 5 episodes?
I don't know. I'll watch it.
Tatum was on starting 5. That's enough.
I bet you wish you had a documentary.
I'll pass. I do. It's what? Small city, big heart.
That's not it.
Was that the James Ham?
Yeah, it was close. I don't think that's it though.
Oh, I think that's it.
Small town, big heart. I think.
Yeah, I'll watch that instead of Celtics town.
That is true. John Bolt throws it up. The only documentary you guys had too, like kind of just acts that.
Shout out John Bull, by the way.
Always shout out John
He
Bull.
knows.
John Bull, yeah, John Bull.
He knows.
John Bull sent me a text that I have yet to decipher. It looked like it required a lot of work. So I read it. It was a long text, and I was like, "Oh, this is cool." God, this feels like a lot of work. Put my phone down and just realized John Bull texted me. It was 4 days ago. Sorry about that, John.
By the way, they're saying it was small market, big heart in the chat, not small town.
Oh, I said small city, I think. Close enough.
Well, why don't we ask James about it? I'm sure he'll be excited.
Tune in
to
at
tell
3
us about
o'clock.
it.
Well, when
Filming outside the old Arco Arena, the old Arco Arena.
When the Celtics town comes out, I'm gonna watch James Ham's doc instead.
Okay.
You didn't even watch Starting Five and had a Kings player in there.
I did watch it. Most.
No,
of it.
you didn't.
Didn't finish it. I also didn't finish Golden Cup for Gold or whatever
Nope.
it's called. Court of Gold.
I think it's Court of Gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna. I want to.
So
but I ain't make it.
I
find myself skipping a lot. It's like, yeah, I don't want to watch about Serbia.
Honestly, I'm pretty out on documentaries. Like Kenny brings up the Celtics one. I don't even know.
Why does everything have to be 5 parts?
Exactly.
We don't need this.
New Nipsey doc gonna be 8 parts.
Well, that's different. I'll watch that. I'm interested in that. It's not a sports doc.
Yeah.
Every documentary though doesn't need to be. I don't even know how you pull 8 parts out of Nipsey Hussle, but I'm interested.
Yeah,
I'm interested.
I'm gonna see him do it. Speaking of not docs, but people are buzzing, going crazy about this Paradise episode 7.
I need to rewatch it. I got through the first couple episodes, but I was kind of scrolling through and I missed some things. But everyone's talking about you got to get watch it. So I'm gonna go back and restart it.
Did you see episode?
No, I'm gonna go back so I can get to all that.
People was like,
yeah, it's this.
It's like, yo, you might not want to. Somebody said you might not want to watch this alone, bro.
Hold on, what are we talking about?
It's this new show on Hulu. It's called Paradise. The basis is there's this catastrophic event that was gonna happen and the government, the power. I gotta watch more of it. The powers that be or whatever created this little underground city under a mountain, and now they're just kind of going through that. I don't know the details of all that after. I keep watching, but yeah,
there's speculation that episode 7 is how it happened. And I'm telling you, I saw at least 3 or 4 times.
Did the technology shut down on us again?
I don't.
Because there's another
now.
Okay.
I don't even need to watch the series. I just want to see episode 7.
Because remember the movie we used to talk about where everything shuts down, the Teslas attack everyone or whatever?
Yeah,
there's another TV show on Netflix where the phones shut down and all the systems go down and all that.
Come on.
I think they're trying to tell us something.
People don't watch this alone. What?
All right.
Yeah. So
tune in next Friday when D'Lo and KC watch Paradise episode 7.
I'm gonna just watch
7. Watch episodes 1 through 6.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back.
7.
No, you have to watch the show. The show, yeah, go back and watch the
good.
show.
I heard the show's good.
Yeah, I know if I have Hulu.
I don't even want to wait.
That might just
7
need to be the D'Lo and
6
KC official show for right now.
Have we ever had an official show?
The Office.
Yeah, we've no.
Oh, shut up.
That's what she said.
We've kind of kept a. That works. That's good stuff right there.
You're ridiculous.
Snowfall, he was late, but we kind of that was kind of we were talking about that.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
And Winning Time.
Oh yeah, Winning Time was one clipped for the first 2 episodes.
Yeah, well.
Once I realized Clip wasn't a comedy, I was like, this isn't for me.
Hey, Clip got awful.
Clip sucked, bro. That was garbage.
Once the whole racism got involved, Clips was not fun.
What's awful?
You guys kept watching it for the show. I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and just stop.
I'm gonna leave the party. Did you guys watch Aaron Hernandez?
No.
I
saw 2 episodes.
I can't believe how many Aaron Hernandez documentaries there are. There was one when I was looking for Court of Gold over the weekend that I came across. I was like, man, I've never seen this
on Netflix.
Yeah.
That's
but this from 2020.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one.
I was like, oh, this isn't. I can't watch this now. This isn't even new. There's 10 new ones since then.
I don't know if it's
and the FX OJ joint.
Yeah. I saw the first 3 episodes of that one. I gotta finish that.
That's the one with Cuba Gooding Jr.
Yeah,
right?
well, yeah, OJ's in the he's OJ, but the dramatized version of it.
There's too many OJ shows.
It's the clipped. Yeah, it's the clipped.
But I don't want to wait any longer. The most underrated player in the NBA played last night.
Yes, Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving is spectacular.
Why is he underrated?
Are you asking why I think
Yeah,
he's
why you think he's
underrated, or
underrated?
why is he
Why
underrated?
you think he is?
I don't think he gets nearly the recognition he deserves as being one of the maybe top 10 players in the game and one of the greatest playmakers we've ever seen. Like he is so close to a one-of-a-kind player, if not being a one-of-a-kind player. He is spectacular. And watching him last night and then kind of like looking at his numbers and looking at his, his durability this year, and just watching him last night was like, man, it's really, I don't feel great about Dallas. They're in a terrible situation that was highlighted for 3 hours last night. But Kyrie is the one. Like, he is spectacular. Yeah. And it's all of his stuff, the other stuff, whether it's the Twitter post or the COVID, the vaccines, it's all of his extra, curricular stuff of the last, not so much this year, maybe not so much even the year before, but like the prior 2 years, the prior maybe 4 years, from his trade to, from Cleveland to Boston, to that weird moment at the beginning of the year where he tells Boston in front of the home crowd he's going to re-sign there, and everyone pretty much ignores that happens, and he just leaves, and no one really cares. Like, he just leaves. And Brooklyn, like everything that happened, it's like Kyrie's always had this almost, not as disgusting and toxic, but this Kanye type look at me label on him. Mm-hmm. When you just look at the dude play basketball, he is one of a kind. And night in, night out, he is one of the league's very best players.
I feel like he's come out of that stuff for the better, but I don't know if anyone cares to pay attention anymore.
That's accurate.
I think you're probably 100% right.
Because the stuff in Boston, like that ended foul too, whether you think he quit or not. Like, his last playoff series with the Celtics was just bad and kind of seemed like he was ready to be out. And then the net stuff happens, and it's just the off the court stuff happens. It was just all a lot for a few years. Yeah. I feel like kind of people after that was like, all right, enough for Kyrie. Now he's kind of doing, like, feel like he's kind of keeping the Mavs afloat and all that.
He's playing basketball. He's smiling. He's talking. He's available. Like, he talks. If you look at, I don't remember Brooklyn at all, but if you look at Kyrie in Cleveland, if you listen to him talk in Cleveland, if you listen to him talk in Boston, and then I'll leave Brooklyn out because I genuinely can't remember. He does not sound like the same person who's talking right now.
He's talked as if he's learned some things.
He talks as if he's just comfortable and happy, and he wants to play basketball. And last night, while all eyes were on his former teammate, he played basketball better than anyone on the floor. The greatest player to ever live, his former teammate, was out there on the floor. The new hotness, also his former teammate, was out there on the floor. And yet in that game, to me, the guy who showed he is the best player out there was Kyrie Irving.
He going through the history of Kyrie like you just did. Cleveland, I don't want to speak in absolutes because I don't remember exactly. Cleveland, he seemed like he was fine. He was just a young guy.
Yeah, I don't think he really said anything.
Yeah, he was just a young guy. Boston got a little contentious.
Yeah, Boston was weird.
Boston was bad.
He was more nondescript than Cleveland.
Yeah.
Just there. It wasn't his team to talk. Like, it was, everyone, all the cameras ran to LeBron. Mm-hmm. Even when he hit the biggest shot in history, they had to talk about the block that got to it. Mm-hmm. Like, he was always he was tucked away a little bit.
Boston was bad. Brooklyn, there seemed to be some residuals left from Boston. And then since he's been in Dallas, he's been a normal NBA basketball player, like off the court. You know what I mean? Like, on the court, obviously fantastic. But I used to always look at Kyrie Irving and how people around him responded to Kyrie. He didn't have the best relationship with reporters, and I'm sure he wasn't just this perfect human being or anything else like that. But the people, the teammates, the people around the league, they loved Kyrie. They always thought he was the nicest guy. What happened when he went back to Brooklyn or something like that? Like Tatum and Brown like ran over to.
Oh yeah, they dapped him up and stuff.
Yeah, they kind of went out of their way, but like it felt like the people that were around him more than the general public or the media did never really have a crossword to say about Kyrie Irving, and that always says something to me. That didn't excuse, every move he would make, but it was like, I don't think we're dealing with like this bad person. It may be a situation where he had a little Barry Bonds in him, where when it came to the media and the public, he didn't know how to handle that. And so he would just be kind of surly to him.
Well,
like Russell Westbrook. He's the same way. Like people talk about Russ like he's a great person. But if you ask about his interaction with the media sometimes, they'll tell you he's rude, he's this and that. Maybe
all
he just
guys
doesn't
have
know how to handle that.
All guys have a turning point. Like Russ had his. He talked about it. Like that finals. He had a turning point. Like, this is how this goes. Okay. The hell with y'all then.
Barry Bonds watched how Bobby Bonds was treated.
Mm-hmm.
And he came into the game already saying, like, I'm not rocking with you guys.
I think Kyrie probably, kind of the same. You talk about some of the other moves that he made. I don't agree with all of them, but I'll go back to the post that got him suspended. I thought the suspension was one of the most egregious things that's happened in this league. And I maintain I don't think he knew what he posted. I think he knew, like he didn't like accidentally post it. He knew what he was posting in the sense of, I think someone referenced it. He had heard about it, whatever. I don't think he knew the full weight of what was in that book that he posted or video or whatever it was. I don't think he knew the full weight of what was in there. He heard something he liked, latched onto it, found its origins, and put it out there without knowing what else was in there. Listening to the one or two times he ever talked about that post, it left me with, he didn't know what it was. He knew of one thing, that was in that book or video. Again, I can't remember what it was. And was like, oh, yeah, okay. And then posted it and didn't know what else was in it and just kind of let it go. And they're telling him to apologize and do all the sensitivity training. And at that point, I think that's where it's for real. You want me to do what? In a league that has had abusers and drug addicts and all that, you want me to do what? Oh, okay. Nah, y'all can kiss my ass. I'll wait till you come crawling back to me after Sacramento beats your ass on national television, and then I'll come back and play for you. And that's exactly what happened.
Do you think his legacy goes the path of Dwight Howard's and he never really gets his due when he retires? Like, he didn't make top 75 or anything like that.
Man, I hope not.
And even right now, like he's like you talk about, all he's playing well, all this stuff. Nobody cares.
I hope not. I really hope not.
I don't think it'll go like Dwight Howard because there are people who, and I don't know. I think Dwight Howard, as far as I know, is
because like we know about Dwight and all that, how dominant he was with the Magic. We still talk about that, but like just nationally and just legacy wise, I feel like that's people don't know about Dwight anymore. Just kind of like gets disregarded. I wonder if Kyrie goes the same way.
Well, the reason why I say that, and I know it maybe is more of a media question, but Dwight, he rubbed some people the wrong way. Like there's people who weren't feeling Dwight Howard. And going back to the original point, I don't think Kyrie has had that effect on the players, right? So they're going to make sure when conversations come up, his name lives in a positive light. Now
and I hope
Bond
so.
Temps.
Sometimes I wonder if players have that much power. Yeah, like serious. Like, I mean, I feel like players rock with Kyrie today.
Because you kind of wonder too, like when all the NBA 75 was going down, like Kyrie was kind of going through all this stuff too, and I wonder if maybe that's why he was kept off of it. Well, and if stuff like that happens, it's like,
well,
wait, Kyrie.
Well, that we've talked about it before. They had the video package.
Yeah, we don't know if that was. Yeah, we don't know if that's real. But there's a video out there. We don't know how official it was, but
wow,
like interviews, talking, stuff like that.
Yeah, allegedly there was.
Go ahead. Wow.
Well,
I don't think I even realized that.
Yeah, he didn't make it. So I think, and that's where I look at
that's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. Maybe take my job too seriously or whatever. But that's what we're supposed to do. That's our job. Like when people come in and try to discount them, like, nah, bro, we're not gonna do that. Like you may not like every move he's ever made, but we're not gonna do that as a basketball player and what he was and who he was. You said it perfectly. He is pretty much a one of one.
Yeah.
Like I've never seen anything like Kyrie Irving in the NBA ever. And yeah, when we're asked about it in the media and people start talking, like, show him the proper respect, man. Show him the proper respect. Don't do that to him. Don't actually him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Show him the respect he deserves as a basketball player.
Yeah. He is he's incredible to me. 9-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA, 50, 40, 90 club back in 2021. I hope he's appreciated. He is. Watching him last night was a joy. And admittedly, I love drama. We're professional wrestling fans. I enjoyed last night's game as well. We'll talk about it.
Go ahead. Let the people know who you was rooting for.
Oh, it don't bother me.
Well, don't use my voice. You say who you were going for.
Dame was rooting for Luka, Doncic, not a team.
Well, no. What the hell are you talking? Whose side are you on? You settle down.
I'm on the side of the
man
truth.
Say who he's on, who he's going for.
What are you doing with him?
We'll come back. Steeler and KC on ESPN 1320.
Lisa, I saw your question. Jimmy Butler has a better perception compared to Kyrie.
Mm-hmm.
Celtics fans in general dislike Irving more. I don't hate Kyrie or anything like that. I got over all that stuff because, like, who cares? But yeah, Celtics fans in general dislike Kyrie.
I'm up as a rough like Kyrie Irving.
I'll take Grant Williams against Kyrie though. I just like Grant Williams more.
Grant Williams.
Did you see the video I retweeted of the computers talking to each other in their own language?
Oh, yeah, man. It's happening quick, bro.
Yeah,
it's happening quick.
Platinum overthrow.
This is ridiculous.
Catch D'Lo and KC live from the park. We're not using computers or mics no more.
I'm getting out of this.
Live shows every day.
Yeah, live shows at the park.
We're just gonna use smoke signals, bro. We're not using no electronics.
I don't know what time it is. The sun says it's 12:30. I think. Learn how to tell time that way now.
Mama Fox just followed the show account, and I'm just terrified. What's on that?
Nature's
account?
Healing.
Man, what's on that account? Man, did I get logged out of the ESPN account again? God damn it, man.
All right.
Oh man, this is tough.
What are we talking about here? Hold on.
Remain positive. Fellas, it's no secret. This season is up to this point, man. It hasn't been what we envisioned. I know my goal when I first saw
Oh yeah, Paul shutting down his podcast. They get in the playoff or championship contention.
Oh,
that podcast is done forever.
Oh, y'all bullied Paul George into shutting down the podcast.
Why people always messing with Paul George, man?
Wow. Hey, for keeping it real, Paul should have probably shut down the basketball rather than the podcast.
Wow.
Let people messing with Paul George, man.
That's foul. Y'all bullied that man into shutting down his podcast.
What is Paul George doing this year? I hadn't
Just out here well, it's not good.
Remember when Kenny yesterday we were talking about the Rocket stuff? He's like, "Oh no, that was Dwayne's character. That was Dwayne Johnson." Yeah, you see, he tweeted about that.
That was the low point.
He's like, "Oh, I love playing this final boss character." Blah blah blah. Yeah, he tweeted that yesterday, I think.
Oh, man, he's got to go.
He got to go. That was the low point of this show. That wasn't The Rock. That was Dwayne.
I was reporting.
Kenny Meltzer over here.
I've been off The Rock. I ain't long before you guys were. This is Austin. It's Austin for me.
Okay, we're not even having that. Well, this isn't about their accolade. Austin wouldn't even show his ass up to WrestleMania.
So it's still
we had to get the Undertaker.
Yeah.
In a black hoodie. What are we doing?
It's still Austin for me. It's Austin. It's always been Austin. Well, I shouldn't say that. In high school, The Rock was my boy. But it's time.
I heard you were a big Hulkamaniac.
at the blue weights.
Jean shorts clears them all.
Yeah.
No, it was never Cena.
17. He's like the LeBron James of the WWE. Never an issue. Always showed up.
It's true. The man does have claim to the GOAT title.
He does, and he has more than I think we like to give him credit for.
He has claim to the GOAT title.
He does. I don't have no problem with Cena. I ain't got no problem with saying it. But I think my boy is a little higher on the list than
who?
Maybe giving credit for.
Not Roman. No, Roman can be near the top of the list, but he can't. He's not one.
He's not better than Cena either.
He's not one.
Is he ahead of Dwayne?
He's ahead of Dwayne. Coco Beware's ahead of Dwayne.
I'm gonna keep it real. Like this Dwayne character counts, and it kind of stinks. So that goes against him.
In all seriousness, did he surpass The Rock?
He might have. Yeah, The Rock. The thing about The Rock and Austin, one, they probably need to be referenced together. They collectively drew so much money. The belief has always been it was on the back of Austin. Rock was a huge part of it, but they were kind of a part of the same wave. The problem is that people just that wave was so short. We're talking 90. We're talking really Austin starts to bubble in 97, explodes in 98. Maybe we'll go 98 to 02.
You could give him 03 since that's when that last match was, I guess.
Was it the last match
beginning
in 03?
Of 03 though? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. So you get a 5-year run out of that.
Yeah.
Cena was the guy for a decade.
He was.
Roman was the guy for a decade. And so, I might put Roman above The Rock, but man, I don't know that I'm ready to make the argument that Cena belongs above Hogan and Austin, but it's the argument is there.
I think Cena can't go above Hogan.
I don't know that anybody can go above
Hogan.
Oh, MAGA Hogan.
And then Hogan, the thing that puts Hogan over the top though was Hollywood. Hollywood that went just as crazy as.
Well, you got to explain what you mean, because
Hollywood Hogan and that.
Oh, Hollywood Hogan.
Yeah,
yeah. I thought you meant something else. Yeah.
No, not the movies, not like that, but just that Hollywood Hogan character, the way he was able to flip that. And
Hogan was
that puts him over the top.
Hogan was the central figure. Oh, this is so gross to discuss because he's such a piece of garbage.
Go ahead, put him over more.
We're talking about the character, not
talking about Terry Bollea. We're talking about Hulk Hogan. Hogan was the central figure of the two biggest booms in wrestling. The 80s, where it was train, say your prayers, eat your vitamins. And then we could talk Austin all we want to. The fact is, the NWO was born in the summer of 96. Mm-hmm. That changed everything because the NWO and Hollywood Hogan created a product that was better than the WWE or WWF and forced the WWF to get better. Mm-hmm. No one had ever forced them to get better. Ric Flair and Terry Funk never forced WWF to get better. Sting never forced WWF to get better.
Hey.
The Four Horsemen, none of them ever forced the WWF to get better. But Hulk Hogan, growing a black beard, did. And if it wasn't for Hulk Hogan growing a black beard, Steve Austin would be managed by the $1 Million Man and called the Ringmaster.
Yeah.
And when they were like, guys, we got to do something different, Austin says, I have an idea. And he takes on this character. Bret Hart was a big reason why that Austin character took off. But it all starts in the summer of 96 when Hogan grows that black beard, drops the leg on Macho Man, and there he is, the central figure. Now, Austin eventually took that from Hogan, but it started with Hogan.
Yeah. Yeah, look, Cena's that dude. I think he
He could be second.
Though.
The more like the way like we talk about this all the time. Like it is hard to poke holes in like Hogan being the GOAT, as much as we hate him.
Yeah, he's the most important. He's probably like he's the most important professional wrestler ever. He was the perfect mix of he was the perfect mix of being charismatic for like a wrestling crowd, but also for the non-wrestling crowd. Like you mentioned Hollywood, and I was thinking the first run, and I'm thinking, I think he took Cyndi Lauper to the Grammys. Like that was a big deal. Like he was on Sports Illustrated, he was on People.
Yeah,
like that's a big deal. And Hogan's the only one who could say that. Like he was, in the second run, he's on Newsweek, he's on TV Guide. Austin's not. I mean, Austin is in that second run too, but he's not on Sports Illustrated. Right. He's not on People magazine. Yeah. The Rock eventually was, but that was that was Dwayne who was over there. Yeah, Hogan was different.
And then the origins of this conversation, I think Roman has gotten to the top 3.
So he hasn't passed Hogan,
and he won't.
So who has he passed?
He's passed The Rock.
And
he might have passed Austin. Because one thing I was thinking about is,
so your top 3 right now: Hogan, Cena, and Roman.
I'm leaning that way.
Okay.
Because one of the things with Roman too, because this bloodline thing is one of the greatest angles in the history of the sport. But that Shield run was kind of crazy. Him as a solo was
absolutely that counts. Absolutely.
Man,
that counts.
After was a little crazy and it kind of stunk, but
no, that absolutely counts. J.O. says, D-Lo, I think it started with the Outsiders. Those characters were sort of more Attitude Era characters, and you're 100% right. But those characters meant more when they teamed with Hogan. If that had been Lex Luger or Sting,
wouldn't have worked.
I'd argue if it had been Bret Hart, it wouldn't have mattered. It was Hulk Hogan, and it was different.
And once again, the wrestler, the character, not the person.
Yeah, the person sucks.
He bodied that role.
Oh,
this
yeah.
Hollywood Hogan. Like you talk about, Bret Hart couldn't.
You know
do
why?
What he did. He bodied it.
You know why he bodied that role? It's probably who he is.
Yeah.
I did it for the money, brother. Like, yeah, okay. Well, I see that now. You'll pretty much do anything for money.
Where does Bruno Sammartino fall on this list?
He doesn't.
Hey, we want to talk about. Hey, we ever want to talk about overrated? Let me know.
He's the '60s Celtics of this conversation.
I was running WW 2K24 whatever the other day, running the Royal Rumble. Bruno Sammartino comes out. This dude's like 5'5".
Jesse's like, who the hell is this guy?
This is Bruno Sammartino. This is the guy that had the belt for 10 years. George Mikan.
Oh man, Mikan catching strays. What'd you think about the game last night? The Mavs and the Lakers and the.
I had fun watching it. Like it was. It's the perfect.
It's a really good game.
It was a very good game. It's the perfect segue though from professional wrestling to this because the videos coming out of Nico watching Luka warm up. And I love that the person who filmed it is strategically placed so they could get Luka and Nico in the same shot. I also love that Nico appeared to be wearing this like electric blue suit where you couldn't miss him if you wanted to.
He's a supervillain now, by the way.
Yeah, and I think he might be leaning into it.
Yeah, he's not afraid. He's not afraid.
We got the video of Luka doing push-ups before the game and all that.
Very funny. Yeah, very funny. I love Luka's like emotion in the game. I loved him like yelling. I thought the technical foul was hilarious. One, shout out to the official who had the balls to call that technical foul that quickly when he so obviously missed the foul call.
He did miss it. PJ did have his hand on the ball.
Yeah, but he also had his hand on his wrist.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a foul. I would have called the foul.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have called the foul.
He called the technical pretty fast for a referee who missed
I
the
think
call.
the reason why he didn't call the foul, though.
Well, I'm pretty sure I know the reason.
Why?
I saw the close-up of Luka talking to the official.
Well, the technical, yeah, lucky he didn't get. It wasn't going to happen, but thrown out. He was wild.
Well, I also
down.
wonder if the officials, because that was the first quarter,
Yeah.
It was like the first couple minutes. I wonder if the officials got together like, "Hey, don't do this. Don't do this to us. We do not need this level of scrutiny. I don't care what he says the rest of the game. Don't do it."
Yeah, he could have clotheslined him.
Yeah, look, if he power bombs
Clothesline the
you,
ref.
if he power bombs you through the scorer's table, just roll off it. We'll get through the end of the game.
What do they call
We'll
it?
deal with it later.
This is a poetry in motion with LeBron and Luka kind of taking over at the end of the fourth. Meanwhile, the
Oh.
other side of that trade is sitting on the bench.
Man, that play,
Poetic justice.
Poetic justice, yeah, whatever you wanna call that.
That possession where it's Bron, Luka in the post,
Yeah.
Bron, Luka in the post, Bron, Luka in the post, Luka back down, gets double team, Bron out for three, Bron hits the three. It's like, oh, all right, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
We got, I think it was it this morning or yesterday morning? We got a latest Mavs Luka dump where it's, oh yeah, he was hookah and beer guy. We couldn't trust that.
Yeah. You said the other day, like, how many, maybe they warned him, maybe they told him, maybe they did this, maybe they did that. Like, and I think your point is completely fair because, despite Luka calling Kyle Madsen out his name, which apparently is a very regular thing in the NBA.
That's like saying and or the.
Yeah, I've gone full babyface on Luka Doncic, and I'm kind of rooting for him. I'm kind of rooting for this to work for him, and it's just what Jesse's talking about right there. Like, if what you said was true, just stand on business. You did it.
Mm-hmm.
You did it. And in a year or two, you'll be vindicated.
Aren't they doing that though, to a certain degree?
I don't think
The
so.
Mavs?
I don't think so at all.
I mean, they're just Friday news dumping on him every day now. But
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they're like calling Sam Abig and say, "Hey, write this story. I'm about to give you some information." I think they're being asked a question, and they are. But what I mean is, they are standing on business. We didn't sign him because we thought this.
Oh no, but they're not. But they're not. Like they. I think they.
What would it
they
be? They
tried. What would it be?
What would be standing on business be in this case?
We felt he ate too much, drank too much. We felt like he was never going to get into condition. We thought he was never going to be. We were never going to pay him that $350 million or whatever the number is because we felt like this. Said Mavericks general manager Nico Harrison. It's not what it is.
yeah, it's true. It's the thing, like
It's never that.
reporters standing on it for them, I guess.
So I'm not reading all the articles. I haven't read all the articles, I should say. So I don't know how they're written. But are they saying they
Someone close to the Mavs?
Yeah, and we talked about that before. That could be anybody.
It could be.
You know what I mean?
Well, in this case, it appears to be everybody. And here's the thing that where the whole idea of what you presented loses me a little bit. They can't, like, they did it for 3 hours last night. And I get it. It's still new. It's a huge deal. I mean, I think they even said Anthony Davis might be the greatest player to ever get traded before. He was just involved with the other guy who eclipsed him in that list, which I had never really thought about. And I don't think it's true, but it could be true. And if it's not, the list above is very short.
Yeah.
The list above him is very short.
Kareem is first.
But right, Kareem. I mean, Shaq probably too. Like, Shaq wasn't a scrub when he was traded.
KD was technically traded. But
Was
your
he?
point is well taken. Yeah, for the Warriors sign and trade.
Oh,
D'Angelo
well,
Russell.
LeBron was sign and trade too.
Yeah, LeBron was traded.
Yeah, well, but it's not. But it's not
No, I
the
know
same.
what you mean.
It's
I'm
not the
just-
same.
I'm just having-
But
they kept talking about it.
they kept talking about how they kept it a secret, and it's like, okay, so which was it? Were the Mavericks openly discussing moving on from Luka Doncic, and it was just looked at in the organization as just talk? Or did Nico think it's now or never, called the one guy in the league he could trust, and executed a trade for a player that he thought would help them either maintain or, maybe in his line of thinking, he believes that they can get better because Anthony Davis is better defensively and you have a electric offensive star in Kyrie Irving. Because both can't be true, can they?
I don't think so.
Because what it feels like is after the fact, you're telling everyone, guys, we weren't going to pay him. We weren't. Look, you see him. He's 20 pounds overweight. You see him. He's missing this amount of time. You see him. We gave him the break in November to go get in shape. And now all of a sudden there's a narrative being laid out about Luka Doncic within the organization. So which was it? Was it a tight-lipped secret that caught both organizations off guard? Or were the Mavericks having discussions about this and maybe Nico moved on it when people didn't think that he would?
I think they were having discussions about this. And
see, that doesn't line up with original reporting, though. That's why I feel like it's the Vivek fired Mike Brown thing again. You people reported that it was the front office's decision. Then there was a reaction to it, and a day later, everyone's covering their ass, and somehow Vivek is to blame for this. To me, it's the same thing. You're creating a narrative as to what happened.
All right, I'm trying to follow. So
Nico, and before you, Nico did acknowledge the conditioning issues.
Mhm.
He did at the press conference. I don't know that he acknowledged. Maybe he acknowledged the defense in a way of praising Anthony Davis, but I think he was, at least if you paid enough attention, I can't remember exact word, critical of Luka Doncic on the defensive end. So he at the very least gave us a framework to work with. Sorry.
No, that's good. And I think it's a discussion, honestly, you probably were having 2 years ago. Like, you had to have these thoughts. You had to have these discussions about, do you believe that he's going to change and he's going to be a different player?
Mm-hmm.
If you do, you pay him whatever the contract demands. If not, there's going to come a time when you got to be like, all right, we got to move on from him. I think those discussions were happening, like I said, 2 years ago when they didn't make the playoffs or didn't do anything. They went out and got Kyrie Irving and nothing happened. Last year they go to the finals and, they have this run, and I think you're still asking that question. I think the question is still asked. Like, some people would say it should have been answered once he got to the finals. And I don't necessarily agree with that. I
seem to have brought more questions.
Yeah, it's like, is this real?
Mm-hmm.
Is this sustainable? Is this something that, did we catch lightning in a bottle, or is this something that we can build off of? And I think they thought about that all off season and all through this season, and they got to the point where Nico, and maybe others, I don't know, but Nico's wearing it right now. Nico felt like the decision had to be made sooner rather than later, and he made it. So I think they were having those thoughts, but at the same time, I don't know how widespread those conversations were.
I don't know either. Yeah, I have no
within
idea.
the organization.
I got you. It feels like it wasn't, and now it seems to be everybody knows why Nico did it. Okay, well, which is it?
Well, he could have explained it once it happened.
But it's growing.
But like
that's the part that confuses me. Like, it keeps growing. Now, what was Mark Stein's thing? I didn't read it. Not a shot. I just didn't read it. But I saw the Hoops Hype thing about Mark Stein wrote they were going to move him. They were just adamant that they had to move him by the summer or this summer.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, wait a second. The most stunning trade in him. Now there was a timeline for it. So either the Mavericks are creating a narrative, or Nico can't stop talking, because who else would know that other than Nico Harrison, or perhaps the owner, who has already shown himself to be a jackass.
Well, I think that is where some of this stuff is.
Could very well be. Yeah, it could very well be.
But if Jesse is 2 years away from a contract extension, and we're having the talk. I don't know if we're gonna be able to resign him after this.
Damn.
I don't know if
Wants
we're
too
gonna be
much
able to
money.
do it, man.
Yeah. Eats too much popcorn.
We got to start thinking about if this is sustainable. We just go on about.
I mean,
it.
we got Joe Brazil here.
Yeah, Joe, he's cheaper. He's on a rookie deal.
Yep.
Send me to go play with LeBron and see what happens.
Well, you are playing with LeBron.
Yeah, I'm
Kyle.
already here.
You are playing with LeBron.
But we're having these discussions, and then year goes by. Then we get to the point like, hey, man, we gotta move him.
Oh, you know what this sounds like? You're gonna CM Punk him. You're gonna fire him right before his wedding, aren't you? Wow, you're not Nico Harrison. You're Vince McMahon.
That'd be pretty
wild.
Oh,
No, can you?
Not at all. His
by
present-
FedEx.
His
Well, that's the
present
thing,
is
I'm not.
a pink slip.
I wake up one Friday and I work for 11:40 now. That'd be wild.
You're over there producing pocket watching for
Oh.
Alan Styles.
This is not how the game is played.
Joe Budden had a.
That's what I need. Jesse going to 1140, explaining to Alan Styles what pocket watching is, and Dave I thought it had something to do with money. Yeah.
Joe Budden had a nice little funny segment on his last episode about trade proposals between his podcast and Roy and Miles' podcast. And people were upset with who they were lined up to be traded with. Like, oh, I'm only worth a money? That's how you feel? Like, it was hilarious. But we get to the point where we've only had the discussion. Me and you had the discussion. Yeah, we gonna move him, man. Deal gets done.
We're trading multiple first-round picks for Chris Verlaine, and that's it.
Deal gets done, and now all of a sudden we come back into the building, and both Aaron's and Karosh and Charlie like, yo, what happened? And we explained to them why we did it. So now Sam Amick goes and talks to Charlie, and Charlie's like, well, yeah, they weren't sold on him forever. He didn't know that years ago.
Charlie needs to sit his ass down and be quiet.
This long-winded example, we weren't talking to Charlie about this. We weren't having all these we had a conversation as to why, and now Charlie
So
can
now
say,
whose fault is that?
It's still Nico's fault.
Well, it's the fictitious Sam Amick's fault in this situation.
But I'm saying, like, Charlie's talking as if, they weren't going to sign him anyway. He didn't know that until we just had a conversation with him. And all I'm saying is that's what could have been going on in Dallas. Like, they're talking as if they're talking because we told them we were always going to, looking to move him. They didn't know that. We weren't having this grand meeting every week. We had a conversation after it was done. We explained everything that went down. And that's when you found out, Charlie. But he's talking to Sam as if, oh yeah, for 2 years they've been talking about they was going to trade him. You didn't even know that.
What would Jesse get us if we traded him?
Bro, this is radio late.
Man, he landed.
I don't think there's a trade out there.
He landed number one pick. My boy Jesse would land a number one pick.
It'd be a Kevin Durant type deal. Like, we need Chris Watkins, Brandon Nunez.
That's
Verlaine.
the thing. If you try to trade me, I'm just gonna retire. I'm not going anywhere else. I'm just gonna retire.
We get Brendan, Chris, Frankie.
Oh man. Yeah, we get
it's a Katie, Chris Verlaine too.
It's a Katie level
No.
trade.
I'm gonna be like Rob Gronkowski. You're not sending me to Detroit. I will quit right now.
Oh, man. We hear 1140 trying to poach
producer
more of
to
our
be named
players.
later.
Nah, Jesse on that LeBron James Nike deal, man. It's a lifetime contract.
Like we couldn't make the contracts work a 3-teamer. As Scott Recycler said, we had to get Butcher Boy. We had to go to 95.7. They didn't have enough cap room.
Well, there's people from 1140 now trying to text this trade idea. It's like
no, come on, you gotta read. What's the trade?
Trying to trade me for a board op to be named later? Get out of here. You think I'm worth that? A board op to be named later? Get out of here. What in the cash considerations is this?
Well, I don't know I'll keep it quiet just in case. Just in case. No, we're not open for business. 1140. No,
Yeah, we're not listening to trades. We're not listening to trades.
No trades. But you're gonna get a cease and desist if you don't tell your boys stop talking about pocket watching over there, especially in the wrong. If you're gonna steal it, at least do it right.
Well, like I said, we've been explaining it for about a year. I just gave up on trying to explain.
Oh.
So no, that's not what it is.
Well, shout out to Dave
10
for
months
listening.
ago. I was like, that's not what it is. But
I thought it had something to do with money. Yeah. It's cool, Dave. Thanks, Dr. David, for sending me that clip.
When's D'Lo and Casey are done, I'm going back to laying concrete.
Man, you guys are
Radio's a weird place.
It's a wild place. This show ain't gonna be done for a long time.
I can only imagine.
Probably.
I want to be perfectly clear though. I've not done a 180 on Luka. I'm the same. Luka seems like a cool dude. I ain't rooting for him to succeed though. He in the Western Conference. We're gonna settle down with that.
Yeah, I mean, I want Luka to be healthy. I want him to be great. I don't in the we can. There's probably further discussions. Matt's going to join us here in a second. One, and I'll say, I need to say this out loud. Austin Reeves is pretty damn good.
He is really good. He's playing really well.
I think sometimes the level of noise around him is a little. It got to be a little too much, especially last year. Mm-hmm. He's really good.
Yeah, he's hooping, man.
Yeah, he's a good ball player. Probably a lot better than we've given him credit before on this show. But Austin Reeves is good. I'm teetering on the idea of the Lakers becoming contenders.
I can see it.
I mean, I don't know if contenders means like you're in the Western. I don't know how you define a contender. Like, do they have a chance to get to the Western Conference Finals, be one of the final four teams in the league? I think I'm there. If I'm not, I'm on the doorstep.
I'm there now, and honestly, West is looking. I don't know if funny's the right word, but I think they can come out the West.
I think the Lakers could get to 2.
They can. They're about 2 games back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they can. I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday. The West it's really based on these matchups.
Yeah.
And by the day, I'm feeling less and less confident about OKC.
Okay, I'm with you on that.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. Matt George joins us. I know he's normally with us on Thursdays, but he's got business to attend to tomorrow, so he's kind enough to join us here today. So Matt George joins us next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm gonna fill up real quick.
Lakers Celtics final. Celtics win, and then boom, you got more ammo for winning time. Season 3.
Settle down. The hell
they really made a show about the Lakers being like just second fiddle to the Celtics.
No, we're gonna bring it back. We're gonna bring back winning time.
Like that show started with, "Oh, we're gonna chase the Celtics," and it ended with, "Oh, we lost to the Celtics."
We bringing back winning time, man. Because
I hope you Laker fans know that too. By the way,
that show is great. Hold on, man. Let me get in here real quick, man. Let me get this spot because it is a Gervonta Davis fight week. 13th round. What's your main man, Kenny Caraway? Big ups to Jordan Brand. Big ups to the dope ones. They're one and the same now. You know the vibes, man. And look, it is Gervonta Tank Davis fight week. He's got a pay-per-view WBA lightweight title fight against Lamont Roach Jr. going down this Saturday at Barclays. The buzz ain't really there. And like I've said for a number of different months now, the buzz isn't there because Gervonta's got one foot out the door. I believe him. When he talks about he's done after this year and he wants to retire, I believe him. I think he's going to leave now. Does he come back? I don't know. They seem to always come back. But I believe that he's going to walk away from the game. And part of me feels like, man, you got one foot out the door, man. Just go. Just go. You're not going to give us like the fight we really want to see. We want to see you versus Shakur. We want to see you versus Devin Haney. We want to see you versus Tiafimo or something. You're not going to give that to us. You're already planning the retirement. And just go. In this Lamont Roach fight, I'm okay with it if it was a prelude to something greater. But like I said, you already walking out the door, man. So Tank is my boy, but the writing's on the wall. It's over. He's walking away. It's hurting the buzz for this week, man. Boxing in a tough place right now. Boxing in a real tough place, man. So we'll see what Tank does on Saturday. We'll talk about it a little bit more on Friday. That's the 13th round.
Boxing needs another star because all of the up and comers literally fumbled all that. Like Devin Haney's not that, Shakur's not that, Tank's almost on his way out. Ryan is lost his damn mind.
It's time for these dudes to fight each other in America. They keep worrying about the Saudi bag, like,
and that's the thing too. Like they're only like more power to them, like getting the bag and all that, but like nobody fights each other.
Nobody checking for that Saudi bag. I mean, they're getting paid, so that's all that matters to them. But like, as far as like growing the game and stuff, nobody checking for that Saudi bag. Did you see that video of Micah Parsons and the sumo wrestler?
No. What?
Didn't move that man at all. That's crazy. Oh man. Did you see it, Jesse?
No, I missed it.
I'm gonna tag both of y'all right now, man.
Matt.
Every day I throw on League Pass and wonder why Kevin O'Connor and those dudes can't just do that.
Crazy. Kevin O'Con, man.
Go
ahead.
Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I like the G League a lot. I really do. I think it's great for the NBA and great for guys to kind of get their legs under them and stuff like that. I'm starting to wonder why I would ever watch a G League game. Do you see what happened today?
No, I've been doing a radio show.
Devin Carter for the Stockton Kings today. 34 points, 9 rebounds, 3 steals on 50% from the field.
All right, man.
I just saw this play where he just jets by everybody.
All right, man.
I've seen him play in the NBA games. Like, why would I ever watch the G League at this point? Why?
I don't know, Matt. Why? Maybe to listen to Deuce Mason.
Maybe
I was gonna say because Deuce and Mo are on the call.
Yeah, maybe that would be it. But it is so far away.
It's not a barometer, right?
No, it's so far away from NBA.
Said that man scored 34 points?
Yeah, 34.
Has he scored 4 in his career?
Barely. It feels even further away than college basketball from like and I know a lot of these people in the G League played college basketball, but Devin Carter, I don't even think Devin Carter got 34 in at Providence. I don't know. Maybe I'm frustrated because I'm confused.
Man, what do you think about Devin Carter? Period.
Really bad pick that should cost the person who did the pick the job.
Well, damn.
That's pretty much what. But I've been consistent with that. Yeah. Devin is not. He's just not ready, especially for a team in the hunt for contention, in a hunt for like just winning. Mm-hmm. And you especially are you went from a ton of depth at the point guard position to none, like 0. It's Markelle Fultz and kind of Malik Monk, and that's it. So yeah, Devin Carter's just not ready. I still believe in the kid. I don't think it's like fair to write him off completely. I think he still does present some things that, like, if you were to tell me that he could be like a Josh Hart light with his skill set 3-4 years down the road, I think that's possible for him to achieve, but it's not what the Sacramento Kings need right now. And unfortunately, that's like, it's a results-based league, and you didn't join the Charlotte Hornets, all right? You didn't join the Washington Wizards where you could just go out there and play through all this crap. You're on a team that not just is going for a playoff spot. They've attached everything now to this playoff spot after the De'Aaron Fox trade and all the contracts they've brought in. It's as playoff or bust as it gets right now, and Devin Carter can't contribute to that.
Yeah, and like I said, just off of respect to the tumultuous start to his NBA career that he's had, when you talk about injury, getting surgery, not being able to have a training camp and all this other stuff, I also, I'll give him time to see if, he's able to work on his game and improve some stuff going into next season. But it's looking like a tough pick right now for Monty McNair in that front office, man, because he's not able to contribute this year. And you had a situation where you needed somebody to contribute this year, whether it was the rookie or you traded that pick, and he hasn't been able to provide that. And that's tough to see.
Well, the thing is, like, good teams take projects in the draft, right? We see good teams take players that are a couple years away, especially later on in the lottery or outside of the lottery. But it's because you have a depth or foundation in place to where currently you can still compete while giving that player the time that they need. There was not nearly enough depth in place, as was made perfectly clear by the start of this season until the trades for Jake LaRavia and Jonas Valanciunas. There was no depth on this team whatsoever to be able to give Devin Carter the time. Now, there was technically depth at his position. They went out and got Jordan McLaughlin, who barely played. They had Fox. They had Malik. But they still, at that spot, could have taken somebody to help address their depth elsewhere or to give them more win-now talent. The Kings treated that draft like they were the Oklahoma City Thunder, like they were the Los Angeles Lakers, like they were these teams that already had such a core and then second unit established that, yeah, Dev can take his time coming back from his injury. Devin can get surgery and come into the league halfway through, and we'll see what he is, and he can just work on his game, and hey, maybe next year he can contribute. But you didn't have the team to support that, which again, it's just it shows another short-sighted decision from the front office and how they assessed their roster at the time, how they assess their roster now, and where they assess the where this organization and this team is at right now.
Do you think they did that? Do you think they had that core / roster in place? I'm sorry, I'm wording that confusingly. Do you think they believed they had that core, that roster in place to where, yeah, if Devin missed some time, it's no big deal?
I want to say yes to give them the benefit of the doubt, but through whether it's conversations or speculation, like all other signs point to you didn't do your job correctly. Like maybe you had a trade in mind and that trade fell through and then you panicked and took who was at the top of your board at that time. Or you thought maybe he was not going to be out as long as he was, and you thought he might be ready for the training camp and he'd be back from surgery at the time. Or I don't know, maybe the analytics told you, no, he's going to be perfect in the NBA, but you didn't pay enough attention to the jump shot or whatever. Like all other avenues point to not laziness necessarily from the front office, but not doing the complete job, not completely doing their homework. And I understand completely if the Kings were trying to trade that pick. It made perfect sense for the Kings to try and trade that pick. But if a trade fell through on draft night, you felt you had something that it fell apart for whatever reason, like Devin Carter, with everybody on the board still, Devin Carter couldn't have been your number one option. And I felt that way that day. I was kind of talked into it a little bit because of like, oh, look how good of a rebounder he is. Look at the wingspan, right? We all kind of talk ourselves in the prospect once he belongs to the team or once he's drafted by the team. But I mean, there were two Sacramento boys on the board that would have been better. You know, you couldn't have more information about those two. You didn't have more information about Dalton Connect that everybody knew about. Like it just, I mean, add it to the list. Do I think if the Kings had nailed this draft, their season would be in a way better situation? No, but they would have had significantly better contributions to the first half of the season than what they got.
Well, I do. I think their season would be better. Like you'd have another guy in that rotation. If they would have nailed the draft, that assumes that this guy is a all rookie, potential rookie of the year type player. Yeah, I think they'd be in a much better situation. Like not 2 seed or anything like that, but they'd be in a much better situation. You know, Mike Brown might still be here. De'Aaron Fox might still be here if they would have nailed that pick, because you had somebody that was ready to contribute and contribute at a high level from day one. And that would have helped with the whole rotation thing that they delivered on. So the draft or the failures in the draft, those are ones that I can't justify. I can't work around. It's inexcusable.
I'm just scanning the chatty house, and I guess some people are on drugs today. Matt would have passed on Embiid. I'm sorry, I didn't realize Devin Carter and Joel Embiid were in the same conversation. Number one, number two, Carter was viewed as a great value pick. By who? Where's the value in a player that you should have known was not going to be able to play for half the year and was not going to be able to be in training camp when you're a team in a win now position? What is the value in Devin Carter? Congratulations. You picked a player that might be good in 2 or 3 years, but you're not going to be here because you lost your job. Yeah, really valuable for a general manager and where the organization is at. I don't hate Devin, but there's no value in the position that the Kings were in to take a player like Devin who had his shortcomings and the injury issues on top of that. It just is not the right gamble to make. I like Devin a lot. Actually, he's a good dude.
How long have you been doing this show?
4 years.
What's the number one rule? Don't get lost in the chatty house. But
I like them.
We love them. No, we love them. No, those are our people. Man, you can get lost there quick. You can get you. Hey, man, the Kings won by 42. That was great. Oh, it's great they won by 42, huh? Loser. Oh, okay.
That was me. No, that was me. I texted you that.
And
you did.
Devin Carter was a consensus top 5 type pick, top 7 type pick. He started to tumble down, and this is where we may not have known that, but it's their jobs to know that. He probably tumbled down because he wasn't going to be ready to start the season.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you got to know that. Yeah, that's what the consensus is, that he's a top 7 guy and you're able to get him at 12 or 13 or wherever they were at. But there's a reason why he's still there. And I wouldn't have took that gamble. I mean, it worked for them before without the whole injury situation with Tyrese Halliburton. That's a guy that was a lot of people thought might sneak into the top 5, and he fell down to him and they took him and it worked out for him. The injury thing, especially if that's the reason why he was falling down the draft board, that's just something I wouldn't have been willing to take a chance on.
Matt, your mic just quit. Your mic just said, "This is trash. I'm out. I don't want any more part of this. The Locked On Kings podcast is over.
Let me out,
though." Nope, still nothing. Oh man, this has never happened. Mid conversation, and he just left. He said, "You know what?
Kings people cut his mic."
Yeah, oh, that's what happened. That's what happened. The Kings people cut his mic. Oh man, that's tough.
My George might need to go buy himself a new mic, because I really just cut out like right then and there.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, we'll wait.
We're Matt George.
Matt George going to go watch a whole marathon of Lord of the Rings to get over this.
Matt was cooking too.
Yeah, well.
He was ready to say something to me too.
Overcooked.
Yeah.
It was overcooked. Yeah, he had to get the skillet off the grill. I had to go out there and get the brisket off the Traeger.
Hey, man.
Damn shame what happened to Matt.
Like I said, I tried to find different ways to help these guys stay in place. But that draft, man, there's no flipping that thing around.
So this is how CM Punk felt, huh?
Very good. Very good. I don't remember where you were going. I think you were going to yell at KC.
Yeah,
which is fine. You can always yell at KC.
I think it was something along the lines of like, who was Devin Carter a consensus pick for? Like the draft experts and media members who are like all trying to analyze the draft, or was it by the front office and that has scouts in place that should know better than anybody else, like and should be doing their homework better than anybody else? I don't know the answer to that question. Either way, like, Carter's on the team now. I do think Carter has a history, or has a potential future in the NBA as something. I think he's trying to figure out what that something is. I don't think a lot of it comes on the offensive end unless he's attacking the basket. That jump shot needs a lot of work, and it's really, really slow. It does go in, but not at times. I just don't. I don't know why that would be a consensus pick or a consensus decision given the circumstances, because he doesn't fit the best player available category. He doesn't fit the position of need category. He just didn't fit, and he didn't at the time, and he doesn't now, and he still doesn't now. And I wish him the best and hope he can, like a lot of other things with this roster, prove me wrong.
All right. Matt, how do you feel? I mean, the Kings, obviously they get that did that 42-point win the other night do anything for you? Did the Zach LaVine performance do anything for you? Do you feel any differently than you might have after the Warriors game or prior to the All-Star break about this team after the way they played versus Charlotte?
I don't know if I feel like a lot differently, but it was needed, right? To see Zach go off the way that he did. And there were elements of that game, things that I took away from that game that I thought were really promising. First and foremost, like, there's no dismissing what they did because it was against the Charlotte Hornets. Like, it's not just you beat teams that you're supposed to beat. They beat the brakes off the team that they were supposed to beat. Like, good.
Yeah, everybody else is doing it too, so it's a good thing you did.
It's exactly what you were supposed to do. So I don't care that it was against Charlotte. You needed to get a win like that, and you got to win in a way that was really encouraging. I thought, like, Zach LaVine went off in the fourth quarter because he was just heat checking and chucking everything, and that was awesome. That was a lot of fun. But the majority of scoring, the reason why Zach was so efficient through that entire game was the shots that he was getting, I thought were way better. And I thought the Kings were doing a fantastic job of playing through Domantas Sabonis again. And this is like, you have this all NBA type talent who's one of his number one skills, the skill set is playing through him and the versatility that he gives you as the foundation of your offense. And for some reason, the Kings have gone further and further and further away from that, even as Sabonis has gotten better and better and better as a jump shooter, so that defense is sagging off of him just can't work as well or doesn't work anymore. But they still have gone away from it. I know they're trying to get DeMar comfortable. They have this idea of Zach LaVine as a secondary playmaker and ball handler, and it hasn't really worked. But I thought Zach was able to play his game a lot more, play through Domantas Sabonis, get some drop-off passes, get some DHOs. And I thought the practice time over the weekend was evident in that game with, okay, these guys are doing a little better job getting in and out of their offense. Even DeMar DeRozan, he hit a number of threes in that game, a couple of threes where it wasn't his isolation game. It was off of a pass, catch and shoot, top of the key or from the wing, and he knocked down a three. So I thought the ball movement by the Kings was way better. I know they had that bad third quarter with the turnovers, and that was the one negative I took from that game, was like, if you have a quarter like that against the Cleveland Cavaliers, Oklahoma City Thunder, you're in big trouble, because any big lead that you had is erased. Or if the game is tied at that point, you're down 15, 20 points if you have a stretch like that. They need to clean that up. But other than that, I thought they looked really, really good. I thought it was a well-coached game. We saw some changes to the rotation that I really liked. I thought it was a really encouraging performance from Sacramento. And now there's just okay, what's next, right? You have Utah tonight. Can you do the same thing against another team that you should beat? And then get ready, because the gauntlet is coming in March.
How much stock do you take, or do you put in, into practice time with this particular group? Do you think it's a little overblown, or it's something that really can help these guys try to propel themselves for the final 25 games of the season?
Well, practice is never a bad thing. Like, the more practice you can have, the better, unless it's too much practice, like we heard with Mike Brown. But I just don't have expectations that practice time is going to solve the problems of this roster when it comes to the teams that they're going to face coming up. And I just don't think extra practice time is going to suddenly make this team able to not just compete with, because they can't just compete with Cleveland and the Knicks and the Cavs, or sorry, the Thunder. They have to win some of those games, especially on their home floor. They have to. So how are you going to be able to win a number of those games? Is the practice time going to make that big of a difference, or is it going to be because Zach LaVine puts you on his back and carries you, or DeMar DeRozan goes for 15 points in the fourth quarter and closes the game down for you? Like, I just don't think practice time solves enough over the final stretch of the season, because there's just a limited amount. Zach LaVine said after the game, he's a trial by fire guy. He learns by doing. He's a learner by experience. So no matter what happens, them getting out on the floor together, they're going to have to learn how to play together through that. And I think they are. They already have looked better. Zach LaVine's numbers over his first 3 or 4 games versus the last 3 or 4 games are significantly better. So we're seeing progress, but a lot of those wins and a lot of that success you had were against teams that you should be beating, right? Dallas shorthanded, but a lot of games against New Orleans, the game against Charlotte the other night, game against Utah tonight. I'm not trying to dismiss it because it's good. You're supposed to win those games. And for the most part, the Kings have. That's credit to them and Doug Christie. But now the real test is going to start. And I don't think 1 or 2 days of practice time is going to drastically change the outcome of those tests.
When you look at these teams kind of in the playing picture, Matt, Minnesota, Golden State, Dallas, you just mentioned them a second ago, Sacramento. And then I guess maybe we throw Phoenix and Portland into that conversation. Do you feel like Sacramento has enough to separate themselves from a handful of those teams right there? Because it feels like we should probably put the Clippers in this conversation as well, because Golden State might be ascending in a direction that takes them up to that 6th spot and drops the Clippers down a little bit.
I mean, I think the Kings are a play-in team. I would be pretty surprised if they fall out of it. I think they finish 9 or 10. I think 8 or 7 is still possible and still should be the goal, but 9 or 10 I think is where they're going to end up. I respect Portland. I'm not too concerned about Portland, and I think Sacramento has a little bit more to a lot more chemistry than the Phoenix Suns do right now with all the stuff that they're going through. So I like the Kings to hold on to that spot. Can they move up? I mean, they have one more game against the Golden State Warriors. If they win that game, they own the tiebreaker. That's going to be a really big game. Like the other teams that you mentioned in that group, the Clippers, I don't think the Kings can really touch. I mean, I guess we'll see with the Clippers kind of starting that hell stretch in March. I think that game is in Los Angeles coming up. So that'll be kind of a good measuring stick or barometer. But I think that where the Kings are at is who they are. And that's both exciting and scary. It's exciting because as long as you're in the play-in, you have a shot, right? If you finish 9 or 10, you win 2 games, you're into the playoffs. And even if you're playing OKC in the first round, you have a chance, and you have veteran talent on this team. Maybe you can do something. But what's also scary, guys, is like if this is what you go for, if you go for it, and this is what you are, a 9th or 10th team in the West, and you lose in the play-in again, you're going to finish like 13th or 14th in draft lottery odds, which means you don't have a pick. So now you don't have a pick. You have, not that a 12th overall pick was going to drastically save you or anything this summer, but it gives you an asset or something to use. To be fair, it does free up your other assets in the future from that Atlanta Hawks trade. So you could look at it that way. But now you're going into a summer where you don't have a lottery pick and you have a lot of really, really big, or a couple big contracts that are tough to move, and other guys that are able to move that you might be hesitant to move. So if the Kings are going to go for it, which that is the goal, like they're going for it, then they just need to produce the result. They got to get out of the play-in. At the very least, they got to get to the playoffs because if not, they're going into a summer where it was kind of all for nothing. And I don't see any realistic scenario where this team is run. You're not running this team back to give them more time together. I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, we kind of talked about that earlier, and you got a situation where maybe you make a decision on DeMar DeRozan, but it kind of feels like that would be the only move in the summer. Like, I don't think you're moving off of Zach LaVine unless Sabonis asks out. You're not moving on from him. Keegan Murray, you're probably giving him an extension, and the same with Malik Monk and Keon Ellis. So I don't know. I mean, outside of DeMar asking out, or you trying to make, you kind of are running back. And do you think that this team can be better with more time together, training camp, all this other stuff, or are they perennial 9th, 10th team as constructed?
I think the best case scenario for this group without either a new star or a significant change is a perennial first-round playoff exit for the next 2-3 years. And on to some extent, that sounds appealing from the Sacramento perspective of, hell, I'll make the playoffs 3 straight years in a row. That sounds like fun, given everything we've gone through. But, I mean, look how frustrated we were last year after making it to the playoffs and losing in the first round once, and they took a step backwards, and that was frustrating. I'm also talking about, like, I think that's best case scenario, not most likely scenario. I just don't see this team as constructed being able to, with the state of the West and other teams improving, teams behind them that I expect to get better. Like, the Spurs are going to get better. Portland is playing well. I expect them to get better. one of these teams, and it's probably going to be in the West, knowing our luck, is going to get Cooper Flag, right? Like, teams are going to get better behind you. And I don't see enough teams in front of you dropping off to where you, with a core of all 30-year-olds, including a guy in DeRozan who's 37 at the time, or is going to be 37 next year. Like, how much can you expect that team to really all of a sudden improve and be a lot better? So I don't like the future outcome. I think this team is very short-term built. And if they can't get it done short-term, then there's no chance or there's no hope for me of trying to make it work long-term. And you talk about, DeMar DeRozan is likely the guy that gets moved. DeMar might want that too. We don't know. I'm not speculating, but DeMar's already made comments after the Fox trade of like, he has to keep his future in mind. Totally understandable, totally respectable. He's not demanding out or anything like that, but we'll see. And then, like, if you're the Kings and you can't move Levine's contract and you don't want to move Sabonis's contract, because how in the world do you want to get better by trading Domantas Sabonis? It doesn't make sense. Like, the pieces then you're looking to trade are Keegan, Malik, and Keon, right? These are your tradable assets that you can try and use to flip for better talent. And that's a uncomfortable position for a lot of Kings fans to be in, because to get something, you got to give up something. And they have a bunch of draft picks. Maybe they attach a bunch of draft picks to one of those guys, and maybe they can get something else. But we don't know what that else is at this point. We don't even know if the front office currently is going to be the one making that decision, or if someone's going to inherit this mess and then have to clean it up over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I think that's the most interesting scenario to follow, is what happens with the front office, because there's so many domino effect decisions that happen with that, including the future of Doug Christie and the future of this group, as you just discussed them. Like, what happens with them? Can you get by, as Matt laid out, as we discussed earlier? Yeah, you get by with a 7, 8, 9, 10, run here for another year for sure, in my opinion, with this group. I think once you get past that is where it gets a little murky. How do other people value, outside of Monty McNair and I guess Wes Wilcox, how do other general managers value Keegan Murray? How do they see him around the league? Do they see him, at a max contract extension, at an affordable contract extension, at no contract extension? What do they see him at? And the biggest domino for sure this offseason will be what happens with that front office.
Time will tell. I mean, this front office needs a playoff appearance, bare minimum, in my opinion. They need it. And look, there's the basketball side of things, and then there's the human being side of things. Like, I'm not rooting, and I don't think people should be rooting for anybody to be out of work or to lose their job, because these are livelihoods we're talking about. These guys will be fine, but from the basketball side of things, you took something that was really, really good. Like, you took something 2 years ago that had a tremendous amount of upside and took the league by storm. And I didn't expect it to get easier. By Mike Brown's own words, it was going to get harder, but he's lost his job. The star who couldn't get it done is now out. The third domino to fall has to be the front office that couldn't address the needs of this team over 2 years, and then put them in my opinion, a worse situation financially and contractually going forward. So, like, if it doesn't work this year, I think a total reset is necessary. A total reset within reason. There's some things you can't change, but the thing you can change is your front office and bringing something in. And I don't know how appealing this job is to anybody who would come in and want it. I just know for sure, if I'm a general manager that's coming in and agreeing to this job, I'm demanding assurances. I'm demanding a long contract, as long as I could possibly get. And I'm demanding the patience of the organization to have minimum 2 years to just clean this mess up, because there's going to need some breaking down, or something's going to have to drastically change for this team to have a more long-term positive outlook. Yeah. So you need that assurance that I have the time and the patience to right this ship a little bit.
Okay. Well, that's the future. We still got a season to deal with now. We still got, and all isn't lost this year. Like, there's still plenty ahead for Sacramento this season. And a lot of fans had looked at, this stretch of games with Charlotte and Utah as important for them. Like, they've got a difficult, you just said this yourself, Matt, they got a really, really difficult march ahead. They need to take care of business against a bad Utah Jazz team who's marching out even worse players. They've got a very lengthy injury report that dropped earlier. The good news is, Matt, Keon Ellis is available to play. Doug kind of danced around the topic of Keon Ellis with you guys yesterday, but all looks like that ankle turn in the first half against Charlotte wasn't too bad.
This is the second time this season that this exact thing has happened. In a game, he stepped on a foot, tweaked his ankle a little bit, and then he's like, "Yep, I'm fine." Like Keon's a machine, man. He's an absolute warrior, not Golden State. Like he's an awesome guy. That's a huge deal because there was a bit of a moment in the Golden One Center when you saw him jogging up, and at least in the media section, we're like, is it a hamstring? Is it an ankle? What's wrong? You could see him favoring it. And then as soon as you watch a guy go back into the locker room, it's funny. There's a game happening in front of you, but like where we sit, which is up on the top of the concourse by the visitors bench, if we're looking at the tunnel, you're looking down a row or sections of Kings fans. And there's a game happening in front of you, and every head's like this, just watching the dude go into the tunnel, trying to see if he's all right. So especially with Keon and hey, knock on wood, we experienced Malik going down at the end of last season, how drastically that changed this team. I would put Keon up there with that much of a high impact player for this team right now. I still think he's been, if not one of the best stories, one of the best story on the team, the Kings this season. And the Kings are going to for sure need him down the stretch. I don't think, like, some Kings fans were disappointed because we didn't see the starting lineup change. And I don't think we're going to see it again. But the big difference that we saw was 4 minutes into the game, Keon Ellis came in and replaced Malik Monk. And that wasn't because Malik was playing bad. Malik got off to a good start. He hit a couple shots right out the gate. But what that did was that didn't just get Keon out there earlier to help with early game defense. That put Malik in a position to where he could be out there with Zach LaVine to run that second unit, which I thought was drastically different because Zach had a couple games to be kind of the head of that second unit, and it's not Zach's game, and it wasn't working. It just didn't look good. So this new rotation, because he did the same thing in the second half. Doug Christie did the same thing. He put Markelle Fultz in 4 minutes in to have Malik come to the bench to give Malik an opportunity with that second unit. At least against Charlotte, it worked. So I'm looking forward to seeing that again tonight against Utah.
Keon also hit those 2 threes when he entered the game
immediately.
Too. Yeah, those were big time shots.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Matt, you think Domantas Sabonis should shoot the ball a little bit more than what he has since the trade has gone down? Do you think that's what it requires for this team to get a little bit more cohesiveness on the offensive end? I know, he's looking for a lot of people all the time in the dribble handoff, but hey, man, shoot the ball. Like you said, you've worked on your jump shot. You being an offensive threat at a number of different spots on the floor will help the offense. Do you think he should look for his shot just a little bit more?
Well, I feel since the trade happened that he both wasn't looking for his shot and the Kings weren't playing through him. I thought he was being almost completely taken out of the offense, except for in New Orleans when they didn't have a big man he was cooking until they stopped going to him later in the game. But Sabonis should always shoot more. I think that's been a kind of a common feel. And Sabonis had a moment, an eye-opening moment, I felt, in the Hornets game, to where he was trying to run the DHO. Zach didn't come over. It just didn't work. And then he just turned around and pulled up for 3. I was like, whoa, who's this guy? And he missed the shot. And that's not really his. He more likes to shoot that 3 in rhythm, catch and shoot and step into it. Not necessarily like I'm just going to shoot it while being without being mobile. But I thought that was, as long as if the Kings are playing through Sabonis more offensively, I think they can get away with him shooting less because of the amount of offensive talent that is still on this roster. Because DeRozan's going to take 16 shots a game, Zach LaVine should be right around that same number. Malik Monk can be up there. Even Keegan Murray should be probably getting more looks from 3-point range. So the answer to your question, Casey, is if they continue to play through Sabonis the same way they did against Charlotte and get back to that, then I'm okay with him shooting less. But if they're not playing through him and he's only shooting 7 shots a game, what is he doing? He's just grabbing rebounds at that point and dishing out assists maybe every once in a while. So as long as you're playing through Domantas Sabonis, I can live with what he's giving you scoring wise.
Matt, I can't remember the last time the next home game graphic got as much attention as it did the other night at the Golden One Center. Of course, the next home game is, in fact, 1 week from Friday, March 7th, against the San Antonio Spurs. and De'Aaron Fox was on the graphic, and that got a reaction from some of the people inside the arena, which has sparked lengthy conversations, I'm sure, with the Locked On audience and across Sports Talk media about what De'Aaron's reception will be 1 week from Friday. Did you catch that reaction? What is your response to it? And what do you think it looks like Friday? Oh, I did it again. I asked 3 questions all at once. Literally the worst podcast journalist ever.
I love it. So what I took away from that is like when De'Aaron returning is like, we know it's happening, and people are already predetermining what their responses are going to be. When they show that tribute video, when they announce him for the first time in the starting lineup, that is predetermined. I'm going to boo him. I'm going to cheer him. What that was, I felt, was an impulse, because nobody knew that graphic was coming. The Kings had just, like, Charlotte had just taken a timeout because the Kings got a bucket or something. And then they put the graphic up, and the boos were noticeable immediately. That crowd's impulse was to see that man and boo, or at least part of that crowd. It wasn't 17, 18,000 people booing Fox, but it was loud enough to be noticeable for sure. But also, on the other side of that coin, people weren't ready to cheer for him. So those boos weren't getting drowned out by anybody. So, and you even saw the reaction, like the TV caught the coaching staff's reaction. The coaching staff heard the boos and looked up at the screen, and you see Doug go, "Oh," and then go back to coaching. I don't like it, but I don't blame anybody for doing it. Like, if you're paying money, as long as you're not like violating the code of conduct, that if you sit in the seats that Kenny sits in, you get those little cards that say, this is what you can and can't do, right? You can't be saying that, like, Kenny has to read that every day. It's actually got Kenny's picture on it. Don't be this guy.
Most of us haven't seen those.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I have only seen him in passing, but Kenny reads them every game.
This is all lies.
There is a rumor that they were created because of Kenny's behavior during a particular game last year.
That's fair. Also, side note, before I continue, because I don't want to forget this. Did y'all catch Jonas Valanciunas going for that loose ball into the courtside seats the other night? So it wasn't quite like a Shaq parting the Red Sea type thing where everybody, but Jonas, he checked up, so he didn't run to everybody, but there was a ball
in the corner.
Yeah, it was in the corner.
Yeah,
it was
slow down, big fella.
Y'all, it was right where Rasay and Baby Rain used to sit. And I was thinking, oh my God, if that were 5 games or 5 or 10 home games ago, like, that would have been terrifying for Baby Rain. But anyway, side note, I hope they're not sitting there courtside on
we don't have
next game
in the front row, but
well, that's another thing too. Either way, regardless, going back to what I was saying, I feel that the crowd is there's going to be enough people predetermined that they're going to be there to cheer and support De'Aaron Fox, that the boos aren't going to be as noticeable, I think. But I don't have a problem with the boos. I certainly wouldn't do it. I don't think De'Aaron Fox deserves it. I think he was great to this city community wise. He was great on the floor. You don't like the exit, that's fine. I get it. You voice your opinion however you want to. I don't think it's the best look, but whatever. Who the hell am I to say that? I certainly wouldn't do it. I can't do it anyway. I'm in the media section. But if I were a paying customer, I would absolutely be giving the man a standing ovation for everything that he did. And as soon as the game starts, I hope he goes 0 for 20. Like, that's how I would feel about the situation. I think there are a lot of
last night. He might.
Well, he got it out of the way, which is a bad thing. Look, Fox. We know how Fox plays when he's pissed off. You want to boo the man and piss him off? Be my guest. He's going to cook in Sacramento because that's what he does, and that's what players do after returning. And fans can treat it however they want to treat it. It's going to be a interesting, fun night from a media perspective. That's for sure.
Okay.
Do you think? Do you understand? Or do you feel like you understand why people feel that way about De'Aaron Fox? Because it's I said yesterday, it's probably more than we realized initially. We thought, oh, it was just a little Twitter thing. Like, no, there's some people that are like genuinely upset with this, how this all played out. Does it make sense to you, or are you still not really able to grasp why people would be upset with De'Aaron Fox?
The parts that don't make sense to me are the extremes, like going to the extreme of kind of the personal attacks and going like that far, which I've seen, but that's every fan base. I believe people don't like getting broken up with, and it's easy to hate the guy that breaks up with you than like him and watch him go on and blossom elsewhere. Like, I think that's kind of human nature. So I get fans in that sense. Like, Fox certainly hasn't done what Buddy Hield did, and said anything like that. Although he might have said it public or privately, I have no idea. I haven't gotten that impression from him at all. I know he loves the city, he loves the fan base, but obviously the organization didn't work out. To me, look, this organization's had a history for a long time of making the wrong decisions and being unstable. And De'Aaron Fox was here for a good chunk of that, but not nearly all of it, not even close to all of it. So this is more of a continuation of the organization's history and the organization's pattern than it is who I believe De'Aaron Fox to be. I've known De'Aaron Fox to be a really, really good stand-up guy and a hard worker for the majority of his career. People do notice, and they are right, that he took plays off over the last couple of years. And he had, I mean, you can even go back to the Tyrese Halliburton trade where he was injured and then all of a sudden miraculously healed after Tyrese was traded and Sabonis came here. That's part of who Fox is. If fans don't like that, and they haven't liked that for years, I 100% understand it. I don't think Fox has done anything to deserve the amount of venom that he's gotten. I do understand how his circumstance impacted the Kings negatively to where the value that they could get for him. And in the end, that screwed over the team that the fans love, or that hurt the team that the fans love. So if they have frustrations with that, I get it. To me, this organization put themselves in that position to begin with. They're more to blame than De'Aaron Fox is, or at least the people that are currently in the position for it. So that's always how I viewed it. But like, the last thing I'm going to do is start telling fans how they should treat or respond to the dude, because that just opens a can of worms that nobody wants. So I think it's necessary. It'll happen. He returns, and then hopefully everybody can just move on.
Hate's a protection mechanism.
Yeah.
It's easier to like hate and be angry and feel all of that than anything else. You hate, you anger, and they succeed. You can go, I hated that person anyways. They suck. It's just easier to protect yourself that way. It's easier to protect yourself with hate than love.
Yeah.
In this regard, when you talk about getting broken up with and so on. Great stuff, Matt. Thanks for joining us a day early. You're off to Arizona tomorrow?
I'm off to Mesa, Arizona, Ho-Ho-Cam Stadium for some A's baseball.
Sorry?
So.
You're going where?
Ho-Ho-Cam Stadium. It's the real stadium. People.
Well, enjoy that.
All right, children.
Have fun. All right.
Look it up. It's the name of the stadium.
No, I'm not Googling that on my work computer.
Ho-Ho-Cam Stadium.
Oh, okay, you just keep repeating it.
Wow.
Say it with
just
me.
Be clear. You're saying, yep, do it again.
Ho-Ho-Cam Stadium.
It's popping out there.
What's that cost? $19.99 a month? What's that cost?
Just don't put .com after it.
Okay. All right. All right. We appreciate you, Matt. Thanks for carving out some time for us. We'll come back. It's D'Lo and KC, Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Great stuff, Matt. Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for working it in. Sorry for the change.
No, it's perfect, man.
I do it from the airport again, like All-Star Weekend, but I don't think I'm going to get someone asking me if I'm going home to Arizona, like when I go home to Salt Lake City, Utah. So.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
All right, gang. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. Thanks, Matt.
See you guys.
Yep. Matt George. Man. Coughing for no damn reason. Goodness gracious. I got to do a better job of checking these D'Lo and KC DMs. My goodness. No. There's just a lot of them. Absolutely nothing important whatsoever. I always see the stuff Leezy sends, so I ain't got to worry about that. D'Lo, did you not ask Matt who is winning Elimination Chamber? I did not. Didn't even think about Elimination Chamber. Cooking, lazy. Cooking, baby. Great job, bro. Great job, great job, great job. Stop it. Stop it. I have a lab, Ash, a yellow Labrador Retriever. Doing good, man. Just switched up her food. It's actually a mix of like some prescription food she got and that farmer's dog stuff, man. She's doing great. She living the life with that fresh food. And I'm broke, so there you have it.
That's impossible.
Yeah.
Okay. Both of you guys.
You're like
said
Batman,
it.
man.
Yeah, there you go, Ash. Yeah, yeah, you gotta doing the right food for your pets that's the way to go. You don't want to go cheap food on yourself. You don't want to go cheap food on them. Got to take care of them. Lord knows I spend money on dumber shit. Wow, that's a good point. Sack down, Tony. I don't know that there's a such thing as cheap food anymore. That's a good point. Good point. Good point.
Even the biggie bag is $7 now. It's crazy.
I don't know what that is. Wendy's?
Used to be $5.
Your guys is nonstop bitching about Wendy's. It's funny.
We just came from a different time, man.
Yeah, we're fighting a fight
Yeah,
here.
you know what I'm saying? Where you could get some fries and a soda and a burger for $4.
Damon's
Came from a
clearly
different
never left high school or whatever and gone to McDonald's to get some $1 McChickens. Like you've never lived that life, clearly.
First of all, in high school, I was broke and couldn't afford $1 McChickens. Two, my fat ass enjoyed that stuff way too much early in my radio career. That's all I was eating. I got in the worst shape of my life when my radio career started because I didn't know how to manage time, food, nothing. So I was stopping and getting the biggie bag or the McChicken sandwich or whatever. Yeah, it was all bad for your boy. Chunky face and all. There's a picture somewhere with me and Daisy Fuentes with my fat ass acne covered face. Yeah, no good.
Bring the McChicken back to $1.50.
Oh, you ain't getting no food for you. You ain't getting no food for $1.50.
Days is over.
Absolutely no.
But here's the good news. You go play some prize picks.
No, that's funny
because
because
some of that money.
I was about to tell everybody about Johnny Jennings. You know, it'd be crazy if we actually planned this show and we're on the same page. But instead,
we could put that
just
in
kind of.
What if
ain't no point putting it in the rundown? You don't look at it.
We can know when we put it in the rundown instead of popping it up anytime. We can do that. We can put that in the. We can say it 2:13.
Well, either way,
we'll put it in the rundown.
We saving money with one or the other. So let's save some money with prize picks.
Prize picks,
or win some money with prize.
Yeah,
picks.
win some money with prize picks. His Bean money is back.
I should.
Bean money is back, man. Come on, man. And I got it popping today, man. I'm going Zach LaVine after his big 42-point performance.
It's got to come down a little bit, right?
Yeah, a little bit, but 23.5. I'm gonna go more.
Really?
Yeah, you can get 25. You can get 25. So yeah, I'm going more 23.5.
All right.
Malik Monk, who turned the ball over a little bit too much for my liking last game, but he had 10 assists. They got him at 6.5 assists. I'm going more with that as well.
Okay.
Walker Kessler, 12.5 rebounds. I'll bring that down a little bit. He ain't getting 12.5 rebounds. DeMontis Sabonis, points, rebounds, assists, 38.5. I'm going less. I'm going less on that. DeMontis is in a little bit of a slump right now. I'm going less. Keegan Murray, 5.5 rebounds. Give me more. Keegan going to be on the boards today, man. He is going to be on the boards. B money's going to be in full effect today.
Did you give us a non-Kings pick? Or?
Yeah, Walker Kessler.
Oh,
less than 12.5 rebounds.
Okay. All right.
So we got that popping. Now look, go to prizepicks.com, download the app, put the promo code KIFM in, and you'll get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. PrizePicks, run your game.
They got the artist formerly known as Podcast P.
Oh.
Y'all bullied Paul George into shutting his podcast down, man.
Damn, man.
They got him at 17.5 versus your New York Knicks.
Less.
Yeah,
That's where are we at that Tyrese Halliburton time with Paul George?
No, but 19 versus Chicago, 15 versus Brooklyn, 17 versus Boston, 2 versus Brooklyn, 14 versus Toronto. So 17.5 feels steep, and this is your New York Knicks.
Yeah, the Knicks are playing a team under 500, so they'll make sure to show up today.
Oh, that's a shot at the Knicks. Now, you're not wrong. You didn't have to say it.
Which
that's a shot at the Knicks.
Leads me to a question I was going to ask you. You are now a notorious Oklahoma City Thunder hater.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm a hater. But
are the Knicks championship contenders?
They haven't shown it to me right now.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to
that
fall
is the
back
correct
off
answer.
I'm going to have to fall back
That
off
is the correct answer.
Especially, they got one of those things where they play the best teams and they just haven't been able to compete, let alone win. So, yeah, I'm looking at them funny.
Man, DeMar DeRozan does not turn the ball over very much. They got him at half a turnover.
A shot isn't a turnover. He shoots the ball, he don't pass.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Can't turn it over if you're not passing.
You took the Domas less?
Yeah, on the points, rebounds, and assists. Yeah, I went less on that.
They got the Red Demon out at 24.5 for Domas.
Points?
Yeah.
Tempting. He
Seems
should
crazy,
feast in
though.
the paint. He should feast in the paint. Who is it? It's no Laurie, no John Collins.
Nope.
It was a couple other people I saw that were.
There were like 40 other people.
I'm thinking of the bigs right now. Walker Kessler is playing.
Right to think
but yeah, he should feast. But I don't know, man. Domas, he's not even shooting the ball lately.
Last time Domas had above 24 was February 8th against the Pelicans. He had 27.
Okay.
This would be a good time to get it done.
They got it.
It's the only game in February so far. He's at 24 plus.
What's this? What's this make me? Oh, 490.
Oh, what are we talking about?
Well, I took two goblins. One is the no, not the goblin, the demon. I took two demons.
Yeah. Now you're cooking.
The demon is the 24.5 on Domas.
Okay.
And then 1.5 assists from Keegan. Keegan had 0 assists versus Charlotte and 0 assists versus Golden State. But if you set it to the red, that puts you that puts you at 1.5. That puts you at a power play of 490 and a flex play of 340. I'm going flex because I have no balls anymore when it comes to Prize Pick. I mean, getting my ass kicked recently. I'm taking the Paul George less.
Oh, damn, Paul.
Yeah. We'll have some fun. Let's see what this is.
I looked at Keegan Murray's turnovers, and it was half a turnover, and I couldn't pull the trigger. It's not like he's a turnover machine, but if one turnover isn't like the craziest thing.
Let's get Manny in here. He's got a promo read to do.
Ah.
What's up, Manny?
What's up, y'all? Hey, let me ask you a question. You were talking about Domas, and it's been pretty quiet on that front, right? Like everything going down, and as per usual, he just keeps to himself. Like, but mentally, what do you guys think about where he's at? Like, he's kind of suffered a little bit with the lineups as far as scoring points, and he's done other things, obviously, incredibly. But do you think, like, if this team doesn't pull it out, right, doesn't get past a playing game, like, where do you guys mentally think he'll be at? But that's one of the things we will be talking about tonight, 8 p.m., YouTube, 1320, and on Twitch. We'll talk about the Kings, where they've been since the All-Star game, where they're going. The unfortunate talk that's going to have to be had about Fox making it back to Sacramento. And we'll talk a little Diana today, too. So don't forget to join us, grab a drink, and pull up.
All right, man. Roll up the window next time.
Yeah. Is this your first day? Man, he been calling this show for 4 years. Now he getting his promo reads off and still just
go ahead and turn your blinker on next time.
No, he in the convertible. Just hanging out. Just riding. What's up, fellas? KC, what's that promo code for Prize Picks one more time?
KIFM. Get $50 with your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win. Just put in the promo code KIFM. First $5 lineup, boom, you get $50.
That's for you, King Boss.
Shout out King Boss, man.
We'll come
holler at my man Brett, man. Brett Barish, man. I gotta say what's up to him, man.
That doesn't make sense to the radio people, but King Boss's avatar is of Brett Barish. So
Radio Lane, what, Bret Hart?
Like, yeah, it's cool. It's cool. We'll come back. I said that Kyrie Irving is the most underrated player in the NBA. Who else is on that list? James Ham joins us in just a couple of minutes as well as we get ready for Kings basketball tonight. The Kings in Utah kicking off a 4-game road trip. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Did you see Doug Gottlieb is like routinely getting his ass beat all year long?
It's hilarious.
And he still has his radio show.
Podcast P gave up his podcast.
I'm a bad son like Kyrie.
How much do you think a point guard fixes this roster? Like a starting one, too. Not like Markelle Fultz, but like an actual starting point guard.
I think a lot. I think a lot, man. I think that'll help out a lot if they were able to do that. I think
No, not like Maxey, Brian Cruz. I guess along the lines of Alonzo Ball type, I guess, because that's what
if
we
they
have
had
with the
Maxey,
Bulls.
that would work.
Yeah, if you have Maxey, then yeah, we're cooking. But more so just a guy who can play ball. Nope, Dave Garcia, not that either. I won't let you guys do this.
Let me see. Let me see if I can find somebody.
Because I don't know if you're going to be able to like bring in someone who's like this star point guard or anything like that. So just someone who can more so run your offense. How much of a difference does that make?
Probably going to be through trade, but let me see if I can find something. Let's see. I think this is so.
Sixth man of the year, Peyton Pritchard, shout out.
They're lowering the bar around here.
Hey, you need to stop. Don't do that.
But if the Kings went and signed Fred VanVleet this offseason.
See, that makes a difference. But like, I don't even know if that's possible.
He's got a club option of, am I reading this right?
Should be about 40 something, right?
Yeah, 44 million for a year?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's a free agent. He's a free agent.
See, but you couldn't even pull something like that off, no?
Well, no, but
you just don't have the money to bring in
you
someone
don't have
like
the
that.
money. But do you think he becomes a free agent? He's going to make $40 million? I don't think so.
Yeah. What is Jimmy getting right now?
Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, because like Jimmy's old, but he's still getting around there. Like 40 is like the new 20, I feel like, for really good players. Like these players get paid an absurd amount of money still.
Trying to find somebody here. Not D'Lo, not Schroeder. I don't think we'd want him, but I got a name. I'll say it on the air.
Might have fixed the Kings, guys.
I don't know if this is fixing it, but I'll ask the question either way. Oh, well, here's another guy that'll be available. Davion Mitchell will be available, potentially.
What did I walk in on?
Trying to fix the Kings with a point guard. Jesse asked the question during the break. He said, "If the
It's
Kings,
hilarious. This team has drafted 47 point guards, and man, if we just had some point guard depth."
do you think if they got a true PG, like a starting caliber PG, that it would help this team?
We're not talking like Tyrese Maxey here or anything like that necessarily. Just kind of like, I guess along the lines what Lonzo Ball was for that old Bulls team. Like that's the ceiling of it, I guess. Because I don't think you can bring in anything much better.
I said, and he might be out of the price range. You guys might be right, but Fred VanVleet may be a free agent at the end of this year. They brought in a Fred VanVleet to run the point. Would it?
How much of a difference is that making?
Yeah.
Is that fixing things around here?
I don't know. Like, what happened to Malik?
He's gonna go to the bench in this scenario, by the way.
We're out on Malik.
He's not I don't think Malik's a point guard.
De'Aaron wasn't a point guard either.
De'Aaron was
Yeah,
more
yes.
of a point guard. Yeah.
What am I missing?
Well, De'Aaron wasn't playing with Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. Like with this group.
Oh,
if you had a point guard,
no,
do you think it
I
would
don't
help?
think so. Would it help? Sure, I guess. I don't know. It wouldn't hurt. Having Fred VanVleet on this team wouldn't hurt. But like, what are we talking? Like, helping to what degree?
Is it making you top 4 in the West?
No, sweetie. No. I like Fred VanVleet. Good organizer from what I've read. Fred VanVleet. But no.
I guess like that question for me is coming from like the Bulls. Everyone keeps comparing this team to the Bulls, I guess, lazy or not. That because Levine and DeMar DeRozan are here. It's like, all right, well, they had a decent, like not a decent, a really good point guard around there.
Lonzo was really good.
Yeah, they were first, I think, in the West at one point, or the East.
Yeah,
I think they were first in the
Was
East.
that the year they couldn't beat a good team, or was that?
Yeah,
that was the year.
That was yeah. So I was just wondering how much
I
of a
couldn't
point guard would make a difference.
I couldn't remember if Lonzo played that year.
Yeah, he started it. They were one seed like in the January or something like that.
But they weren't beating good teams. They
Yeah, it was
basically
kind of
beat
fraudulent.
if there was a team that was below 500, like they beat them.
Mhm.
And I mean, it wasn't a perfect sign. They got them like 46 wins.
Yeah, they were the 5 seed, I think.
Man,
4 or 5 seed that year. And that's like you said, never beating a good team.
Yeah,
like
never.
If you beat them
Never.
at a 20% clip, like you would have been like the 3 seed. Like you were at a 0% clip with that type of stuff. But Fred VanVleet, I think could drastically is a drastic word. I don't know if he drastically would change him, but I think he might help. The name that I came across that I don't know, I don't think this helps you drastically at all, but it was just interesting. Chris Paul's a free agent next year. Chris Paul on the Kings
40?
as a starting point guard. Anybody feel any differently about this group?
I'm not gonna go crazy. I'm gonna be intrigued, but I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah. But that's no. I'm not gonna do that. No.
Do the Kings even have money to sign someone?
Well, that's the thing. We're shopping for a point guard with warts, maybe.
And that's where
Yeah, like if Chris Paul is playing next year, he's not playing for $6.
right. Well, he's playing for like 10, which is the equivalent of $6. That's what he's playing for right now.
10 million.
Yeah.
I don't know that the Kings have that, do they? Oh.
I don't know. I mean, Trey Lyles will probably be gone And I don't know if that works out the same way, but like he's gone, so you got money to spend. But they're under the cap right now, and Trey Lyles' $8 million will be gone. So maybe that. Then you get the weird thing with trade exceptions, and you can sign people that way. I don't know.
I have no idea how the cap works, and
Well, we tried. We did our hardest. We tried our hardest, but
y'all were talking about Davion Mitchell when I got in here.
Davion
Did you really
Mitchell's-
try that?
he
hard?
kind of
Restricted
snuck
free
that one
agent.
in, but
Well,
we
no, I'm
shut that
just
one
going
down.
the
Yeah.
list. I'm just going down the
But that's
list.
the thing. We can't
point
because someone in
guards.
the chat threw a Tyrese Max is like, no, we can't do that. That's
Yeah.
unrealistic. So we're trying to find someone that kind of works. And what difference does it make, if any?
Do you think
I don't think we
that
solved
Malik
anything.
Monk next year will go back to the bench? Like, do you think they'll try to get a point guard that they can start with and put Malik back on the bench?
Yeah, I mean, it's not outrageous.
Because I think
I mean, anything is on the table at this point, depending on how the season ends, I'm sure.
I think Malik is capable of it, running the point and being that type of guy
As the starter.
as a starter. But it almost feels like you're almost like hamstringing him.
I was gonna say,
Like
you-
you're not getting the best Malik Monk by trying to pigeonhole him into this.
Well, what is the best Malik? Didn't he have 13 and 10? I know he had 5 turnovers, and I know that because he pointed it out. But didn't he have 13 and 10? Was it against Charlotte?
He did. He did.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. I think.
Well, what do you want from your point guard?
I want him the other night we were talking. Well, from your point guard, cool, but like you could get 13 and he's probably out of the price range, but you could get 13 and 10 from Fred VanVleet and then have Malik possibly giving you 20 off the bench. You know what I'm saying? Like you can get 13 and 10 from somebody like that, and then let Malik cook and do his thing, be one of the finishers. Now you'll still have a situation where who's finishing, like Keon and this point guard and whoever, and Zach and DeMar, they probably wouldn't be able to finish together. So it'd still be that type of conundrum. But I wonder if you're maximizing Malik Monk's capabilities by having him at the point.
Is Malik starting at the 1 the issue, or is Malik starting at the 1 with this group the issue?
Probably with this group, that's more so that.
Because wasn't he really good when he took the starting role?
And I don't think he's been bad.
Uh-huh.
I'm just thinking of like, am I getting the most out of Malik Monk right now?
I see.
And I don't know. Maybe you are. Maybe I'm satisfied. I'm just asking the question.
Okay.
Yeah, but maybe
You're asking if we should bring back Davion Mitchell, is what I heard.
Davion had a nasty little block the other night. Somebody in transition. I think he got ripped, and then he like chased him down, and it was a nasty little block. Shout out Davion. Signed with Curry brand.
I saw that. That was odd. I was very surprised to see that. But salute. Great for Davion. Just not the Twitter post I thought I'd see. But good. It's good. James Ham joining us here in a couple of minutes at the top of the hour. James will be with us regardless of the point guard that the Sacramento Kings go get maybe this offseason. We'll connect them with Johnny Jennings.
Yes.
Johnny Jennings and his Made for More realty team. They are the professional realtors in the area. The real estate bar has been raised, and clients today expect more help selling and more help buying their home.
James, not James Ham, just my guy James. He was selling his luxury home in Shingle Springs.
That sounds like James Ham.
I know, for real. And after interviewing multiple agents, he decided to go with Johnny Jennings because of their Bay Area buyer marketing plan. And he was glad he did. Not only did they get a record price for his neighborhood, but it also sold for $75,000. Goodness, over the listing price, man. Johnny Jennings, he can get you that guap.
They sell your home 27% faster than other homes on the market. They sell your home for an average 3% purchase price higher than other realtors. They are voted the #1 team in Roseville the past 3 years for a reason. Ask about their Fix It Before You List It program with no upfront cost to you. Ask about their no cost to you home warranty to protect your home while it sells. Expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings and his team at Made for More Realty, California DRE, number 019827171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. I wish I had a no-cost home warranty. I had the stupidest thing happen to me this morning. I was moving it's basically a bar. It's like a shelf, but it's a bar. I thought so. It's got this nice like top, like almost like a granite like top.
Damn.
And then 2 glass shelves. I went to pick it up.
Heavy.
So it wasn't the top. It was very top heavy.
Mm-hmm.
So I picked it up. I was like, oh, I can move this. Like this no problem. And I picked it up in a certain way. Oh, it's all welded together. So I picked it up, moved it to the stairs. I'm like, all right, it's nothing. And all of a sudden, the bottom glass thing slides out. So the top 2 things were welded. The bottom one wasn't. Very heavy piece of glass. Chipped out a piece of the stairs.
No.
Got it downstairs, assessed the damage, sulked for about 10 minutes, put the little bar where it had to go, took pictures, started sending them out to my man, our guy Karosh. Like, Karosh, can you help me with this? I'm an effing idiot. And yeah, still waiting to find out how catastrophic that will be.
Damn. Dame's gonna get a whole new staircase.
That is not happening. I can assure you that is not happening.
The good thing is you're rich.
All right.
So
it's true.
If it happened to me, I'd be devastated.
Yeah.
But you're rich.
If it happened to me or Kenny, we'd probably just have to cut off the whole upstairs part of the house.
Yeah.
Like, sorry guys, can't go up there. We might die. But
yeah, don't even go up there.
I'm not telling you 2 idiots anything.
We're your friends.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
We're just talking through it. That's all.
I don't know that we are.
Yeah, he tried to sneak that in there too, Miss Mac-10. Yeah, the marble staircase.
It's not a marble
he tried to sneak
staircase.
that in there.
It's not a marble staircase. It's a staircase like everyone else's, and that's why a big chunk was taken out of it. If it was marble, I wouldn't be worried about it. Probably wouldn't have chipped, but it's not. And now I got to have. I don't even know how you fix this.
I don't either. I mean, well, you can't. I do know.
Yeah,
I have no idea. I don't know. Do you call a stair person? I don't even know who you call for this.
Call somebody. Well, you can call somebody who lays
Do flooring. Yeah. You got a floor guy?
Yeah, you don't want to rock with him no more.
Oh, damn.
I bet you your concrete guys probably have a floor guy. You should ask them.
Well, my concrete guys are the pool guys.
I'm sure the pool guys have.
You're my concrete guy.
No, I'm like your concrete advisor. Like that's barely, bro. That was like, dude was telling me, "Hey, go do this." All right, boss.
You're concrete wise man.
Yeah.
There it is.
Damn, that's a killer though.
Yeah, it hurt. It hurt.
Well, Steven's not completely wrong. Says Jazzy can fix it.
Man, that's a good point. Jazzy probably could. Jasmine, if you're listening,
maybe. It's not the craziest idea I've heard.
John Bull's got it right here. I'm the Alvin Gentry of concrete. I'm just here for the vibes and all that. I can work if you need me to work, but you probably don't want me to.
Shout out to Alvin.
Alvin turned that job into a job for life.
Dude, he really did.
Legend.
Like, Alvin is still here. He was fired like 2 coaches ago.
It's like, Alvin, you're pretty cool. Do you just want to hang around?
Like, Alvin, like, do you know how dope? Do you know how dope you have to be for the organization to go, hey, man, I know we fired you, but you just want to hang out?
Hey, everything else in this little front office is on fire, but do you want to stay?
Yeah. Like James, we're just marveling at how dope of a guy Alvin Gentry must be to have been fired multiple coaches ago, and for the Kings to go, dude, just hang out, bro. We'll keep paying you.
He's the coolest dude in every room.
Everyone.
Absolutely every room. Yeah. He's one of my favorite people to just walk up and chat with. He's a absolute spectacular human being and just crack up.
Yeah, I'm an Alvin Gentry guy for sure.
Absolutely.
I told you the one time I was sitting courtside talking to Alvin, and he's like, "Hey, I'll be right back." He walks right out on the court and just strikes up a conversation in the middle of Golden One Center with OG Anunoby as the Kings are being rumored to be trading for him. And I'm like, no one in the NBA could just like, hey, hang on a sec, I'll be right back, and just go out and like, hey, trade target, what's up? You know, crazy. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you something though, and I didn't want to lose it. You before we went to break, you said Kyrie Irving's the most underrated player in the NBA.
Mhm.
Who's the next most underrated? Did you have somebody in mind?
No, it was. I love this show. No, it was meant to lead to a discussion of other underrated players. I had two people in mind. Obviously, Domas is one of them. I don't think that's difficult to figure out. Another player who I do think is underrated is Kevin Durant. I don't think Kevin Durant is discussed in the same conversations as LeBron and Jokic and Embiid and Giannis, and well, Embiid probably gonna find his way out of that conversation, but like I don't think he's regularly referenced as one of the league's absolute best. He's arguably the most unique player this league has seen in the last 2 decades, and I kind of feel like maybe the Golden State stuff, maybe switching teams. I'm not sure, but something. Like we were talking about with Kyrie, James, because I made the argument that Kyrie is the most underrated player in the league. Maybe there's just some extenuating circumstances that kind of – I don't think anyone doesn't acknowledge that KD's not great. Right. But, like, to me, KD is still very much one of the very best players in the league.
I agree. He's still one of the best scorers in the league. I don't know that he does everything still, and that's usually, the skill set narrows as you get older in the league. And so, I mean, still he's going to go down as like a top 15 player of all time.
Yeah.
But he's not mentioned in the same way that Giannis is. I get what you're saying there. I mean, I also think he gets a really bad rap for joining the Warriors. Because I mean, it's not LeBron just gets off the hook for all that stuff. I mean, that dude left Cleveland, went and joined a super team in Miami for 4 years. Left there, went back to Cleveland, won a championship, left there, goes to LA to go chase fame and fortune. I don't know what's different between what he's done and what Durant has done.
It's very simple. Like, it is very simple. If LeBron went to Boston, it would be the same thing. He did not. He went somewhere to go beat Boston. Kevin Durant lost to the Golden State Warriors and went to the Golden State Warriors. He's not any less of a ball player to me, but the situation it's very specific. When LeBron couldn't beat Boston, if he would have went to Boston, that's what it would have been.
Yeah, but what's the difference between that and just creating a super team in Miami?
You're still trying to beat that team. You're still trying to beat Boston. You're not joining them.
Yeah, but how many finals in a row did they go to in Miami? Like, I mean, you were creating a team that no one could beat. So,
well, in LeBron's defense, he went to 8 straight.
Yeah,
like he went back to Cleveland and went to 4 more.
He was the finals.
Yeah, LeBron James was but LeBron James is a dynasty within himself.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, he just doesn't have like the same volume of rings that we've seen from that, like Michael Jordan has. So, yeah, I don't know. I just think that Kevin Durant gets singled out for one act, and it didn't go well in Brooklyn and all that stuff, and who knows what's going to happen where he's at now. But this is like end of the career stuff that we're dealing with at this point. I just think LeBron gets off the hook for doing a very similar act. Again, like creating a. Go ahead.
Neither one of them did anything wrong.
No, it's their prerogative.
They exercised their right as free agency, and Steph Curry, I'll say it till the end of time, was on the team friendliest deal in the history of franchise sports ever. Yep. No exceptions. That's why Kevin Durant was able to sign there. Free agency comes up a year later. KD's never with the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
It's just timing. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And LeBron James was free agent, gave Cleveland what he had and left. It's fine. It's perfectly fine.
I think
changed the league forever by leaving, but it's perfectly fine.
I think KD is a good underrated player. I think James, you talked about him a little bit too. I think Giannis is extremely underrated out here.
That is kind of funny. Giannis is underrated.
Yeah.
They don't talk about Giannis like he's one of them.
Not at all.
Ones.
not at all. And he's having another crazy season. The one that I have that I think it's just me and Eddie who feel this way. I do think Trae Young is a little underrated. That doesn't mean he's like the greatest basketball player out there or he doesn't have flaws, but people talk about him like he's a bum. And he's pretty good, man. He's had postseason moments. He's done some things in this league, man. And I just think they talk about him like he hasn't performed on those stages before. So that's one random guy that I think is a little underrated.
I think the guy who probably is the most underrated player in the league. I know you've got Kyrie as your guy.
Mm-hmm.
I know this sounds bizarre. It's Jokic.
Because that sounds ridiculous.
I'm telling you, first of all, he should right now look at his stats. He should win an MVP without any question. His 4th and 5th in 5 years. He should have won the other one that he didn't win that went to Embiid. And not one of us is sitting here considering him a top 10 player all time, a top 15 player, maybe not even a top 50 player of all time. And you guys can disagree with me, but if you were making a list right now, where would you put him? And you're not putting him anywhere near AD. He's got a ring. He's won 3.
AD as in Anthony Davis?
He might be ahead of
I wouldn't do that.
No, I meant KD.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
he might be near. I got KD in the top 10. Jokic is probably pushing towards top 10, but like everybody in that top 10, we talking multiple rings. We talking like 4 or less.
Yeah, but we're talking about a 3-time MVP and very well could be a 4-time MVP who right now is having one of the greatest seasons in the history of the game, averaging 29 points, 12.6 rebounds, 10.4 assists. And he's not even like the odds-on favorite to win the MVP right now because being super, super great and out of shape is just not in vogue.
Who's the odds-on favorite?
Probably Shea.
Shea.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You go look at any of the betting sites. They've got him as the number 1 guy.
Shea probably up there. I mean,
the bar for MVP always moves, though.
Yeah.
Like, if we're doing this with Jokic, we could do this with LeBron for the first, for years 4 through like 16 with him.
Bro, we can do this with Giannis for like the last 5 years. Giannis's numbers are crazy. He's still one of the best defenders in the game, one of the most versatile defenders in the game. And you want to talk about not talking about him? Like we don't say nothing about Giannis, nothing. And Jokic, I think when it's all said and done, he's going to be knocking on that top 10. But that top 10, at least my top 10, I can't speak for everybody's top 10.
Oh, we know you're going to throw Larry Bird's ass out of there.
Well, Larry got out because of KD. I put KD in there. But we talking Steph, we talking Kobe, we talking Shaq, we talking Magic, we're talking Wilt, Jordan, LeBron. Like, yeah, Jokic has been great. But when I say these guys have multiple championships, he can't be in there with just one championship. He can't be in the top 10 with just one.
I'm intrigued by Larry losing to KD. I'm just like that. That's interesting to me. I guess the longevity isn't there, but we're talking about a 3-time NBA champion, a 12-time All-Star. And just to be honest, like Larry Bird was Steph. KD wasn't the number 1 on that team. Steph is the number 1 on that.
Oh, that is not true. That is absolutely not true. Kevin Durant was the best player on that team.
I don't know. That was Steph's team.
Yeah, you could be Steph's team if you wanted to be. He was the best player on that team. And if we're doing accolades, 2-time NBA champion, 2-time NBA Finals MVP, 15-time NBA All-Star, 6 first teams, 5 second teams. That's Kevin Durant's resume.
And he's a better defender than Larry Bird ever was. He's a better scorer. It's a different time, but
it's a different
Larry
time.
Bird was 3-time all defensive team, 10-time All-Star. He only played 12, 13 years because of the back problems. But 2-time Finals MVP, 3-time MVP.
KD never made an all-defensive team.
That's crazy.
Am I seeing this right?
He was locking up in 2 years in for sure those 2 years in Golden State.
Well, that's probably
Maybe
why he was
others.
being punished for it.
So, but it's close. It's close. I love Larry Bird. I think Larry Bird is amazing. So it's close. I'm not
Also 4-time gold medalist. Don't sleep on that. That man's won 4 gold medals.
Most accomplished Olympic basketball player of all time when you talk about KD. But I'm not going to argue with male. I'm not going to argue with anybody who has Larry Bird above Kevin Durant because Larry Bird was the truth. Like,
yeah,
it was the truth. But when the whole point is when you talk about that level, I'm not taking anything away from Jokic, the player, but if he don't win no more championships, how are you getting ahead of any of those guys? We always talk about winning. Like, one ain't gonna get it done. I feel the same way about Giannis. I love Giannis. I said at the end of his career, he's tracking towards being a top 10, but he might have to find another ring or two. All those guys I'm talking about, I think 3. Well, KD's 10, but if you take him out and put Larry Bird in there, 3 is the bottom line. You can't even.
So Giannis can't get in. Luka can't get in.
At some
top
point,
10 all time is tough. Top 10 all time is tough.
You gotta be.
Luka's all NBA first team like 5 times in a row. Exactly, no one in history has done that.
Well,
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
I'm gonna say no.
All right.
All those all those guys they can do everything that these guys are talking about, and they won championships, multiple. The bottom line, I think Wilt might have won 2. That might be, or he won 1. That's the one that has like 1 or 2. Everybody else is 3 and above.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't have all the championships because he played in an era with the Boston Celtics team that won every single year.
Everyone except Michael Jordan. No one's ever done it what Luka's done except for Michael Jordan. I was like, wait a minute, how's Michael? Oh, he did.
That's the goal. It's the goal.
Well, the bronze.
2-time NBA champ for Wilt.
Yeah, Wilt only won 2 of them.
Yeah. 4-time MVP, 10-time All NBA, 7-time scoring champ, 13-time All-Star. Also with Larry Bird and like you got to remember that the Team USA was using collegiate players through most of Larry's career, and then they came back for that dream team. So that's why, again, they're not even going to be in the conversation with Olympic golds and stuff. And none of them are even remotely close to what Diana Taurasi did as an Olympiad. It's crazy.
6 is insane.
Yeah.
6 in a team sport is absolutely insane.
Wasn't the story that Bobby Knight kept Larry off of one of them because he didn't go to Indiana or something like that? I thought I heard something like that.
I believe he went to Indiana and then said, I'm done, and left.
Yeah.
Actually, that's one of the greatest stories that Jerry Reynolds has ever told.
Jerry's not allowed to appear on this radio station anymore. So what's
So I'll just tell it for him. Larry didn't get along with Bobby Knight, and I'm trying to look. Yeah, so he decided not to play. He had left, gone to Indiana, and then came home. And he was at home working on a garbage truck. And Jerry was on his way from, I believe it was a junior college in Georgia to a college in Kansas, something like that. And on the way there, he stopped at home and hung out with his parents for a little bit. And then he said he went and jumped on the back of the garbage truck and worked with Larry Bird for a day or two, and had beers and sat there and, had a long conversation with him. And he told Jerry at that point, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to go back to Indiana State and go to school. But Jerry kept telling him, man, you got to go back. We can't, not be a basketball player. You're going to be one of the greats. And he ends up going to Indiana State and being one of the greats. So thanks to Jerry Reynolds. Jerry Reynolds saved us all.
Jerry Reynolds saved basketball single-handedly.
I'm not pulling excerpts from his book. I'm telling you what Jerry's told me. If that's in his book, that's very possible. But yeah, Jerry Reynolds, I think he told that on The Insiders, filling in one day.
Those were the good old days.
The good old days, back in 24.
Wow, this is because I'm looking up different things about Luka, and like LeBron made All NBA like a decade in a row, first team. He has more All NBA first team selections than Steph Curry.
Luka does?
Yeah. More than Dirk, more than Kevin Garnett. Wow.
Yeah, that resume is gonna look crazy.
But no
when it's all said
titles.
and done.
Oh, he's going to win a whole bunch of awards there in LA, whether he wins titles or not, we'll see. But yeah, he's going to win all of the All NBA awards and all that stuff for here on out from here on out. Exactly. If he can,
Yeah, he's not going to be the streak will come to an end this year.
The streak is over.
That's it. Yeah, he won't.
Yeah.
He can't be an All NBA first team selection this year.
there's a lot of players who are already not eligible. I mean, AD won't be
Wemby's
eligible.
out, right? Wemby's out. AD's
Yeah,
out.
Embiid's out.
Well, if Ja would have made it anyway, but
Yeah,
Kawhi's out.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a ton of them already. I think Jimmy Butler's already out. Yeah, like there's a super long list of players who are already out of NBA.
I'd sue if I was Jimmy Butler. I'm like, I was ready to play.
Yeah,
I wanted to play. They wouldn't let me. Devin Carter not eligible for any postseason awards, but James, he seemed to have a hell of a day. What do you do with this piece of information from Stockton?
Yeah. Okay. So he's done this a couple of times. He goes to Stockton, and he looks like NBA superstar, and that's fine, and it's good that he's getting some burn. He's going down there and he's having success. The next tasks that he has is how do you translate that to the big club? And I don't know what the answer is, but the Kings could have used a player that can score like that off the bench once Malik Monk went in the starting lineup. And there's just again, the speed, the pace, everything is way different. The length, the athleticism is different at the NBA level. So, some of the things he gets away with there, he's not going to get away with it at the NBA, in the NBA. But I definitely feel like, we have to give him more time to develop into what he's going to be. Like missing all that time, it's just, it's not his fault that he had a torn labrum and that the Kings drafted him, number 13 overall, and then had to sit on him for like 7 months. That's, it is what it is. It's part of whether it was in Sacramento or somewhere else, the outcome was still the same. And so, I really feel like he needs a reboot next season, and hopefully he can figure out some stuff. But right now, I think the Kings are better playing a guy like Markelle Fultz, who, again, another player who sat out for 9 months. But you're seeing the difference between someone with NBA experience who sits out 9 months and somebody who has no NBA experience, sits out 7 or 8 months, and then all of a sudden looks like he doesn't know how to play basketball for stretches. And it just really is a tough thing for Devin Carter to go through in his rookie season, especially since, the Kings needed him to be good right away. They needed him to be able to step on the court and play minutes early in his career and develop into something so they could use him this year. And that's just not what happened.
That's the tough part. Like, did you need him to be good, or did you need him to be available? And Kings didn't have either.
No, they needed both, and they got neither. Yeah, so it's a big problem that he has. And, I hope that his injuries are behind him and that we get to see him, what he looks like next season with the full summer league, with, full training camp and everything else. I think he does have he's got plenty of talent. He's got the length and, the defensive acumen, the rebounding skills to be a good player. But I think lastly, I would say with him is you have to figure out how exactly you fit at the NBA level. And very few players get to walk in the door and just be the guy who gets to shoot all of the shots and gets to have the ball in his hands all the time. And that's what happens when Devin Carter goes to Stockton. When he's at the big club, he's never going to get that role unless they clear out a whole bunch of players in front of him and just give him that role. And it's sort of, one of the reasons that Isaiah Thomas goes from this spectacular 30-point per game guy to out of the league is because no one was going to hand their team to him afterwards and like translating what he does into a bench role just wasn't simple. And so, again, I hope Devin Carter figures it out, and you got to give him a little bit more time. And, I think sometimes we're hard on him. But again, I think it's more that we're hard on the front office for making that decision that it is on Devin Carter. He's in the circumstance that, he needs to get better, and he has some flaws to him that he needs to figure out, and, being a pro and all that stuff. But overall, I still think he does have talent.
Yeah, he's a talented guy. I just want to see how it translates to the big club. It doesn't have to be this year, but just in general. He's a guy. I think Matt George said it, but a Josh Hart type guy. That would be a good look. But I wish he would have been able to at least provide something this year. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't have to be like, I know it's only been 2 games, but we look at Markelle Fultz. He's not going crazy. He's not doing anything spectacular, but he's out there and he looks like he at least belongs on an NBA floor. I wish that would have been what we saw from Devin Carter this year, but we've mentioned it a number of different times. I mean, he started behind the 8 ball, so it's a little tough for him to kind of jump in mid-season like that.
Yeah, that, and like I see a lot of comps. Like, you made a comp there, and someone else mentioned Derek White in the chat, and I think there's a possibility if Devin Carter has the right conversations with the right people that he can become that type of player, the Derek White, or name that NBA player that is sort of like a jack of all trades guy. The problem is that every time I see him, he looks like he wants to be Cam Thomas and not one of those guys. And until he learns that that's not who he's going to be as an NBA player, then he's going to keep, slamming his head into a wall and figuring out that like he's going to spend a lot more time in the G League. And I don't even know, like, at the same time, I don't know what the G League provides for him. If he's just going down there and scoring, what was it today? 36, 39, whatever it was. What was it?
34.
Yeah, 34. Yeah, if that's what he's going to be at the G League level, he just goes down there and starts shooting. That's one thing, but like, he might not ever get that opportunity to be that player at the pro level. He needs to figure out how to be that other player, that role player that, I know nobody wants to be in the NBA, but the quicker you learn how to be a role player and how to be a star in your role, the longer you get to stay in the league.
Can you figure that out in the G League though? Where like you're on the big club, you're going down there, you're probably just by your presence alone the best player on the team. Can you figure that out in the G League?
I think you can, but you have to have really, really honest conversations with the people around you, with your coaching staff, with your front office, with everything else. Like, like Devin Carter was drafted to be the backup to De'Aaron Fox. Like the idea of him coming into, whether he was healthy or not, was for him to play in year 1, at a maximum like 12 minutes a night. Like, you got to figure out what that means for you as a player. What does it mean to play 6 minutes in the first half and 6 minutes in the second half? And how do you maximize that? How do you be a good player in those minutes and then hopefully earn more? And that's sort of like the basis of how you become a good role player. And so it will probably be difficult for him.
What do you take from G League play? Like, do you look at a guy play well in the G League and feel like it will translate, or feel like it never translates? Because I'm stuck sometimes trying to figure out what I see in the G League and what it means. Sometimes I get more of a read of what something I see in college means more than I do in the G League.
I've always had a very strict opinion of the G League, that I think it's used very incorrectly, and that I think you should be using the G League to build players. Like, there are very few players that go and play, like, that are signed into the G League to be stars at the next level. So if I'm a franchise, I would try to create as many 3-and-D players as possible. I would try to make specific types of role players at the G League level. I would look for those types of players at the college level, develop them. And like a classic example is Keon Ellis. Like Keon Ellis is at the pro level is being asked to do exactly what he did at the college level and at the high school level. Shoot the ball from three, hit your 3-point shots, and play excellent defense. It's a roadmap to get to the NBA. And I think what happens too often is NBA teams draft guys with a ton of high-end potential and then think to themselves, well, if it doesn't work as a high-end potential player, I'll just convert him into this other player, this super role player. And the problem is that no player who, was a 20-something point per game scorer at the college level wants to come in and be a 8-point per game guy at the pro level. And so they really fight that. And like Dante Green is the example I always give of this. Like Dante Green was just an incredible scorer. And, like one of his first summer league games, he scored 40. But then, the idea was, well, if he's not a scorer at the pro level, we can't get him to be consistent at the pro level. We'll just convert him into this, 3-and-D type guy. And that never works. Like, players with that mentality usually always have that mentality.
We'll come back. We'll talk more with James Ham as the Sacramento Kings take on the Utah Jazz. First night of a 4-game road trip here. First game of a 4-game road trip tonight in Utah. So we'll talk to James about that and how important this stretch is for the Sacramento Kings and their playoff hopes. When we do with Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Get that update. Thanks. Good.
This comment. There's something I've learned. I didn't hear what that was. There's something that I've talked to players about this specifically. Isaac Jones has an opportunity in the G League to put up like ridiculously stupid stats. And that's because for whatever reason, there are no big men in the G League. So, there just aren't. So young, big guys, or even like Scalo BCR, they go down there. Or remember Nemias Keita becoming like, he came in second in MVP balloting and all that stuff. Like there are so few big men at that level that, you can really put up dominant numbers, rebounding numbers, points numbers, all that stuff. Where you have trouble is that there are a bunch of dudes who are 6'2" to 6'7", and they just all do the same things, and it's hard to separate yourself from the group. So, Tyler, I think Isaiah's going to get. There's not one roster spot. There's 2. The Kings they're at 13 roster spots. I think. Yeah. They're 13. The G League is a cool experiment, but I just feel like I like the idea of a super 2-way, allowing players that are outside of their first 4 years as pros, because once you're outside of your first 4 year, you can't go back and you can't sign a 2-way contract. And even I think it's your first 3 years, but there's like an asterisk for players who were injured. That's the Harry Giles rule. I think that players like Scal, there should be a place for guys like that to sign a super 2-way where they can come back and forth between the pro level and the G League level. Maybe give them one, but make it 3/4 of an NBA salary, like 750 or 800K, and that way you always have a solid veteran on your G League squad to sort of be your leader. And when you need a player like that, you can bring them up. You can stash a third point guard. You can stash an extra big man, whatever, and bring them back and forth. But yeah, the 2-way contract, I mean, I totally love the 2-way, and I love that they have 3 of them now. I just think that players age out so soon. And then, what do? They either play in the G League. The difference between a 2-way contract at the G League level is like $700,000 if you're a 2-way player, or like $48,000 if you're just a standard G League player. Like the discrepancy is like wild. What Isaac Jones makes versus what I don't know what Scal makes. I mean, he literally makes like 12 times what Scal makes.
Did you guys see that documentary on the Dream Team scrimmages with the college?
Oh, that's out. No,
I don't know if it's out. I've seen clips. I don't know if it's out.
I saw the trailer for it and was looking forward to it, but I didn't.
I saw a clip where it says Michael Jordan told Allen Houston he wouldn't get a shot off, and he kept his word.
I have to I have to imagine that video exists, and the only reason we've never seen it is because I'd imagine we'd see some players in the competitive environment without cameras, and like you'd have to mute the sound. Basically, is what I'm saying. Sure, you probably have to mute the sound.
Yeah. They got a clip of Mike locking up Allen Houston I've never seen before, and like an angle that I've never seen, like a traditional somebody's in the stands angle.
Not the one we always see, the big point down angle from the,
or those like NBA films one where they're on the court. That's all right. That's all right.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
No, not that. This was somebody who's just filming the game.
Oh, this is the college one. I always think of was it the Monte Carlo one where it was those guys versus each other? It was.
That's where Magic was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is I don't know if it deserved a doc. It should have been one of those 15-minute 30 for 30s.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's a 10-part doc on a single practice.
I wouldn't be surprised the way people be doing stuff now.
That's funny. Yeah, I agree with this right here. Like Mason Jones, after this season, he can't be on a 2A anymore. So he has to decide between making a couple of $100,000 a year in Europe, trying to get on an NBA roster, or making less than $50,000 a year at the G League.
I don't like that color on Perk at all. Also, Perk is way too big. We got to get Perk healthy. He's way too big. We're coming back, James. Yeah, we are the fashion show. I don't like that color. There's too much happening with Perk right now. This is way too much. I don't like it.
Not a fan. Not a fan.
I don't like it.
I see him. He's trying it though.
It's all right. You put that one away.
Sometimes you try it.
You just put it away. It didn't work.
Break up the monotony.
Yeah. Put it away. Didn't work. It's all right. But we also got to get Perk back on the court, man. He looks a little unhealthy.
Perk. That's a big boy right there.
Yeah,
man.
Perk is a big dude. Perk always been a big dude, but he ain't never been like that's big. Like that's big Perk right there. Big Perk. James Ham with us here, and Hammer, we've got the Kings and the Jazz tonight. You have spoken a couple of times. Matt George did the same thing earlier. We've talked about it here, during the All-Star break, the importance of this stretch coming out of the All-Star game. You had Charlotte, you took care of business there. And the fact is there's only one result that'll work tonight, Ham. This is another one of those games where you've got to go out and you've got to beat up on a bad basketball team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if somehow they were to lose this game, we might as well just play taps the entire show tomorrow. They just don't have
make planning easy.
Yeah,
no, Taps the song.
Oh, I'm thinking of a movie. I ain't never even heard of the song.
Not Taps.
You've heard the song.
Taps is a bugle that they play at funerals.
I didn't know it was referred to as a bugle.
Well, taps is played on the bugle.
I'm pretty sure that's Star Wars.
That's pretty. That's when Vader walks into any room.
Star Wars has that, but they played that. They play that at funerals, don't they?
No,
I don't know. I don't know what funerals you go to.
Bringing the casket down and the Darth Vader's theme song.
I swear to you, when Kyle Madsen dies, that's what he's gonna want.
Oh my gosh! Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, you guys have your list of movies that I'm supposed to watch. You guys need to watch some of the other movies. Taps is it's just like what you hear when they're playing like a 21 gun salute and they're at a funeral. And it's played on a bugle typically. So anyway,
but that's where we will be if the Kings lose tonight.
Yes,
or the Darth Vader theme, whichever Kenny wants.
I can't believe you guys never heard that.
They're saying Kenny's song.
No, we've heard it. It's the Star Wars theme.
Not the Star Wars theme.
They're saying Kenny's song is called the Imperial Death March.
It's
that's the Star Wars theme.
No, what I'm saying is I guess you guys haven't heard I know the Star Wars theme. It sounds similar, but I've heard something different.
It's not the Star Wars theme. It's the music they play every single time that Darth Vader walks in the room. That's what you just did. So, okay. So you remember I'm going to get you sucker, right? You remember the guy had a theme band?
Mhm.
Yes.
Mhm.
We're on the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
page.
yeah.
Basically, what you played, Kenny, is his theme band music when he walks into a room. That's what you played. That's not taps. So,
All right.
What song are you talking about then?
Well, Kyle in the chat, he knows the song I'm talking about. He said I'm just singing it wrong, but yeah, yes.
Well, that doesn't help. That helps nothing.
I don't know what it's called. I don't have it on my playlist. I just heard it at funerals when people are talking about death. I don't know what it's called.
oh my gosh. This is
don't
why
know
I love
what to
coming
do.
on this show. Sometimes I
don't
get made fun of. Sometimes Kenny gets made in fun of. Damien doesn't usually get made in fun of, but everyone
He's
else.
still talking about Gregory. I guess we're still talking about Gregory Hines, maybe. I don't
That's
know.
a movie, not a song.
Well, that's what you. All right. Let's move along.
What is happening?
I don't even know what my point was. Lose. Okay, don't lose to the Jazz. That's the point.
Don't lose. Don't lose. Yeah, this is a big one, man. Again, it's not big because if the Kings lose this game, it just puts their entire season in the same vein that it has been for the last couple of weeks, right? Like up and down and crazy and chaotic and the panic and all that stuff. But realistically, this is an opportunity for the Kings to go out and show that they are the team that just absolutely thumped Charlotte, that they can learn, that they can take a team serious that is literally walking in tonight without like half of their starters. All of their top 3 scorers are sitting. They're not injured from what I can tell. I mean, they might have injury designations, but these guys are just sitting. And, the NBA, anytime a star level player wants to tank on a big team because it might be on TNT, they go all crazy and somebody gets fined. But then you have a team like the Utah Jazz that is out there just completely tanking. Like nobody's paying any attention to the fact that they're sitting their best 3 players and just ignoring it. Like, oh, it's okay. Cooper Flag's out there and they might have a shot at him. So that's what they're playing tonight. And if you can't take a team like this seriously, walk in and treat them like the team that they are tonight, which is totally undermanned and a bunch of players who they're playing out of their position because they're not standard, NBA starters. If you can't take them serious and really, turn the screws and pull away and have another big win, then, there are going to be concerns. Like a 3-point win tonight, we can talk about winning ugly, winning pretty, all that stuff. It would be really disappointing because I would start thinking of this team a lot more like I did a week and a half ago when they lost to the Pelicans. And this team isn't even as good as the Pelicans. At least the Pelicans ran a couple of really good NBA players out there who ended up busting you up.
I don't even know like what players they're running out there. They're running out oh man, my man, the rookie from USC. Or excuse me, from Ohio State. He's a second-year player. They got a bunch of guys where I know their name, but they shouldn't be hanging with the Sacramento Kings who have something to play for and something to something to trying to pursue. Isaiah Collier is the guy from USC I was thinking about. Sensabaugh is the guy from Ohio State.
Bryce Sensabaugh and Johnny Juzang is starting.
Juzang, yeah.
Yeah, and then Filipowski starting. Yeah, it's a mess.
The scary thing about this, and once again, they shouldn't lose, is these guys are going to go out there and they're going to be some tryhards. They're going to go out there. They're going to play. They're going to play tough. They're going to play physical. This is an opportunity for them, and they're going to try and take advantage of it. They know there's nobody coming into the game behind them, so they can shoot it with confidence and relax and play tough, and don't give them any reason to feel good about themselves. Like try to jump on these guys early is what you do with a group like this.
No, I totally agree. I mean, even like their 4th and 5th best scorers, Keontae George and Jordan Clarkson, they're coming off the bench. I mean, that's what Utah's doing right now. So like their top 5 starters are either out or coming off the bench. This is a game where like, look, the Kings need practice time, right? And they don't just need practice time where they're running through the motions or they're beating up on some G League guys or they're playing against or they're doing like walkthrough stuff. They need to actually go out and use this game. Not only do you want to beat this team, but you also want to beat this team playing the right way, beat this team getting better in your play sets, maybe be able to add 1 or 2 wrinkles to your offense and your defense because the team isn't as good and you're able to add some ingredients during the game. These are things that I think the Kings should be looking at tonight. And, I would be surprised if the Kings didn't win by 15 or 20 points. It's just not a good team. And it's a team that has no interest in winning any games at all after the All-Star break.
The another important component to this Hammer is we were wrapped up in the hype around the Lakers and the Mavericks last night, talking a lot about Kyrie Irving today, Luka Doncic, all of that. The Mavericks lost.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings, they've got the ability to continue to move up these kind of, maybe not playoff rankings, but kind of these play-in rankings. We'll see what happens with the Clippers and the Timberwolves and the Golden State Warriors moving forward, but they do have a chance to kind of not only move up in the 7, 8, 9, 10 category, but create some separation in the 11, 12, 13 category. You had San Antonio lose again. You had Phoenix lose again. Like these games, like it's crazy, Hammer, with 20-something games left, every single game seems to hold a ton of importance for the Sacramento Kings getting to this playoff destination.
No, I totally agree. I mean, right now, what are they? 2.5 games up on Phoenix for who's the 11.
Yep.
They're 4.5 games up on both the Blazers and the Spurs.
That's right.
And then they come into tonight only a game behind Dallas, and they're tied in the loss column with Dallas. And we're going to start focusing a lot more on the loss column because that's how you track, because teams can play way more games than other teams. There comes a point where you run out of games that you can win as well. But for right now, I think the loss column is where you can really focus. And once you get past this game, the Kings right now have the second most difficult schedule in the NBA remaining, right? And then once you get past this game, it's going to get even worse. Like your win percentage against is going to jump over 540. Right now, Phoenix has the worst strength of schedule remaining at like 544, and the Kings are way up there as well. But after this game, because you're taking a 14-win team off your schedule, it's just going to get more difficult. And so, like, you have to get wins where they're just sitting there waiting for you. And I think Kyle did a good job of breaking this down earlier on the Insiders. He said if you can win the 5 games against sub 500 teams that you're supposed to beat, and it's tonight's game, they still have another against Charlotte. They have one against Washington. They've got another one against the Blazers. They have like 5 really winnable games. If you can win all 5 of those, and then you can just go 500 in your other games, that gets you an opportunity to get to like 44, 45 wins. And then if you can win a couple more, if you can go in the other games, you have 20 games outside of that. If you can go something like 11-9, now you actually have an opportunity to move up the rankings, to move up to possibly fight for that 6th seed in the playoffs, or maybe even the 7th spot where you would get a home play-in game to start the whole festivities. So there's definitely some advantages here to taking care of business against bad teams.
Yeah, man. You go against teams like this, especially at this point in the season when things get a little wonky and every game means something. And we discovered this a couple years ago. Like, we had fun with it because the Kings actually play well, but the intensity does ratchet up after the All-Star break. People can see the finish line and they're starting to maneuver. And when you have a game against a team like the Jazz, you have to take advantage. Is there somebody specifically that you want to see start to maybe get their groove a little bit with a game like tonight going into, as they start a tougher stretch moving forward? Me personally, to answer that question before you, I want to see Sabonis like kind of get in the groove, use this opportunity against the Jazz to start, bringing those numbers back up a little bit. Is there anybody else on that team that you want to see kind of use this as a little bit of a springboard, maybe the way Zach LaVine did the other day?
Yeah, to be honest with you, we talked about this earlier, and one of my keys to the game was let Sabonis eat. Sabonis is averaging 16 points a game. His assist numbers are down around 5.3. His rebound numbers have stayed consistent, but over the last 11 games, he's at 16 points per game. His 3-point percentage is down because he's not shooting in rhythm. His 2-point field goal percentage is down as well. He just looks like a player who's a little bit lost and trying to figure out how to be a good teammate, like everybody else seems to be. And I think they did a really nice job of running the ball through him nonstop in the previous game. And I need to see more of that. Again, I don't like that he finished with 7 points and seven assists and 10 rebounds. He needed more opportunity. I do like the fact he only had to play 25, 26 minutes because you thumped a team. But Sabonis needs to be the guy who's getting to the basket. I know Doug said the other night he wants 50 3-pointers per game. And that's crazy. 53s a game is absolutely crazy. Now, it's what the Boston Celtics do, and it works for them, but they also have elite players at multiple positions. I think the Kings can get well above 40, but I think it will all be predicated on whether or not they can get the two-man game going with Sabonis, whether they can play through him and let him orchestrate the offense at the top of the key. And that's mainly because I don't think they have, with Fox gone, they only have one true break the defense down, get to the key and kick guy, and that's Malik. And even that's not really his specialty. His specialty is getting in the pick and roll and getting to the basket. So if they're going to get the paint touches and the spray threes that they're always asking for, it's got to be with Domantas Sabonis, sort of orchestrating the whole thing.
You don't think Levine can do it?
No, to be honest with you, what we saw the other night from Levine, he can have more than 2 assists, but I was perfectly fine with the player he was on the court.
Okay.
You fit him into a role. You took a bunch of things off his plate, which I think were weighing him down and making him think too much. I think he was trying to be too much of a good teammate. I think he was trying to set up guys too often. And by being too unselfish, I think it was actually confusing him and getting him into a bad space. I know he had the game where he had 32 points and 10 assists, but he's more of a 27-point, 4-assist guy. And that's okay. The Kings need that guy, but they also need Monk to get his assist numbers up, and they need to run the ball through Domas. Again, I like taking the ball out of Zach LaVine's hands, letting him move around without, having to worry about where the offense is setting up and who's setting a screen where, and just have him be a lot more of a catch and shoot guy, and then a guy who gets downhill and a guy who gets out in transition. And I really like the role he settled into in that game. And, the 42 points is great. But, he had 24 going to the fourth, and, he had 20, I think he had 22 in the first half. He was playing within the flow of the offense. And I'll say that for DeMar too. I think DeMar had a lot more in the flow of the offense moments. Either that game or the game before that too. I thought DeMar was more in the flow of the offense. So they're starting to get some of their play sets down, and I think it's starting to look more like a cohesive unit on the court.
Shout out to Delivery Joe, the only adult that listens to this show or even works on this show outside of me. He says, Casey, you're thinking of Coppin's Funeral March, which is also what the Undertaker's theme is based on. Thank you, Delivery Joe. At least there's some maturity going on in this show somewhere.
So 2 things. You didn't even know what the hell you were talking about. Also, run the clip back. You literally beat it out. The pause. Well, that's fine. You literally hit the beat for the Star Wars
on Coppin's Funeral Watch.
I don't even know what that is.
It goes down, and on Star Wars it goes dun, 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 like it keeps going up.
And what did you do?
It might have sounded like that, but it was like dun, 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 dun. That's Coppin's. Star Wars is.
Did he attach a link to this? All right, man.
It goes
broken the show.
No, this is absurd. This is ridiculous.
That's Star Wars.
It's not Star Wars. That it is from Star Wars, but that's Vader walking in the room.
Yeah, that's Star Wars. And if you play Mark, it's a little
You're saying
heavier.
You're saying Coppins?
It's Coppins or Choppins, Chopin.
Oh,
yeah.
Is that Chopin?
It's a little lower. It's a little slower. And I don't even know if there's horns. You hear horns in Star Wars. There's a difference. I know the two. But shout out to Delivery Joe, the only adult in the room today.
No, literally the entire chat. And where's the Undertaker's?
This is Taps, just so you know.
No, you got it. You got it, Dave.
No, wait.
You got it.
No, you hit pause. You hit pause on yours. You hit pause on yours.
Okay.
Okay, I hear a little Undertaker in here. Oh, I hear a lot of Undertaker in here. This is what you were trying to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you see it's slower and there's no the horns aren't as pronounced as Star Wars. It's a clear difference.
True love when funerals, Undertaker and Darth Vader mix.
No, this is 100% the Undertaker thing.
Yeah, the Undertaker definitely, yeah.
Okay, dude.
And I do have this on my playlist. I'm sorry, I forgot.
So you just bump funeral music as you're hitting a little hitting a little chest press. And you listen to the death march here. What is it? This show sucks. It all started with your stupid ass take on Club Soda.
Yeah. Oh no, sorry. Okay, yeah, my bad.
And then
You're the one who likes Club Soda.
and then this guy over here. No, that wasn't The Rock. That was Dwayne. This show has gone to hell.
You just no. You just made two right takes. You're wrong. You're wrong.
It took 1,100 episodes, but this show now sucks because we do stuff like this.
The idea of Kenny just kind of driving down the freeway, going 80 miles an hour, listening to the Death March, windows down, is crazy.
Wild.
Remember in Love Jones when Bill Bellamy's car was a hearse?
Yes. Oh my God.
Club Soda 6, that was Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, that was Dwayne.
Well, and now we bump funeral music. So this is what we do.
Hey, what did he say? He said, I love playing the role of the final boss. Sir,
Okay,
stop.
Shut up,
Shut up,
Dwayne.
yeah, be quiet, nerd.
Shut up, Dwayne. Nobody wants to hear that. What are we doing? You wrestling at WrestleMania or not?
We've lost our way.
Oh man, Kings need to win though. We'll be playing all the music.
Zabo,
tomorrow if
cut
they
all
lose.
of these clips.
If they
Every
lose,
single
we
one
playing
of them.
all the music because they can't be losing this game. Come on now, come on, y'all can't lose.
I stand by my Morton suck takes, by the way,
that
Scooter.
was-
I stand by that.
Completely.
James,
uncalled
you
for and
eat good
unwarranted.
food. Admit, Morton's is overrated and it sucks.
Yeah, I mean Morton's is expensive and it's a little overrated. But I mean, if you want a good steak, I guess. Yeah. I mean, they do have.
you
a
don't
nice
get it.
No, James is not on your side. Yeah, no,
James-
James, no, you're
No,
right.
you don't get it at Morton's. You don't
James
get
is
a
not on
good
your
steak
side.
at
Yeah, no.
Morton's.
It's completely terrible.
You're trying to push that forward. James is not on your side.
Their happy hour is nice. I would say that if I'm gonna get a steak, it's probably not the highest on my list.
Cajun ribeye is a bomb.
You know what? Shout out Roots Chris too, because you caught a drive by as well in that whole situation.
Yeah.
Roost Chris worse than Morton's.
Nah, what's the tomahawk? Come on, man. Stop.
Plate
Wow.
scissors or whatever. Come on, it's cool.
That's one of the best steaks I've ever had in my life, and I've had a lot of steaks. That one was bomb. The tomahawk went crazy.
Where are you getting a steak from, James?
I love coming on with you guys. You know, I don't know. To be honest, I don't eat a ton of steak. I don't know. If I had to choose my spot, I don't know.
Just go to Morton's.
You know what? The chat house is asking for it. Jerry Jones, what do you think about
Oh,
Morton?
no one asked for this.
You know, all this blasphemy that's going on when Damien doesn't like Morton's. It's ironic because I was at Morton's last night and that Cajun ribeye was just so good. And it reminded me, I want to win a Super Bowl so bad. And Kenny, he knows Chopin's funeral music like nobody's business.
Or Chopin, one way or the other.
Who knows? I don't know.
Oh, man.
You got 45 more seconds to kill.
Oh, my God.
Well, I'm surprised it's the shortest Jerry Jones impression he's ever done.
I know, Kenny, we kind of need you to bring
We
it
got
home,
yeah,
man.
we got 2 minutes to kill, and he does his shortest Jerry Jones impressions ever.
Well, tomorrow
No,
we're looking
Oh, no,
Mike
it's over now. It's too late.
against that sumo wrestler, and
Just forget
I
it.
need to sign that sumo
Just
wrestler
forget it.
because Mike couldn't get by him.
And if you're gonna do Jerry Jones, you probably should have the Darth Vader theme music playing while you do
Oh,
it.
that's a good point. Normally, I say we appreciate you for being with us. Today, I'll just say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for this entire show, particularly these last few minutes. James will have a much more professional show beginning at 10 a.m. With the Insiders and Kyle Madsen tomorrow here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam.
Man, well, we did. Yeah. Hey, honey, what'd you do today? Well,
Talked about Darth Vader and death.
We didn't succeed, honey. That's all I got to say. We made it through, but we didn't succeed.
What's this joke with the doctors? The surgery was a success, but the
patient didn't make it.
Yeah. Never once heard so-and-so went in for rotator cuff surgery and had unsuccessful surgery. No,
Damn.
that they don't ever say that.
I own that hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear? I guess we could talk about it tomorrow, but what they're planning or what they're proposing for Joel? The surgery?
Meniscus replacement?
Well, they're trying to shave off some of his hip too, right?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
And like,
No, I don't think I
fuse it
saw
together.
that.
Like it's, oh my gosh, maybe Stephen A was right.
Why don't they just put a couple of wedges in his shoe or something? That's
terrible.
Wear insoles. That'll help. Charlie.
You were humming the Death March. I knew immediately when you did it, you were doing the Death March.
You ever heard of the funeral march?
Yes. Da, 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 da,
Oh, this is what I just did. That's literally what I just did.
not what he did the first time.
That's Star Wars when you elevate.
No.
Yeah. But you were doing the Death March, man.
Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. No.
March to the cemetery. Okay.
This encapsulates everything 1320. I love it.
This is over. I'm hitting end stream.
Medulla oblongata.
Goodbye. Just